Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto made Ino pleasure with Shadow Clone? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Tsunade, you owe me that favor, said the old man that she cared for but was still angry with. I owe you nothing, she replied unhappily. She did not like the fact that she had been called back to the village by her former sensei. She did not like the fact that she was called back in the wake of the death of the fourth Hokage. I gave you the freedom you asked for years ago so that you could wander the land without Hunter Nin chasing after you. You owe me for that, said the old man forcefully. Then send the Hunter Nin after me. I'll just kill them all, she replied, though not truly meaning it. She truly hated the sight of blood. Tsunade, you know that isn't true, said the old man, starting to get annoyed. You're the only family he has left. I don't have any family, she nearly shouted. He may only be a cousin and several times removed, but he is your only remaining blood relation, said the old man. With his father and mother both dead now, you are the only chance he has for even close to a normal life. I don't want to stay in this village to raise the brat, she said adamantly. Then don't stay, take him with you, said the old man simply. The places I plan to go will not be good for him, she said angrily that he would even suggest it. Better he go with you than stay in this village where he is already hated for something he has no control over, said the old man. It was clear he was starting to fatigue from the long argument with his former student. Tsunade was getting annoyed now as her argument was collapsing around her. She didn't want the burden of carting around a child. Least of all the child of her estranged fourth cousin. Tsunade, I know that your past hurts you, but this boy needs you now, said the old man sadly. Yondaime gave his life that the boy might live. Don't let his sacrifice be in vain. What about Jiraiya, can't he care for the brat? She asked desperately. You know what Jiraiya is like. Do you really want this boy to be just like him? Why can't another family in the village adopt him? She asked, still more desperate. The village hates the boy. They only see the demon fox Kyuubi. He is not Kyuubi. The old man was starting to tire of this. This boy has such a great potential, but if he remains here it will be stifled by their hatred. I am asking you to care for the boy. Raise him to reach his potential. Then you can return him here and forget him. Hopefully by then the village would have forgotten their hatred, or at the very least forgotten him. Tsunade sighed in defeat. Does the brat have a name? Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, said the old man. You owe me, old man, she nearly yelled at the geezer. The old man smiled. I know, Tsunade, I know. Let me see this brat I'm supposed to care for, she said. I suppose I can always have Shizune look after him. The old man smiled again and guided the woman to the small room next to his office that had been used as a nursery for the boy. Tsunade looked at the sleeping baby and her features softened. She gently lifted the boy from the crib, waking him accidentally. He looked like he was about to cry, but then quieted when his eyes locked with hers. Tsunade would never admit it to anyone, but in that instant she fell in love with the small babe in her arms. You're a natural, said the old man. I still say you owe me for this, Sarutobi-sensei, she said softly to the old man as she laid the boy across her chest with his head on her shoulder. Well, a monthly stipend has been set aside for you to care for the boy. Seeing as you accepted, I've arranged for a bit extra to be put in there for your, other expenses, said Sarutobi cautiously. We'll be leaving in the morning, she said calmly so as not to wake the now sleeping baby boy. I understand, said the old man, leading her back into his office. He then reached behind his desk and produced 2 bags, one blue and one black. The blue bag contains some basic provisions that should last you a few weeks for the baby. The black bag is for when he gets older. It contains some scrolls that Yondaime set aside for the boy. I don't know what the scrolls are or what they say, but he wrapped a note around each saying when he wants each scroll given to the boy. Birthday presents, I believe, explained Sarutobi. Whatever, she said nonchalantly, but the third knew that she was listening carefully despite that. Please raise him well, Tsunade, said the old man emotionally. I will, she said softly before collecting the bags and leaving the old man behind. She arrived soon enough at the inn her and Shizune were staying in. You agreed? Asked a shocked Shizune. The old man guilted me into it, she replied with a bit of an edge in her voice. Then we're staying in the village? Shizune asked. Hell no, replied Tsunade loudly but not loud enough to wake the sleeping baby. We're leaving and the boy is coming with us. Shizune was in shock, she couldn't believe it, but Tsunade gave her a look that told in no uncertain terms to stop asking and just accept it. Break, he's walking, shouted an excited Shizune as she saw Naruto taking his first steps. Tsunade rushed into the room, knocking Shizune aside roughly to see the boy walk. Upon seeing Tsunade, little Naruto smiled brightly and raised his arms toward her and took a few more unsteady steps towards her. As he was about to fall, Tsunade lifted him into the air and spun him around, smiling brightly. Poor Shizune was unconscious from the hit, so she didn't see Tsunade's usually cold exterior crack as only Naruto could do. Very good, my little Naruto-chan, cooed Tsunade to the baby boy, causing him to giggle with delight. Soon we can start training you to be the greatest shinobi ever, just like your cousin Tsunade. Months later, Tsunade and Shizune were traveling to a new town. Tsunade had Naruto on her back in baby seat. Shizune was left carrying the luggage, which she grumbled about frequently. "Cousin," came a small voice that shocked both of the women. Shizune was so shocked she tripped over a tree root, causing her to drop the luggage and fall on her face into a large mud puddle. Tsunade quickly took Naruto into her arms to look at him. "Cousin," said Naruto again with a smile. Tsunade actually shed a tear of joy and hugged the little boy fiercely. She could not have been happier at the little boy's first word. Shizune though wasn't altogether happy though, as she pulled herself out of the mud, cursing all the way. "Kuso. Kuso," repeated Naruto with a grin. Shizune panicked as Tsunade turned a glare on her for teaching Naruto such a bad word. "Kuso, Kuso, Kuso, Kuso," Naruto repeated several times, giggling the whole time. Tsunade turned her attention back to Naruto and quickly tried to change his phrase. "Cousin, cousin, cousin." "Quasin?" puzzled Naruto with a confused look. "Cousin," said Tsunade again, but slowly for Naruto to see. "Cousin," said Naruto happily, causing Tsunade to smile warmly at her little boy. Tsunade put Naruto back in his carrying seat and then on her back once more, continuing on while Shizune scrambled to pick up the luggage. As soon as Shizune rejoined them, Naruto pointed at her and yelled, "Kuso." Break at 3. Tsunade began to teach Naruto basic chakra manipulation, which he struggled with greatly. At the age of 3 it was very difficult, but for Naruto it was exceedingly difficult for reasons that Tsunade could not understand right away. As the next year passed and Tsunade worked more on teaching Naruto chakra manipulation, she found that because of the Kyuubi inside of him, it was disturbing his chakra flow. Because of this, it meant that Naruto would struggle very hard to learn decent chakra control and manipulation. As a result, the first several years of Naruto's training would revolve solely around him learning to control and manipulate his chakra. At age 5, Shizune began to instruct him in typical lesson. He learned to read and write, do mathematics, and even a little science, all at basic levels though. It wasn't until age 7 that Naruto received his first birthday present from the Yondaime. "Naruto-kun," said Tsunade, drawing Naruto's attention back to the table and away from the slot machine in the pub they were eating dinner in. "Yes, cousin," said Naruto, turning his attention back to her. "You know that today is your birthday, right?" she asked. "Yes," said Naruto with a grin. "I expect you were waiting for a few presents, weren't you?" asked Tsunade with a duplicate grin. Naruto nodded vigorously in anticipation. Shizune gave Naruto a large box wrapped in orange paper with a blue bow on it. Naruto tried to lift the box only to find it was too heavy. "What the big idea, Na-chan?" asked an angry Naruto. "Just open the box and you'll see," said Shizune, ruffling his hair. Naruto ripped off the bow and as much paper as he could. He opened the box excitedly but then paused when he looked at what was inside. "What is it?" he asked as he scratched the back of his head. "It's a weight suit for training," she explained. "It's not too heavy, but I think it's perfect for you to start with." "Thank you," shouted a now very excited Naruto, giving his sister a big hug in thanks. "You're welcome," said Shizune, ruffling his hair again. "We can start using it tomorrow." Tsunade went next, handing Naruto a much smaller box that he had no trouble lifting or rapidly ripping off the bow and paper. Inside were some boring new clothes. "Oh man, not clothes," Why couldn't it be something cool like a kunai or that shuriken set I've been asking for? You needed a new outfit. What you're wearing is getting much too small, said Tsunade as she unfolded the new outfit to show him. It was a pair of black pants and a blue shirt with the red and black swirl on the back that was his clan symbol. Naruto sat down and pouted as any 7-year-old would before Tsunade rolled her eyes and handed him another package. This one was much smaller but heavier. Naruto quickly tore through the thin paper that was separating him from his gift. Inside was the new shuriken set that Naruto had been hinting at all month. You got them. Oh wow, thank you Kasen, shouted Naruto with glee before he hugged Tsunade and gave her a small kiss on the cheek. Now those are real shuriken, chided the excited Naruto, not like the practice ones you've been using, so I want to make it perfectly clear that you are not to use these until Shizune and I are completely satisfied that you can throw a shuriken perfectly. Yes, said Naruto, not really paying much attention as he checked each shuriken blade to ensure they were in good condition. Put those away, you have one more gift, said Tsunade with a smile. Naruto was surprised. He would usually only get 3 gifts, 1 from Shizune and 2 from Tsunade Kasen. This is a gift from Yondaime, said Tsunade with great respect in her voice. Who is Yondaime? Asked Naruto. Haven't you paid any attention in my history lessons? Asked Shizune angrily. Of course I have, said Naruto with his generic answer, I just forgot for a minute. Yondaime Hokage was once a great leader of the Leaf Shinobi village, Konoha, said Tsunade with reverence. He died protecting the village. He left behind some gifts for you when you got older. This is one gift you were supposed to get this year from him. Naruto was so excited about getting another gift that he never once considered asking why the Yondaime would leave any gifts for him. The gift was unwrapped and very plain looking, but then Naruto knew exactly what it was as he'd seen his Kasen and Nichan reading them occasionally. Usually they wouldn't allow him to read them, because they said they were too dangerous for him to use yet. It was a technique scroll. Naruto took the scroll with awe and wonder in his eyes. Naruto was very careful with the scroll as he undid the tie to read it. And read it he did, sadly, though he didn't really understand it. Kasen, I don't understand, said Naruto as he showed her the scroll. It's a technique for you, said Tsunade with a smile, pushing it back to him without reading it. But I don't understand, said Naruto. Then you will have to study more until you do understand, said Tsunade with a loving smile at her little boy. Can't you just teach me what the scroll does? Complained Naruto. I could but I won't. Yondaime wanted you to learn that technique. Not me, explained Tsunade. It wouldn't be right for me to learn that technique now, would it? I guess not, said Naruto as he read the scroll again, trying to understand. A few months later, Naruto was in the park with his technique scroll trying to understand it. Shizune was left to watch over him while Tsunade was off losing her portion of the monthly stipend in the casinos. Kirameki no Jutsu, read Naruto again. Flash technique. A technique that temporarily distorts an opponent's sight, causing your movements to be seen only as a flash of light. Naruto read the description once more. He understood what the technique was meant to do, but he was struggling with understanding the chakra manipulations necessary for the technique to work. It is a ninjutsu hybrid technique that requires 4 hand seals to use, and after mastering could be activated automatically. That was the part that Naruto was really interested in. The problem was that even with the hand seals he struggled with spreading the chakra out enough to be used on another person. Ah, Shizune, complained Naruto, I don't have enough chakra for this stupid technique. He finally understood the problem. Ah, is that the problem? Asked Shizune, knowing full well what the problem was from the start just from seeing attempt the technique. She would never use the technique herself or even attempt to master it, as it was a technique for Naruto only. How can I get more chakra? Asked Naruto impatiently. Well, you could climb trees, suggested Shizune, earning her a confused look. Huh? Asked Naruto. How is climbing trees going to increase my chakra? Watch, said Shizune as she approached the tallest tree in the park and walked right up the side of it. But how does that increase my chakra? Asked Naruto. First, it will help you develop more chakra control, and by using all of your chakra you will cause your chakra reserves to expand, explained Shizune as she walked down again. Okay, then teach me, said Naruto excitedly. Break. When Shizune taught Naruto to climb trees without his hands, she never imagined what Naruto would do as a result. She thought that Naruto would only practice the technique a few times a week until he emptied his chakra pool. She was quite surprised to find out that every moment he wasn't eating, sleep, or studying he was climbing trees. In 2 months he'd nearly doubled his chakra capacity. This all came as quite a surprise when at the end of 2 months Naruto came to Shizune asking. Na-chan, called Naruto, do you think I have enough chakra now to do that technique? Shizune hadn't really paid much attention to Naruto when he'd run out the door after class shouting that he was going to the park. So she hadn't noticed his growth. It nearly floored her when she checked it. Naruto-chan, you should have more than enough chakra now. How did you get so much? She asked. Every day after class 1 went to the park to practice climbing trees. I'd run as fast as I can up and down as many times as I could before I ran out of chakra just like you told me to. So do you really think this is enough? Yes Naruto-chan, I think you could use that technique now, said Shizune. Do you want to try it on me? Can I really? Asked Naruto excitedly. Shizune nodded slightly nervously. Naruto formed the 4 hand seals quickly and shouted, Kirameki no Jutsu. Shizune could feel the technique affecting her. Then Naruto ran around her, but the only thing that she saw was a bright yellow flash every couple of seconds as her eyes caught up with Naruto's movement. Okay, you can release it now, said the dizzying Shizune. Kai, said Naruto ending the jutsu. That was really good Naruto, but you'll have to keep practicing every day, said Shizune with a smile at her little brother. Do you think that Kasen would like to see it? Asked Naruto. Shizune smiled and nodded for Naruto. The little boy ran to the pachinko parlor that his Kasen had preferred in that town. They'd been there for 4 months and Naruto knew they'd be moving on again soon. But, just like every town they went to, one of the first things Naruto had to learn was the town layout perfectly. He had to memorize every important location, the locations that an ambush may occur, the location to hide, the best place to eat ramen, and most importantly where all the casinos were. Naruto barged inside the pachinko parlor and found his Kasen absent-mindedly put coins into a machine. Kasen, he shouted upon seeing her. Naruto-chan, she replied with a warm smile. Kasen, I did it, said Naruto, do you want to see? Tsunade smiled at her little boy and nodded as she stood up. Let's go to the park and you can show me there, okay? Okay, said Naruto, already running out the door towards the park. Tsunade followed behind at a much slower rate, smiling all the way at her adopted son. Naruto spent almost the entire next year practicing the Kirameki every day, trying to cause the jutsu effect to expand even further. To his great pleasure and the displeasure of Shizune and Tsunade, they were unable to break the effects of the technique despite several attempts. That is not to say that they couldn't counter the technique, they just couldn't cancel the technique. Naruto's 8th birthday was met happily by the boy. He received a new set of clothes again and the next level of his weight suit from Shizune, and most importantly he got a kunai set and another scroll from the Yondaime. Kirameki Shuriken no Jutsu and Kirameki Kunai no Jutsu are techniques that allow for the same visual distortion to be applied to a throw kunai or shuriken. This technique is much more difficult to learn the initial Kirameki, as you are attaching the genjutsu, ninjutsu, to an object other than yourself. This technique uses 2 precursor seals, the original 4 seals to the Kirameki and 2 finishing seals. Once mastery of the Kirameki has been achieved, then only the 2 precursor seals and 2 finishing seals are necessary for the technique. Naruto read the description excitedly and was about to run out of the pub to start practicing when Tsunade stopped him and made him finish his vegetables. Naruto's 9th birthday was once again wonderful in his opinion. Shizune gave him the next level of weight suit for training. Tsunade gave him another new set of clothes, but by this age he was starting to appreciate the new set of clothes more than when he was younger. She also gave him 2 technique scrolls from her. One scroll had a basic healing jutsu and the other had the most basic Kaden Jutsu. The technique scroll from Yondaime was much larger this year than any of the previous years. Now you'd better not burn down this village while you're learning that technique, warned Tsunade. Yes Kasen, said Naruto happily. From now on you can heal your own scrapes too, said Shizune. Yes Na-chan, said Naruto, not paying much attention as he was engrossed in his new scrolls. The scroll from the Yondaime Naruto saved until he got home. Well, home for now, before he opened it to look at. It was much too large to open in the restaurant. Kirameki Taijutsu, First stage, the scroll title revealed. Naruto didn't read much of the description as he just wanted to look at it quickly before he went to bed. The scroll showed a human figure in several different stances and fighting positions. It also showed a few different strikes. At the end of the rather long scroll it showed 4 different kata. Naruto was so excited he had to go back and read the introduction before he went to bed or he'd never get to sleep. Kirameki Taijutsu is a technique that is dependent upon the user's ability to use the Kirameki no Jutsu. This is a fighting style that is designed specifically for use in conjunction with the Kirameki no Jutsu. This scroll will reveal the base stances and movements to the style. The style will only be as effective if the user is able to use Kirameki no Jutsu. It is highly dependent on the user's speed and very little on the user's brute strength. While this scroll can teach the user the base patterns and strikes, it cannot make a person a master of the style. To master the style is up to the user. Naruto finished reading and that night he fell asleep dreaming about practicing his new taijutsu style. Tsunade and Shizune had taught him a little taijutsu, but it was a style used commonly by medic nin, which was something that Naruto didn't really have much of an interest in. He knew it disappointed his cousin a bit that he wasn't very interested in becoming a medic nin, but ever since he received his first scroll from Yondaime he had dreamed of becoming just like the man, even as far as dreaming of one day becoming Hokage of Konoha village. The next morning Naruto woke up and ran into the small kitchen area to meet his cousin and Shizune. "Morning Naruto-kun," said Shizune, which caught Naruto a bit off guard. She had always called him Naruto-chan before. "Morning Naruto-kun," said Tsunade, also with a smile, catching Naruto even more off guard. Asked Naruto. "Naruto-kun? You're 9 now, it wouldn't be proper for us to continue calling such a fine young man Naruto-chan," joked Shizune. Naruto puffed out his chest in a manly way, feeling very proud to have lost the chan from the end of his name. It was a rite of passage for the boy and he was proud to accept the change. "So, what do you want to do today?" asked Tsunade. "I want to practice my new taijutsu," said Naruto, "Kirameki Taijutsu." Naruto was beaming with pride. "Do you want some help?" asked Tsunade. She was interested in what that large scroll had on it, and now that Naruto was talking about a new taijutsu style she could only assume. "Would you really?" asked Naruto. "Of course," said Tsunade, "but we'll have to leave town and find somewhere private for you to learn it." Naruto nodded vigorously. "Then you and I are going camping for a few days so that you can learn the basics," said Tsunade. "Shizune, enjoy the time off." Shizune seemed stunned. In all the years she'd spent with Tsunade she'd never had a day off. She wasn't exactly sure what she should do. Naruto and Tsunade ended up about half a day's journey from town, far off from any of the main roads and farms. Once there, Tsunade told Naruto to find a quiet place to start learning the basics while she made camp for them. Naruto found a very quiet and pleasant spot of grass surrounded by trees to unroll the scroll to its full length, which was more than 6 times his current height. And this was only the basic technique scroll. For the next 3 hours Naruto did nothing but practice the basic stances and shifting between them using specific methods from the scroll. It was a very fluid taijutsu style and Naruto could see from the start that he was going to need to increase his speed tremendously if he wanted the style to be useful. "How is it going?" asked Tsunade from the edge of the clearing. "Not bad," said Naruto tiredly. "I need more speed and stamina." "I see. Have you learned to block yet?" "No, just the stances. Blocks are next on the list," said Naruto looking at the scroll again. "I see. Are there many?" "Not so many," said Naruto, "but enough. Each stance uses a different set of blocks to increase efficiency for that particular stance. There are about 4 blocks per stance and so far there are 10 different stances in the first stage." "That's not too bad," said Tsunade. "Do you think you can learn the enough to begin using it by tomorrow?" "I think so," said Naruto. "Well then, tomorrow I'll test you," said Tsunade with a little smile that made Naruto very nervous. Tsunade then turned and left Naruto to his own devices. Naruto swallowed nervously as she left. He'd seen that smile too many times and it always meant trouble for him. Suddenly nothing in the world seemed more important than learning to block and defend himself. Naruto pored through the scroll until it was too dark to read. After that happened, he spent the rest of the night practicing the different moves by the firelight. At the end of the night crawled into bed next to Tsunade and she wrapped a protective arm around him and kissed the back of his head before they both fell asleep. Tsunade was awoken the next morning by the sound of Naruto already hard at work on his stances and blocks. As Naruto discovered that morning, the first kata on the scroll was all blocking and defense. It didn't take him long to memorize and start to practice repeatedly. His movements were still very sloppy and not extremely precise, but he was improving at a remarkable rate. Tsunade cooked some miso soup and rice for breakfast. She ate very slowly to give Naruto a bit more time to prepare for her. As soon as she finished eating and cleaned the dishes, she began her attack on Naruto. He was blocking pretty well, but he really needed to improve his speed and stamina as he couldn't last that long against. But she knew that the weight suit was also working against him as it was the newest level and he just began to use it. There was also the fact that Naruto wasn't using the Kirameki no Jutsu while fight, which was honestly working to his disadvantage. For 3 hours Tsunade would attack and then allow him to rest for 15 minutes before attacking again, trying to push him to his limit and then some. At lunch Tsunade decided that Naruto had had enough. So they ate lunch together talking about happier things. "Kasen, do you think I can really learn that taijutsu?" asked Naruto anxiously. He wasn't feeling overly confident after the sparring session finished. "I think you can, Naruto-kun, but you'll have to work very hard," said Tsunade. "Those techniques that Yondaime gives you for your birthday were the skills that he developed himself. You were very, very special if he decided that you should learn them." "Really?" asked Naruto. "So Yondaime knew when I was born that I'd be able to use his techniques?" "That's right, Naruto," said Tsunade. "Why did he choose me?" "Well, he knew your parents very well. They died fighting Kyuubi, you know. Yondaime felt he should leave something behind for you because you were so special," explained Tsunade simply. Naruto knew long ago that Tsunade wasn't his real mother, but as far as he was concerned she was without a doubt his mother and always would be. That didn't stop him from being curious about his blood relations. "Thank you, Kasen, for helping me." "I love you, Naruto-kun. It is my pleasure to help you," replied Tsunade. Naruto happily ate his lunch consisting of cup ramen and some fruit, after which he returned to the clearing he'd been studying in before to start learning to attack with his new taijutsu style. The attacks were rather straightforward as there were closed hand strikes, open hand strikes and a variety of kicks available in each stance. The scroll he had focused on the most basic of each of those techniques in each stance. Once Naruto felt comfortable with the different attacks, he began in earnest to work through the kata provided. Each kata grew in difficulty as he progressed down the list. Also important to note that within the scroll next to each step of the kata, the scroll gave an example of when to use the illustrated move and at what situation it would be most advantageous. This gave Naruto the opportunity to visualize each attack and block as he moved through each kata. With time and practice and repetition of the kata, the moves, attacks and defenses would become reflex. Naruto now had several things to work toward over the course of the next year. First, he wanted to improve even more with using the Kirameki no Jutsu and hopefully reach a point of no longer needing the hand seals. Second, he wanted to master the kata on the first stage scroll. Third, he wanted to expand his list of jutsu starting with the Kaden scroll and the healing scroll and then growing from there. His fourth goal was to double his speed and strength. This would be the toughest goal of all of them. After training he rejoined Tsunade late that night and again crawled into the sleeping roll next to her. Tsunade happily wrapped the familiar protective arm around him and kissed the top of his head before they both fell asleep. The next 3 days passed very quickly, with the early hours of the day passing in a haze of sparring in which Naruto always lost. Naruto would then spend his afternoon working through the kata on the scroll and then finally fall asleep exhausted next to his mother. When they returned to town they were shocked to see that Shizune was in the casino for a change. Worse though was that she was losing even more miserably than Tsunade usually did. As a result the trio had to flee town that night to avoid the debt collectors. Break the 10th birthday came much faster than any of the previous birthdays. Naruto, it seemed, was always busy. He was constantly studying with Shizune, and if he wasn't studying he was training. That year he'd gone through 3 new weight suits, much to the aggravation of Tsunade's wallet. Naruto's birthday this year once again consisted of his usual 3 gifts from his family and 1 from Yondaime. Shizune got him a new weight suit that was 3 levels above where he was now. "I thought you could use the challenge," said Shizune with a slight smirk. Yes, shouted Naruto excitedly. I need to get faster, this is great, thank you Shizune-chan. That wasn't exactly the response she was hoping for but was happy that he liked it. Tsunade once again provided him with a new set of clothes, which he desperately needed as he'd nearly worn through all the clothes he currently had. This year she'd given him 10 technique scrolls much to his exuberance. He got 3 new Kaden scrolls, 2 new healing scrolls, 2 Doden scrolls, 2 Mizu scrolls, and 1 Kinjutsu scroll. Naruto excitedly opened the Kinjutsu scroll, Kage Bunshin. He read aloud, then his eyes widened when he saw what it did. Yes, infinite sparring partners, said Naruto excitedly. That was my idea, said Shizune. As much as she hated to admit it, her little brother was getting to be quite skilled with his taijutsu style and she was having more and more trouble keeping up with him. Naruto, while not overly interested in the healing scrolls, always took time to learn them for the sake of his Kasen. She still continued to try and encourage him to become a medic nin, though she wasn't making much ground. Finally Tsunade handed him the scroll from Yondaime. It was the exact same size and shape as the scroll he'd received the previous years and so was fairly confident that this was the second stage scroll for his taijutsu. Camping trip Kasen? Asked Naruto as he balanced the larger scroll on his palm. Tsunade smiled. Okay, but we're not leaving Shizune with much money this time. Shizune pouted but didn't say anything. This time when they returned from their trip they found Shizune at home with a little pet pig she aptly named Tauntaun. Tsunade fell in love with the little pig and thus it became the new family pet despite Naruto's complaints about having to clean up after it. Break Naruto's 11th birthday came a bit more slowly than his 10th did. Although Naruto was still constantly busy with something. In the year that passed Naruto went through 3 more weight suits, jumping up 3 levels with each new suit. It was starting to worry both Tsunade and Shizune that he was becoming so strong so fast as he was still so young. But then Naruto also had the chakra of a demon fox running through him, so the increase in strength, speed, and stamina could be explained thus. His jutsu progression wasn't that fast though. In the year that passed he learned only the 10 scrolls he was given. On the other hand he learned extremely well. Naruto spent most of his training time working on his taijutsu and still trying to master the Kirameki no Jutsu. He still couldn't enable the technique without hand seals and it was starting to get under his skin. Naruto was not a genius and would never considered one, but his work ethic and never say die attitude more than made up for it. That is not to say that he was stupid either. He learned from books well enough and was decent with strategy and tactics. Tsunade once again presented him with 10 new scrolls and a set of new clothes, and Shizune one again gave him a new weight suit, this time 5 levels above where he currently was. She was trying desperately to slow him down at least a little. The Yondaime's scroll this year was the 3rd stage scroll for his taijutsu, which once more earned him a camping trip with his Kasen. Break Naruto's 12th birthday was the birthday that Tsunade was dreading most of all. First, it was the year in which she would have to return with him to Konoha. Second, it was the year the Yondaime left instructions for her to tell him about the Kyuubi. Neither of these was creating a very happy thought in her mind. She knew Naruto very well and she didn't want him to be upset by this. As such she was racking her brain trying to find a way to tell him. Are we going to dinner tonight, Kasen? Asked Naruto. We are, but I wanted to talk to you about something, said Tsunade. She could instantly sense the worry coming from Naruto. Am I in trouble? Asked Naruto. No silly, come here and sit on my lap, said Tsunade patting her leg. Kasen, I'm getting a bit old to sit on your lap, said Naruto as he sat on the couch next to her. She still wrapped an arm around him, which he happily accepted. Naruto, do you remember how Yondaime died? He died defeating the Kyuubi, said Naruto simply. True, Yondaime did defeat the Kyuubi, but he could not kill the demon, said Tsunade. Noticing the confused look on Naruto's face she continued on, because he couldn't kill the demon he was forced to seal it away. The problem was that he couldn't find anything strong enough to seal it away in. That is until he found a small baby boy with his umbilical cord recently cut. This boy was so strong and so powerful that the Yondaime knew that the boy could seal the beast in. He also knew that in the future that little boy would be able to use the Kyuubi as a weapon to help the people of his village that he loved so much. Do you know why I'm telling you this? Naruto seemed to be contemplating it carefully, trying to put the pieces together. He thought about the scrolls the Yondaime gave to him and no one else. He thought about why he didn't live in Konoha despite asking to visit. He thought about many of the odd chakra that would occasionally spring up within him from time to time. Suddenly it was all making sense. I'm the vessel, aren't I? Yes, my little Naruto-kun, said Tsunade, trying not to show sadness in voice. But I'm not the Kyuubi, right? Just the vessel. Just the vessel, reassured Tsunade. And the fox bastard is mine to do with as I please? Asked Naruto. Yes, said Tsunade, not liking where this conversation was heading. Good, then I need to learn some torture jutsu or something to make that bastard pay for killing my parents, said Naruto adamantly. Of all the things Naruto could have said, she was not expecting that. Naruto, although torturing him would probably be nice, I think it would be more advantageous to take advantage of his almost limitless chakra, said Tsunade. So that is why I have that strange seal on my stomach? Asked Naruto. That seal is very special, said Tsunade. That seal was made by Yondaime Hokage to trap the Kyuubi. Most importantly though, it was designed to slowly kill the Kyuubi by draining away its chakra into you. That's why you keep getting so much stronger so fast. So the Kyuubi will die eventually. Maybe, no one is sure exactly how much chakra Kyuubi has. It could take 1 more year or even 1 million more years, but the point is that it is becoming yours. And when you die, you'll take that fox bastard with you, said Tsunade. It is the ultimate punishment, don't you think? Yeah, said Naruto, starting to get excited about it. But Naruto-kun, this is a secret. There are some people who won't see you as Naruto but only as the Kyuubi if they know that it is inside of you, explained Tsunade to her son. That's easy enough. I don't necessarily want any enemies I might make in the future to know about it anyway. It might just make me more of a target than I'm already going to be as Hokage, said Naruto with pride. Hokage, huh? Asked Tsunade, slightly surprised. Tell you what, if you can prove to me that you are worthy of becoming Hokage someday, then I will give you my necklace. How's that? You're on, said Naruto. You should know better than to make a bet, Kasen. You always lose, especially to me. Is that so? Asked Tsunade in mock anger, but soon she was tickling her young son and student. Dinner that evening was pleasant. Naruto received his usual, but this time Tsunade only gave him 5 scrolls. 5? Why only 5? He asked. He didn't mean to sound ungrateful. Because in 6 months we're going home, said Tsunade with a smile. Hopefully if she was upbeat about then he would be too. To Konoha? He asked excitedly. Yep, said Tsunade, if you think you're ready to become a genin. You bet I am, said Naruto, aren't I, Shizune? I don't know, said Shizune, teasing him, you're kind of short. Good things come in small packages, said Naruto in his own defense. Truth was that was about his only defense when anyone attacked his size. If he knew what it meant, he would probably admit to having a bit of a Napoleon complex. The Yondaime scroll this year was a small scroll. Thus far Naruto had come a very long way in his training with everything the Yondaime left for him. He now had about a 50% success rate of activating the Kirameki no Jutsu without hand seals and was getting better with it every day. His ability to use the Kirameki Shuriken and Kunai also improved greatly. His Taijutsu though was the most improved. Even without using the Kirameki no Jutsu he could beat Shizune in a Taijutsu spar. For him to beat Tsunade though require him to use the Jutsu. In both cases he had to remove all of his weights though while they kept their own on. Still, a win was a win, and if Naruto continued to progress at his current rate then that wouldn't remain the case for very long. Naruto put those thoughts aside as he opened this year's scroll from Yondaime. Kirameki Tsuki. Read Naruto aloud. High-speed strike using either foot or hand that has a devastating cutting edge. I can't believe he gave that to you at 12 years old, what was he thinking? Asked Tsunade, who was now scowling. That is a very dangerous technique, Naruto-kun, warned Shizune. I want you to promise you will never use that in a friendly sparring session. I promise, said Naruto solemnly. I will learn this though. As a shinobi there will be times when I am a fight for my life and I may have to kill someone. I need to have some techniques like this. As long as you understand the consequences, said Tsunade, though it was clear she still wasn't happy about it. The next 6 months passed quickly, and before he knew it, Naruto was returning with his Kasen and Nichan to Konoha to begin the next phase of his life. Chapter 2 Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or any of the characters created by Kishimoto-sensei. Are we there yet? Complained Naruto. They had been traveling slowly toward Konoha for the last 3 months and he was starting to get impatient. We'll be there in a few days, said Tsunade. We're going to stop at an onsen, hot spring. A day out of town to completely rejuvenate ourselves. But Kasen, I thought you didn't like onsen because that stupid perverted bastard is always peeking at them, said Naruto quoting her. Just where did you hear that? You and Shizune were talking about it one night while I was trying to sleep, said Naruto. So who is he pervert? Jiraiya, he's another Sannin like me, explained Tsunade, but he's a perverted hermit. Ero Sennin shall be his name from now on then, said Naruto proudly, causing his Kasen and Nachan to both fall down laughing. Naruto soon joined them. This particular onsen trip was pervert-free thankfully and they were once again back on the road towards Konoha. Break! I can see the gates, shouted Naruto excitedly, we're almost there. Tsunade smiled warmly at her exuberant son. Come on, hurry up, shouted Naruto as he tried to push Tsunade and Shizune forward towards the gate. Tsunade purposely tried to slow down. Naruto's solution to the problem was not what she expected. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he shouted, created a dozen clones. Next thing Tsunade and Shizune knew they were being carried by half a dozen Naruto clones each and moving rapidly towards the gates. To think, we could have him doing this all along, said Shizune with a laugh. Tsunade joined in her laugh. When they were about 100 yards from the gate, Tsunade destroyed all his clones. What did you do that for, Kasen? Asked Naruto. We're about to enter a shinobi village, began Tsunade. You have to be very careful to hide your techniques. Don't use any of your skills without having Kirameki no Jutsu activated and don't activate Kirameki no Jutsu unless you can do it without hand seals. There are some shinobi in this village that can steal a jutsu by just seeing it once. Understand? Yes, Kasen, said Naruto seriously. He'd heard in his lessons from Shizune about shinobi that could do that, but never though he'd have to worry about them, especially if they were supposed to an ally. You have to protect the secrets that Yondaime left to you. Pass them only within your family, said Tsunade. Always be cautious to check the surrounding area before you train. Yes, Kasen, said Naruto again. He knew how serious Tsunade was being about this and as such he was giving her due attention. Okay. Ready to go home? Asked Tsunade finally. Yes, Kasen, shouted Naruto happily. The three approached the gate guard slowly so as not to arouse suspicion, not that they were at all suspicious looking. Halt! State your name and purpose, ordered a leaf shinobi that couldn't be seen. That didn't stop Naruto from looking to exactly where the shinobi was hiding despite the thrown voice. Tsunade, I'm returning home with my assistant Shizune and son Naruto. Tsunade-sama, said the shinobi as he appeared before her and bowed deeply. So, can we enter? Asked Naruto excitedly. Hush, Naruto-kun, chided Shizune. The Hokage left instruction that if you ever came you were to report directly to his office, said the shinobi. It was easy to sense the little bit of fear coming from the man. Tsunade, Shizune, and Naruto slowly walked through the town toward the Hokage tower. It was easy to see that Naruto was super excited to be there. His head was turning every which direction trying to take in the sights and the sounds of his home. Naruto's lack of paying attention caused him to be introduced to his first new friends. Naruto was walking, not really looking at where he was going, when he walked right into a girl that was slightly smaller than him. Sorry, said Naruto, instantly apologizing as he stood up after knocking both of them down. Sorry, replied a very soft, shy voice. Naruto looked at the girl now for the first time. She had dark blue hair that was almost purple in the light. Her eyes were clear except for a hint of lavender coloring. She was very petite, but Naruto knew that. She was almost the same age as him. Are you okay? He finally asked. Sorry, she stuttered again, not looking him in the face. It was my fault, I wasn't looking where I was going, said Naruto. You don't have to say sorry. Sorry, she stammered yet again. I'm Naruto, he introduced himself to the girl. What's your name? Hinata, she stuttered, barely audible. Nice to meet you, Hinata, said Naruto. Naruto-kun, called Shizune, hurry along now. Coming, Shizune-chan, called Naruto in return. He looked back at the very shy girl. Well, I'll see you later maybe. With that he ran off to catch up to his sister and mother. Not too much later all three were waiting their turn to see the Hokage. "You may enter," said the nasally voice of the secretary. The three entered the office and were greeted by an old man standing in front of his desk. "Tsunade," he greeted warmly, "so nice to see you again." "Sarutobi-sensei," returned the greeting. "Shizune, you've grown into a fine young woman," said the lecherous old man. "Nice to see you again," replied Shizune stiffly. "And you must be Naruto-kun," said the old man. "I've been looking forward to seeing you for some time now. I can see that you've grown up quite nicely. Has Tsunade and Shizune been treating you well? How about your education? Did you enjoy traveling?" "Kasen is wonderful and so is Shizune-chan," answered Naruto excitedly. "Shizune is an excellent teacher and she's so smart. I loved traveling very much, but I'm glad to have come home at last." Sarutobi was very surprised when Naruto answered all of his questions so rapidly, but pleased all the same. "Is he ready for the Genin exam?" asked Sarutobi to Tsunade. "Yes," said Tsunade lightly. She didn't want to build Naruto up to be more than he really was, nor did she want to put him down. "So tell me, Naruto-kun, how much have you learned?" said Sarutobi, looking to Naruto. Well, Naruto paused and looked to Tsunade for permission. She nodded and he began to barrel through what he'd learned. "I've almost mastered Kirameki no Jutsu, and about 75 of the time I can activate it without hand seals. I've learned the first 3 stages of the Kirameki Taijutsu pretty well, but I can always improve on that. My Kirameki Shuriken and Kunai are okay, but they'll be much better once I've completely mastered the Kirameki no Jutsu. I just started to get the hang of the Kirameki Tasuki, but it really difficult. I know 3 basic healing jutsu, though Kasen wishes I would learn more. I know the first 4 Kaden Jutsu, 3 Doden Jutsu, 4 Mizu Jutsu, 2 Rai Jutsu and the Kinjutsu Kage Bunshin." "Well, that's quite good," said Sarutobi. "Do you know Kawarimi yet?" "What?" asked Naruto. "Well, what about the regular Bunshin technique?" "No," said Naruto. "Should I have?" "No, I suppose not," said Sarutobi with a chuckle. "It is a good thing that you have a few months still before the Genin exam. You can join the class and learn both of those in that time, as they are the most basic techniques of any leaf shinobi." "That's great, more techniques," shouted Naruto excitedly. "He really does love to learn, doesn't he?" asked Sarutobi to the 2 women. "Yes and no," answered Tsunade. "He probably could have learned a lot more techniques than he has, but he seems to prefer to nearly perfect a technique and be able to use it well rather than just learn a lot. He is probably excited about those techniques because you said they were the most basic to leaf shinobi, which he would translate into essential." "I see, then he is just like him," said Sarutobi, reminiscing. "It is shocking how much they are alike," said Tsunade softly. "Well, the only question left is whether or not you will be staying," said Sarutobi. "Kasen is leaving?" asked Naruto, suddenly keying in on that detail. He was instantly clinging to Tsunade as though his life depended on it. "No, Naruto-kun, Kasen isn't going anywhere," said Tsunade, rubbing the back of his head. Sarutobi smiled warmly. "I will have a house prepared for the 3 of you. Will you be resuming your duties as a medic nin?" "I will to an extent," said Tsunade. "I will work in the hospital, but I will not take any missions." "Excellent, we've been in need of a new chief of staff," said Sarutobi. "Congratulations." Tsunade's eyebrow twitched as she knew she was set up from the start. "I will also work in the hospital, but I would be willing to take the occasional mission," said Shizune. "You're a Junin, correct?" asked Sarutobi. "Yes," answered Shizune. "How would you lie to train future medic nin from the academy? It wouldn't be a full-time Junin instructor position, but I think that maybe 2 days a week you could train genin that have the potential to be medic nin," suggested Sarutobi. "I would enjoy that very much," said Shizune with a smile. "Well then, I will have a Chunin show you to the house I arranged for you," said Sarutobi, pushing a button on his desk. A young Chunin with a bandage across his nose entered. "Hokage-sama. Higane-san, would you please escort Tsunade to the house that you arranged last week?" "Yes, Hokage-sama," replied the man Higane. He turned to the 3, "Please follow me, Tsunade-sama." The house was very nice. It was a 2-story with 3 bedrooms. Shizune and Tsunade's bedrooms were on the 2nd floor and Naruto's was on the 1st. The house had all the regular amenities such as kitchen, dining room, bathroom, and living room. It was Unfurnished, but Higane explained that there was an account set up at a few furniture stores so they could get furniture that day. He also informed them that Naruto would be starting at the academy the next day. That afternoon they spent familiarizing themselves with the village and purchasing furniture. Somehow Naruto ended up having to carry the furniture across the village to the house as part of his training. Naruto honestly believed that Tsunade was just too cheap to pay for delivery. Break the next morning. Shizune woke Naruto early so he could be to the academy on time. He was still late despite her best efforts. Naruto rushed into the classroom that was already in session. "Can I help you with something, young man?" asked the instructor. "Sorry, I'm late," said Naruto with a polite bow. "And you are?" "Uzumaki Naruto. I'm supposed to start today," explained Naruto. "Class has already started, so you'll have to introduce yourself to the students later," said the man. "Yes sir," said Naruto. "You can sit anywhere, there is an open seat," offered the man. Naruto surveyed the room. There was a seat open next to a pink-haired girl with a big forehead, and there was a seat open next to the blue-haired girl he met the previous day. He chose the later. "Hi Hinata-chan," he whispered to her when he sat next to her. He completely failed to notice the intense blush on her face. Naruto later learned the instructor was Amino Iruka. He was a nice man but fairly strict with the students. His lecture was a bit boring as it history that Naruto had learned a few years ago from Shizune. He continued on until they broke for lunch. After lunch, Naruto was once again sitting patiently in the classroom. He sat with Hinata for lunch as she was the only one he'd met so far, and most of the other students seemed a bit standoffish for his tastes. "Now, we'll be practicing our Bunshin no Jutsu today," said Iruka-sensei as he resumed class. It also managed to earn him a lot of groans of displeasure from the students. Naruto, however, was interested to learn it. "Naruto-san, why don't you come down and try it first?" asked Iruka with a smile. Naruto jumped up excitedly and rushed to the front of the class. "Whenever you're ready," said Iruka. Iruka-sensei, I don't know how to do Bunshin," said Naruto with a slight grimace. "Could you show me?" Iruka didn't seem very happy though. He'd been expecting great thing from Naruto from what Sarutobi boasted about the boy. Iruka showed him the seals as patiently as he could and even took a moment to explain the way he needed to mold the chakra. "I see," said Naruto after he finished his explanation. "It is one less seal than Kage Bunshin, causing a minor alteration in the chakra mold that prevents the copy from taking a physical presence." Iruka was floored by the technical and analytical comment Naruto made. He was shocked even further to find Naruto compared it to the Kage Bunshin, which was not only a Junin technique but also a Kinjutsu. "Bunshin no Jutsu," said Naruto, creating 8 perfect clones. "Oops, I used a bit too much chakra." Naruto released the 8 clones and then concentrated a bit more. "Bunshin no Jutsu," he said again, but this time he created only 1 perfect clone. "There, much better," said Naruto and the clone together. "How many clones do you think you could create?" asked Iruka curiously. "I don't know," said Naruto thoughtfully. "I'll have to try later." "Thank you Naruto-san. You may be seated," said Iruka with a friendly smile. His disappointment quickly evaporated towards his new student and was replaced instead by pride that he could learn so quickly. The other students though were a mix between being impressed and being jealous, especially so with a certain black hair boy in the class. After class that day, Iruka stopped Naruto from leaving. "Naruto-san, how did you like your first day of class?" "I enjoyed it very much sir, but the history lesson this morning was a bit boring," he answered honestly. "History may be a bit boring, but it is important to understand," said Iruka with a friendly smile. "Oh, I know that. It was boring because Shizune-chan already taught me all of that," explained Naruto. "I see. What else has Shizune-san taught you about history?" asked Iruka curious. Naruto was about to answer when his stomach growled. "Sorry, it has a mind of its own." "That's all right," said Iruka. "I'm hungry myself. How about I treat you to some ramen as a welcoming gift?" "Sure," said Naruto with his fox-like grin he'd recently begun to use. Iruka and Naruto ate ramen at Ichiraku, which Naruto quickly decided was his favorite restaurant in all of Konoha. While they ate, Naruto and Iruka talked a bit about history. "Well, since you know so much already, I'll tell you what," said Iruka. "You can sleep during the history lesson. I'll yell at you for it after the lesson, but I won't really mean it. Okay?" "Great," said Naruto with a grin. Thank you Iruka-sensei. You're welcome Naruto, said Iruka. I should go now or Kasen will be angry with me for being out so late, said Naruto as he checked the wall clock. Naruto and Iruka said their goodbyes and Naruto rushed back home. When he got home Tsunade interrogated him to no end about his first day at the academy and then about why he was so late getting home. Sounds like you had a very nice first day, said Tsunade afterward. She and Naruto were sitting on the couch. She had an arm wrapped around him and he rested his head on her shoulder. It was, I even learned Bunshin in one day, said Naruto. I accidentally made 8 of them on my first try, too much chakra as usual. Tsunade chuckled, that isn't necessarily bad Naruto. Just watch yourself in the future okay? Okay Kasen, said Naruto. Oh, I made a friend too. Her name is Hinata and she's really quiet and shy but very nice. Oh really? Asked Tsunade. Already got a girlfriend and you've only been in town for a day. Kasen, shouted Naruto angrily but he calmed once he noticed she was smiling and laughing a bit. The next several weeks passed by quickly enough. Naruto learned the Kawarimi technique really quickly just as he had with the Bunshin technique. Naruto slowly met the other students though he didn't care for most of them as they were loud and quite obnoxious. He did get along really well with Hinata though as she rarely said anything but was very friendly all the same. Naruto even helped her with classes a bit. Tsunade settled into her position as chief of staff at the hospital rather easily but was quite annoyed by how poorly it had been run since her original departure so many years ago. Shizune loved her work now more than ever. She worked minimal hours in the hospital and spent the majority of her time training medic nins. She only had 2 students to start with from all the current genin level students but she really enjoyed having them. On an off weekend Naruto left early to train. He'd found a place that he could train in private just on the outskirts of the village. It was near a small waterfall which was perfect for Naruto's needs. There was water to practice his Mizu Jutsu and rock to practice his Doden Jutsu and again water to practice his Kaden Utsu over. Tsunade was left at home while Shizune was at the hospital. She wasn't expecting any visitors so she was surprised when someone knocked on her door. She answered the door. Hello, can I help you with something? Excuse me, said the man politely. I'm Naruto's teacher from school. Amino Iruka. Pleased to meet you Iruka-sensei, said Tsunade. Were you looking for Naruto? No, I was hoping for a chance to speak with you, said Iruka politely. Please come in then, said Tsunade motioning him in. I was about to have some tea, would you like some as well? Thank you, said Iruka. I usually try to speak with all of the parents of my students on occasion, hence the visit. I see, then Naruto hasn't been causing trouble? Not at all, said Iruka. Naruto is an excellent student. Tell me, have you given him an IQ test? Yes, said Tsunade, he scored in the high hundreds but not genius level. Really? Asked Iruka. I was amazed at how easily he dissected the Bunshin technique and then compared it to the Kage Bunshin. Well, Naruto has been learning about chakra manipulation since he was very young to compensate for his tendency to use far too much chakra. He has a slight problem with his chakra system and because of that he had to work very hard to gain the control he has now. At the time it helped him tremendously to be able to analyze how chakra was manipulated, explained Tsunade. I see, said Iruka, that makes sense. In most techniques he uses far too much chakra, at least now I understand why. Have you tried to teach him tree climbing yet? He learned that long ago and it helped him a lot at the time, said Tsunade. What about water walking? Not yet but now that you mention it, I don't think it would be a bad idea to teach him. Anything to help him improve his control would be very useful, said Tsunade. The one thing that has come out of his poor chakra control is that it has forced his chakra capacity to expand rapidly to compensate. He does seem to never run out of energy, said Iruka, but then at that age all of them seem to have limitless energy. Tsunade smiled and laughed lightly at that comment. Indeed Iruka-sensei, but I think you'll find my little Naruto-kun exceeds them all for an overabundance of energy. Tell me, how is he getting on with the other children his age? Growing up the way he did, we never stayed in one place long enough for him to make many friends. He and young Hyuga Hinata seem to get on very well, which makes me very happy to see. Hinata needed a friend like Naruto as she is extremely shy. Already she has improved quite a bit just from his encouragement. Naruto tends to shy away from the other students though. I think they are a bit much for Naruto to handle, which honestly surprises me because he is so energetic, explained Iruka. Give him time and he will warm up to the others, said Tsunade. I would ask though that when it comes time to select teams, try to pair Naruto away from Hinata. Their friendship is great, but Naruto needs to befriend others as well. I can understand that. In all honesty, I think Naruto and Hinata would team up quite well, but I can understand your concern and will do my best to accommodate, said Iruka politely. Thank you, said Tsunade. Well, thank you for your time today, Tsunade-sama, but I do have other parents to drop in on before my day is done. Please tell Naruto that I said hello, said Iruka, making his polite excuses to leave. Good luck with the other parents, said Tsunade as she escorted Iruka to the door. Break. Finally, the day of the Genin exam had arrived and Naruto couldn't have been more excited that he was that day. After today my journey to become Hokage begins, said Naruto happily. Remember Naruto, don't do any more than is necessary to pass the exam, said Tsunade. You don't want to give anyone too much knowledge to hold over your head. Yes, Kasen, said Naruto, knowing well enough to do that anyway. She'd recently begun to pound it into his head how important it was to protect his secrets and his techniques. After learning that the last Uchiha was in his class made him even wearier of that, as the Uchiha were known for the Sharingan Eye. Luckily this Uchiha hadn't activated his Sharingan Eyes yet, but he didn't want to risk it all the same, especially not with the Yondaime's techniques. Okay. The first part of the exam requires that you all create at least 5 perfect Bunshin, instructed Iruka-sensei. Naruto created his Bunshin flawless, just like 8 other students in the class. The other 8 were Hinata, which he was very proud of, Shino, who was a weird bug guy that creeped him out, Ino, who was loud and scary, Choji, who was really nice and loved to eat, Shikamaru, who was really lazy, Sakura, who was also loud and scary like Ino, Kiba, who was an obnoxious dog boy, and Sasuke, who just rubbed Naruto the wrong way. That night Naruto celebrated with his family that he passed so easily. They all had dinner at Ichiraku ramen stand. Well, seeing as it only a week until your birthday, I might as well give this to you now, said Tsunade, passing Naruto another scroll from Yondaime in a small box. Naruto opened the small box to find a leaf headband like the one he was currently wearing. This one was slightly different though, in that it was on a black piece of cloth instead of a blue piece. That was my forehead protector that my grandfather gave me when I first became a genin. I wanted you to have it, said Tsunade as she removed the one Naruto was wearing and replaced it with the one in the box. Thank you, Kasen, said Naruto, hugging her fiercely for such a precious gift. I promise I will always keep it with me. You'd better, said Tsunade in a joking warning. The scroll appeared to be the 4th stage of the Kirameki Taijutsu, which Naruto was excited to begin learning. Unfortunately, it would have to wait a few days until he got his team all sorted out. The next morning Naruto wore his new leaf headband proudly as he walked through the village to the academy. He entered the class to see the other 8 rookie genin already waiting. Naruto took his seat next to Hinata. Morning, Hinata-chan, he said loudly. Morning, Naruto-kun, replied Hinata softly but with a lot less stuttering than usual. Attention everyone, called Iruka. I will be assigning your teams here in a minute. After your teams are assigned, you are to wait here for your Junin instructor. So, without further ado, Team 7 is Uzumaki Naruto, Haruna Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. Team 8 is Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba. Team 10 is Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamichi Choji. I'm not with Hinata-chan, asked Naruto to no one in particular. Naruto-kun is in a different group, said Hinata softly and sadly. Hinata-chan, do you best with your team and I'll do my best too. We can see each other later then, said Naruto with a reassuring smile to the girl. Truthfully, he was a bit saddened himself not to be paired with his only friend. He was also quite worried about being paired with the Uchiha survivor. Slowly but surely the Junin instructors came and collected their students. Finally it was down to just Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. What is the deal with this instructor? Complained Naruto loudly after 2 hours of waiting. Sakura failed to respond as she was fixated on Sasuke, and Sasuke was just ignoring the world. This sucks, you guys are boring, said Naruto as he decided to use his time wisely. Concentrating a bit of chakra to his feet, he walked calmly up the wall and continued on up to the ceiling. He simply practiced walking across the ceiling. It was extra difficult because the material the ceiling was made of wasn't extremely sturdy, so he had to spread more chakra out not only to hold himself to the ceiling but also enough to prevent the ceiling from cracking or breaking loose. He failed to notice the looks of surprise from both Sasuke and Sakura. "Naruto, how are you doing that?" asked Sakura curiously. "Huh?" asked Naruto before he noticed they were surprised. "Oh, I'm practicing my chakra control and manipulation by focusing it to my feet to keep me stuck to the ceiling, but beyond that I have to focus chakra into the ceiling itself to support my weight." "Why are you doing that?" asked Sakura. "Well, I have problems with my chakra control because of an irregularity in my chakra system. As a result, I have to constantly practice my chakra control. You've probably noticed that in class 1 tend to use a lot more chakra than I need," explained Naruto. "This helps a little." "Oh," said Sakura, "can you show me?" "Sure," said Naruto as he walked across the ceiling and back down the wall. Sakura met him by the wall. Sasuke watched him from his seat, but he wasn't about to get up and try it himself because he was above both of them. First you need to concentrate chakra to your feet, then you simply walk up, but you have to continually adjust the amount of chakra you use or you'll damage the wall. I'd suggest that you start with just the wall as it requires a large amount of chakra to stick to the ceiling because you have to reinforce and pull at the same time. Sakura easily walked up the wall and then, feeling daring, she tried the ceiling only to lose her grip and fall. Lucky for her, Naruto saw it coming and caught her. "I warned you," said Naruto. "Stick to the wall to build up your chakra reserves before you try the ceiling again." Sakura nodded with a slight blush from the way Naruto caught her. After that she stuck to the wall, literally, while Naruto resumed his ceiling walking. The expression on their Junin instructor's face when he entered the room would have been priceless if it weren't for the damn mask hiding his face. My first impression of all of you is that you confuse me. Let's go up to the roof," he said, then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Not much later, Team 7 was assembled on the roof. "So why don't we start by introducing ourselves?" "Sensei, why don't you go first?" suggested Sakura. "My name is Hitaki Kakashi. What I like and dislike are none of your business. My dream Here he blushed slightly. "And I have hobbies." Again he blushed slightly. "Now you, Pinky." "I'm Haruna Sakura. I like." She looked at Sasuke and blushed. "I dislike Ino Pig." "My dream is." Again she looked at Sasuke, but blushing even more this time. "Now you," he said, pointing to Naruto. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen. I hate the 3 minutes it takes to prepare ramen. My dream is to one day become Hokage and Yondaime Hokage proud of me." Kakashi raised his eyebrow in slight surprise at Naruto's statement but didn't show more than that. "Now you," he said, pointing to Sasuke. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I don't like much. My dream is more of an ambition, and that is to kill a certain man and rebuild my clan." "Well then, meet me tomorrow morning on Training Field 7 at 5 a.m. for some survival training," said Kakashi, but before he could leave. "Sensei, we did that in the academy," said Sakura. "This is a bit different. This is actually your final test to become real genin," explained Kakashi before he disappeared with a puff of smoke. "So, do you guys want to go get something to eat? I mean, if we are going to be a team, it might not be a bad idea to get to know each other and find out how we're going to work together," suggested Naruto. Sasuke just snorted and walked away. Sakura looked torn between following her crush or staying with Naruto, as his idea was actually really good. Finally she chose to stay with Naruto. "It's okay, Sakura, if you don't want to stay," said Naruto politely. "No, it's okay. I know where Sasuke lives so I can see him later," said Sakura lightly. Naruto wasn't sure if he should be worried about that statement or forget he heard it. "So, what do you want to eat?" How about we get some dango?" "Sure," said Naruto. "Lead the way to the best dango shop in the village." Sakura led Naruto through the village, pointing out a few different shops including Ino's family flower shop. "They have the best flowers in town, just don't ever tell Ino Pig I said that." Naruto bought a few dango for himself, as did Sakura. Together they talked a bit about their skills and abilities. "I don't know much genjutsu, but I'm okay with ninjutsu. I'm really good with taijutsu," said Naruto. "I'm pretty good with genjutsu, but everything else I pretty much stink because I don't have enough chakra," explained Sakura. That wall walking exercise is a good exercise to build your chakra, said Naruto, but you change how you do it a bit. Find a tall tree and just run up and down it as many times as you can. It'll do two things. First, it will force your chakra reserves to increase, and second, it will increase your strength and stamina. Really? Asked Sakura. Yep, said Naruto, it worked really well for me. If you can try to buy a lightweight suit, maybe only 10 to 20 kilograms. That will also help. That sounds a bit extreme, said Sakura. 10 to 20 kilograms isn't that much. Right now I'm wearing a 120 kilogram weight suit, said Naruto. No way, said Sakura in disbelief. How can you still move? Oh, I've been training with weighted suits since I was 7 years old. I started with 10 kilograms and moved up every year after that. About 2 years ago I changed my pattern to where I now increase the weight every few months by a few kilograms. It might be a bit extreme, but it has really helped me increase and control my chakra, explained Naruto. My Nichan trained me with it. I don't know if I could, said Sakura, I'm not that strong. Sure you could, and I bet it would impress Sasuke if you got stronger, said Naruto. He knew the type of person Sasuke was and knew that he was the type impressed by strength. Can you help me choose a good one? Asked Sakura, determined now. Sure. Let's go, said Naruto as he led her to the supply shop he'd scouted out earlier. It wasn't the cheapest shop in town for equipment, but it did carry the best equipment at the best price. Naruto showed her a few different styles of weight suits. He showed her the full bodysuit as well as just weights for the ankles or forearms to choose from. I like the bracelet weights, said Sakura. They're a bit more expensive because they are a little stylish, but it is important to me to look good. Then the bracelet weights it is, said Naruto as he selected two 2.5 kilo bracelets and then two 2.5 kilo anklets. I know you're not partial to the ankle weights, but it is important for you to increase speed. Sakura nodded. She happily paid for the weights and was about to put them on when Naruto stopped her. I'd wait to use those until after the test tomorrow. Who knows what Kakashi-sensei has in mind, said Naruto. Sakura nodded and put the weights in a bag to carry home. While they were there, Naruto looked around as he was considering changing the style of weight he was using. Now that he was going to be an active genin, he needed to be able to easily remove his weights if he needed to. Sakura, which style to think I should go with? Asked Naruto as he looked over the weights. Are you thinking about changing? She asked. Well, my birthday is next week and Shizune-chan always buys me new weights, so I'm considering changing the style I use so they can easily be removed if we're in combat, explained Naruto. Said Sakura as she studied them. I go with the plain black that is designed as a forearm protector and the ankle protector. You're not as concerned with style, so, thanks Sakura-chan, said Naruto with a friendly smile. He felt that he'd made a real friend in Sakura. Now if only he could get that Uchiha bastard to lighten up. Oh well, one thing at a time. Thank you for helping me, Naruto-kun, she replied. She also thought of him as only a friend. Happy to. Now I'd better walk you home and then get home myself, or Kasen is going to strangle me, said Naruto, scratching the back of his head with a fox-like grin. Naruto happily walked his new friend home and then walked home himself. Once again Tsunade gave him the third degree about his team. He made sure to mention to Shizune that he was looking at the shinobi equipment, specifically the weights and the style he wanted to change to. Break, Kakashi-san. What can I do for you this evening? Asked old man Sarutobi. I've just been investigating my students a bit, said Kakashi. Oh, and what do you think? Sasuke could be a problem, said Kakashi. He is obsessed with killing his brother. That was to be expected, said Sarutobi. How about the Haruna girl? She has potential. She didn't impress me at first, but then she and Naruto went to eat after the meeting. I expected her to chase after Sasuke. Anyway, while she was with Naruto, he gave her some very good training advice and she took him quite seriously. I see, and what of Naruto? Asked Sarutobi. He was most interested in this appraisal, though he didn't show it. The first time I saw him today, he was standing on the ceiling practicing a level of chakra control no genin should be capable of. Then when he told me his dream, I won't lie and saw that I wasn't shocked. He said that he wanted to make Yondaime-sensei proud of him. It was actually him that approached his team about getting something to eat to build up some teamwork between them. For that alone I'm prepared to pass both him and Sakura right now. Were you aware that he's been training with weight suits since he was 7? Sarutobi shook his head, feigning ignorance. He's walking around right now with a 120 kilos, said Kakashi. I couldn't handle that much until I was 17. Impressive, said Sarutobi. He had yet to inform Kakashi about a certain resident within Naruto and honestly had no intention of doing so. You'll have to talk to his cousin about that. You may have met her once, Tsunade. Tsunade is his cousin? Asked a stunned Kakashi. Well, that explains a lot. Does he know many jutsu? A fair number, not as many as the Uchiha boy, but what he does know he knows to such a level that you will struggle to find someone with the same level of proficiency as him at any level, explained Sarutobi to the surprised Junin. But don't let that worry you. Tsunade has told me that Naruto is much more interested in being able to use what he knows rather than learning jutsu upon jutsu and then not be able to use them efficiently. I see, said Kakashi. He should be rather easy to train then. I would expect so, said Sarutobi. Oh, and be prepared for anything tomorrow. Do you know something? Asked Kakashi curiously. Maybe, but you'll have to find out for yourself, said Sarutobi, much to Kakashi's annoyance. Break. The next morning Naruto was up early and out of the house before anyone else was even awake. Naruto went by Sakura's first as they agreed to walk together and try and get Sasuke to join them. Morning, Sakura-chan, greeted Naruto energetically. Morning, Naruto-kun, greeted Sakura while trying to stifle a yawn. Not much of a morning person, are you? Asked Naruto with a grin. Shut up, said Sakura, it's too early to tease me. Whatever, said Naruto teasingly, earning him a smack to the back of his head from Sakura. Naruto and Sakura arrived at Sasuke's apartment building as he was just leaving. Morning, Sasuke-kun, shouted Sakura, now effectively awake. Sasuke snorted and started walking. Naruto and Sakura joined him, walking on either side of him. 2 hours later. What the hell is it with this guy? Demanded Naruto. I know what my first gift I ever buy this guy is going to be, an alarm clock. Naruto-kun, save your energy for when he gets here, said Sakura, then we can pound him into the ground together. Naruto couldn't help chuckling at that. It also helped him to relax. Yo, said Kakashi as he finally arrived. You're late, shouted Naruto and Sakura together. You see, I got lost on the road of life, he replied lamely. Liar, the pair shouted together. Anyway, said Kakashi, you have until this clock chimes to take a bell from me, otherwise you will fail and be sent back to the academy. But sensei, there are only 2 bells, said Sakura. One of you will fail no matter what, said Kakashi. Ready, go. Then he vanished. The 3 all scattered in different directions. Well, that isn't exactly accurate. Sasuke went off on his own. Naruto and Sakura went off on together. Naruto, why are you following me? Asked a peeved Sakura. It's a trick to divide us, said Naruto, we're supposed to work together. Sakura thought on it for only a moment before she nodded and agreed. I should have thought of that. Iruka-sensei is always telling us to see underneath the underneath. Exactly, said Naruto. Any clue how we get Sasuke to work with us? Let him fail his first attempt, said Sakura, then force him to help us. I never thought I'd hear you say something like that, said Naruto, truly surprised that she was willing to admit that Sasuke could fail anything. For the little time that he'd seen her in class, she'd always fawned over the boy like every other girl in the academy. But for her to say that really caught him off guard. Why not? Asked a slightly offended Sakura. Well, your past attitude always suggested that you, though Sasuke was infallible, said Naruto. Well, maybe you've influenced me a bit already, said Sakura teasingly. So for now we just wait and watch, said Naruto, changing the subject. He wasn't prepared for Sakura to act so differently. Yep, said Sakura as she took to the treetops. Naruto followed behind her. They both had to sit and watch as Sasuke was embarrassed and then buried up to his neck in the dirt. Now we talk to him, said Naruto as he hopped down to face the guy. Hey Sasuke, having fun yet? Go away, I can take care of myself, protested the angry boy. Sasuke-kun, be nice, said Sakura, we have to work together if we want to pass. This is a team building exercise. Sasuke snorted, you two will just slow me down. Naruto was reaching his limit with this guy's attitude. Naruto performed a few fast hand seals that neither of his teammates could track before he hit the ground and caused the dirt around Sasuke to crumble, letting him free. From there Naruto grabbed the front of Sasuke's shirt and lifted him into the air. Listen up, asshole. I've put up with about as much of your shit as I'm going to. We are a team, and if you really want to fail this exam, then keep going to the way you are. If you want to pass, you can join Sakura and I in getting those bells, or are you afraid to work with someone else? With that, Naruto dropped Sasuke on his behind rather roughly before he turned and stalked off. I want you to pass, Sasuke-kun, but Naruto-kun is right, said Sakura as she followed after him. Once Sakura caught up with Naruto, she spoke. Is he coming? Naruto smirked before nodding. Their ploy worked perfectly. So what's the plan, Dobi? Asked Sasuke to Naruto. Sakura, asked Naruto looking to her. Break, impressive, thought Kakashi as he watched Naruto and Sakura get Sasuke to work with them. Kakashi decided that now was the time to test Naruto and Sakura. He charged into the clearing where they planning only to be shocked when he discovered they were only Bunshin. Then from behind him Naruto and Sasuke attacked with taijutsu. Sasuke was attacking with a fairly standard academy taijutsu. Naruto was the one he was interested in though. He wasn't that surprised though when Naruto attacked using a taijutsu that was common among medic nin. But it made sense as his mother was the legendary medic nin Tsunade. Somehow he was a bit disappointed as if he'd been expecting something more. As he studied Naruto's moves though he noticed how unnaturally he was moving and how foreign the moves seemed. Then it occurred to him that Naruto was trying to protect his true taijutsu style. Why exactly he wasn't sure. Kakashi was so concentrated on studying the fighting style of Sasuke and more importantly Naruto that he didn't notice Sakura going after the bells until it was almost too late. Luckily he did notice and managed to escape it and get some clearance between him and his students. Not bad teamwork, said Kakashi, but I'm afraid that time is. He paused for the ding of the timer. Up. Kuso, shouted Naruto. Sakura hung her head. Sasuke charged forward intending to TTACK. Faster than the eye could see, Kakashi had Sasuke on the ground on his stomach with a kunai to the back of his neck. I could kill you now. Don't, said Naruto, he just wanted to win, we all did. Kakashi tightened his grip but then relaxed and smiled through his mask. You all pass. Then he bent low next to Sasuke's ear. But you just barely. Kakashi stood releasing the young Uchiha. Good teamwork, Naruto and Sakura. You two actually passed yesterday. When you tried to build up some teamwork between you. Next time, Sasuke, you'll remember how important teamwork is. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, said Sakura brightly. Naruto just grinned and nodded. Sasuke looked pissed. So, meet me tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock on the bridge near the North Gate. We start missions and team training, said Kakashi. Naruto. Walk with me. Naruto nodded nervously but followed his sensei. Once they were out of earshot of his teammates, Kakashi spoke. Naruto, is there any specific reason you used a medic nin taijutsu style? I thought it would be useful for Sakura-chan to see it, said Naruto. I think she'd make a great medic nin. I already recommended her to Shizune-chan for training. Shizune said though that she'd prefer you gave the recommendation. I see, then that style is not your preferred style? No sir, said Naruto honestly. Sometimes the best way to hide something is to hide out in the open. Is there any other reason you didn't use your preferred style? I was too nervous and didn't feel comfortable using that style yet, said Naruto. I'm still learning it, but I've learned medic nin taijutsu since I could start training. Kasen still hopes that I'll become a medic nin, but that just not for me. I see, said Kakashi. Well, as long as you are proficient with that style of fighting, I don't mind. You can use your other style when you feel more comfortable with it. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto with a polite bow. Have a good afternoon then, said Kakashi dismissing Naruto. Once Naruto was gone, Kakashi was left with his thoughts. He is hiding something big, thought Kakashi, but what? Chapter 3 Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or any of the characters created by Kishimoto-sensei. A.N. Some people have made mention at how easily Naruto relates to girls. There is a very obvious reason for this, as growing up he was only exposed to women. He understands them better than he does men, hence he has so much difficulty talking to Sasuke and becoming his friend. Now, before anyone jumps to any conclusions. Naruto is still a man and quite masculine, he just happens to understand women better than the rest of us poor male bastards. This sucks, complained Naruto as he continued to weed the garden. He wasn't happy about it. Stop complaining, Naruto-kun, said Sakura. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can train. Oh Sakura, said Kakashi, did I forget to tell you that you've been nominated for medic nin training? What? Asked a surprised Sakura. Yeah, I guess I did forget, said Kakashi. Well, this afternoon is your first lesson with Shizune. You are to meet her at 2 p.m. in the hospital classroom 4. Congratulations Sakura-chan, said Naruto with a grin. Hinata-chan will be there with you too, she was also nominated. Hinata? Asked Sakura. How do you know this? Shizune is my sister, remember? Said Naruto. I hear these things. Then you knew I'd been nominated? Yeah, but Kakashi-sensei had to approve it, explained Naruto. Sandaime Hokage has started a new program requiring that one genin in every team learn a number of medic jutsu. Partially because it would reduce the mortality rate a bit, and second to test new genin for the potential to become medic nin. The level of chakra control you have already makes you ideal, just like Hinata-chan. This is really great, said Sakura excitedly. Did anyone else get approved? I think Choji is his name, said Naruto. Apparently his family is quite proficient in the creation of medicines. I thought the only thing the Akamichi clan was known for was eating, said Sakura with a snort of laughter. That's not very nice, said Naruto. Oh yeah, we're going out for my birthday this weekend. You're all invited. It's just dinner, so don't worry if you can't. I'll be there, said Sakura, giving Naruto a thumbs up, though he could see it was a bit strained from the weighted bracelet she was wearing. Sasuke snorted, signaling that he wouldn't be coming. I'll drop in, said Kakashi before turning back to his little orange book. Hinata-chan is coming too, said Naruto to Sakura. You certainly have a way with the ladies, don't you? Asked Kakashi, fairly impressed. Huh? Asked Naruto, confused. He obviously didn't understand the question. The rest of that mission passed by soon enough. Sasuke refused to train with Naruto and went home. Sakura went to her first lesson for becoming a medic nin. This left Naruto alone as Kakashi went off to do whatever it is that he does. Well, I think it's time for a little training, said Naruto, rubbing his hands together. He ran home as fast as he could and grabbed the Yondaime scroll for the 4th stage and then ran off to his private training spot. Break 1 week passed with missions in the morning and some form of training in the afternoon. Soon enough it was the weekend and time for Naruto's birthday dinner. This year Naruto managed to convince Tsunade to have his dinner in a regular restaurant instead of a pub. Sakura and Hinata were both there, as was Shizune and Tsunade. Thank you both for coming, said Naruto to Sakura and Hinata. Hinata blushed deeply, but Sakura smiled and gave Naruto a small friendly hug. You both know Shizune-chan. This is my cousin. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Uzumaki, said Hinata with a polite bow. Poor Hinata thought she did something wrong when Tsunade and Shizune both collapse in laughter. Don't mind them, Hinata-chan, said Naruto. Cousin isn't my cousin by blood. Oh, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, said Hinata. Hinata-chan, Sakura-chan. Please just call me Tsunade, said Naruto's cousin with a grin. Nice to meet you, Tsunade-sama, said Sakura with a bow. Drop the sama, would you? Ordered Tsunade. You're Naruto-kun's friends, so the formality isn't really needed. Oh, stuttered Hinata as she blushed and held out a package to Naruto. For you, Naruto-kun. Naruto seemed puzzled for a moment but took the package. Thank you, Hinata-chan, but you didn't have to do that. I wanted to, said Hinata softly while turning very red with embarrassment. Naruto-kun, from me, said Sakura, handing him a box as well. Thank you, Sakura-chan, but again you didn't have to, said Naruto, smiling and scratching the back of his head. Did Sasuke-kun come? Asked Sakura. No, I don't think he will, said Naruto, a little disappointed. He'd been trying very hard to become friends with Sasuke, but the guy just wasn't interested. Come on kids, let's eat, said Tsunade as the food arrived. And so they all ate, talking and laughing and just enjoying each other's company. Just before the gifts were to be opened, Kakashi arrived. Yo, sorry I'm late, you see there was this old lady and… Liar, shouted Naruto and Sakura. Kakashi-kun, said Tsunade in her dangerous voice. Naruto reflexively inched away from her. What's this I've been hearing about you not arriving on time? I've also been hearing tales about a little orange book, is this true? Kakashi swallowed nervously. Well, Naruto, here's a small gift, happy birthday, bye. Just like that, Kakashi had come and gone. What a strange guy, said Hinata. You have no idea, said Sakura and Naruto together. Well now, let's open these gifts, said Tsunade with a bright smile to her son. Naruto opened Kakashi's first. It was a set of kunai, but they were unlike any kunai he'd ever seen before. What kind of kunai are these? Those are the ones designed by Yondaime, said Tsunade. Treat those well, they're in limited supply. I'll have to thank him later, said Naruto with a smile. Next he opened Sakura's gift. It was a utility vest that was popular amongst shinobi. It was completely black and had his clan symbol on the backside of it. Thank you, Sakura-chan, this is great. You're welcome, Naruto-kun, replied Sakura with a grin. Naruto tried not to laugh because she had frosting stuck to her teeth. It didn't last long once Tsunade snorted and soon they were all laughing at Sakura. Eventually they explained why they were laughing and she licked her teeth clean despite her crimson blush. Hinata's gift was next. It was a photo album and inside was a picture of the two of them that one of their friends took. Thank you, Hinata-chan, that's very nice. Who took the picture? Ino-san said she took it by accident, so she gave it to me since she didn't know you, explained a blushing Hinata. Thank you, I'll have to get a camera now so I can take more pictures of my friends and family to add to this album, said Naruto with a smile. You're welcome, Naruto-kun, said Hinata, blushing even more if that were possible. Here you go, said Shizune, trying to slide the box across the floor to him. I'm not even going to try lifting it this time. Naruto smiled and opened the box to find the exact style of weight he wanted. You do listen. Shizune glared at him for that comment. Unlike you. What was that? Asked Naruto, intentionally earning a laugh from the table and an exasperated sigh from Shizune. Tsunade passed him his customary 2 boxes. The first box had a new outfit for him. The second box had 5 new technique scrolls. Now before you ask, I figure that with you doing missions and such that you wouldn't have as much time to learn new techniques, explained Tsunade. This is great, Kasen, said Naruto, you always get me the best gifts. Tsunade smiled warmly at the boy. The last hour passed quickly. Naruto was made to walk both his friends home. Because Sakura was closest, he dropped her off first with a short hug good night. Next he walked Hinata home. Thank you for inviting me, Naruto-kun, said Hinata. I'm sure you've been to plenty of birthdays, said Naruto. Not really, said Hinata, but still thank you very much for inviting me. Happy to, said Naruto. Well, I do believe this is your stop. They were standing outside the gates to a large estate. Yes, said Hinata, and then much to Naruto's shock and surprise, Hinata gave him a quick kiss before running inside the compound. Naruto was frozen on the same spot, deeply confused. Eventually Naruto shook himself from his stupor and went home. Kasen, called Naruto when he entered the house. What is it, Naruto? Called a voice from upstairs. Kasen, can we talk? Tsunade came down the stairs calmly. What is it? Naruto sat on the couch waiting for Tsunade to join him. Tsunade took the hint and sat down next to him and put her arm around him. Kasen, tonight when I took Hinata home, before she went inside, she and I don't, but what? Naruto spoke, trying to find the right words. Hinata gave you your first kiss, huh? Asked Tsunade, somehow translating in the way that only a mother could. Yeah, said Naruto, confused. Well, I think it is fairly safe to say that she likes you, said Tsunade. I mean, she kissed you. Gave you a picture of the two of you together. As always, blushing around you. I think I figured out that she likes me, Kasen, said Naruto, slightly perturbed, but what the hell should I do? Do you like her? Asked Tsunade. She's my friend, said Naruto, not know what else to say. Have you ever thought about kissing her? Asked Tsunade. Not until she kissed me tonight, said Naruto calmly yet slightly perturbed. Well, I would suggest that you just not worry about it for now. If in a week you're still thinking about kissing her, then we'll worry about it then, said Tsunade. Thanks, Kasen, but I still don't know what to do, said Naruto. Go to bed, said Tsunade, ruffling his hair. Night, Kasen, said Naruto as he headed for his room. Don't forget to change your weights before you go to bed, reminded Tsunade as he closed his door. Break, damn it, Kakashi-sensei, no more D missions, complained Naruto as they were waiting for their mission assignment. The old man behind the desk chuckled. Naruto approached him. Hey old man, give something better than another of these stupid D missions. We've already done 10 of them. Can't you at least give us a C mission? The third chuckled for a moment and then grabbed a scroll and threw hard at Naruto. He was only slightly surprised when Naruto caught the scroll. Then Naruto looked at the scroll. Yes, finally a C-rank mission, said Naruto running back to his team. Sarutobi looked at his desk and realized that he accidentally threw the C mission at him instead of the D mission. He shook his head and rubbed his eyes as there was no way he'd be able to get that C mission back from Naruto. What's the deal? Asked Kakashi looking over Naruto's shoulder at the scroll. Escort duty, said Naruto, and guard duty. A village just across the border in Wave Country has been having trouble with bandits attacking bridge builders. Really? Asked Kakashi. This should be a good experience for you all to get out of the village? So you're going to let us keep it? Asked Naruto in surprise. Would you really let me take it back to the Hokage? Asked Kakashi. Good point, let's go, said Naruto. You three go home and pack, I'll take care of the details. We'll meet at the East Gate in an hour, said Kakashi. His three pupils nodded before leaving the building. An hour later the three young genin were anxiously awaiting their sensei and the man they were supposed to escort. You three are supposed to escort me? Asked the large old man that smelled of sake. You the chief bridge builder? Asked Sakura with a bit of disgust. Name's Tazuna, said the old man. Great, said Naruto. Now where the hell is Kakashi-sensei? Yo, said the man in question announcing his arrival. Only a minute late this time, that's a huge improvement, said Naruto sarcastically. Just for that you can take point, said Kakashi. Yes, said Naruto excitedly, to him that wasn't a punishment at all. The point man was usually the one that got the most action. The trip from Konoha was uneventful for the most part. Sakura spent a bit of time explaining about the different countries, but it was nothing Naruto didn't already know, have lived in all of those places at one time or another while growing up. Luckily Naruto wasn't paying attention to Sakura or he would have missed the fake puddle that two mist nin were hiding in. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, called Naruto. I know Naruto, said Kakashi. Okay, said Naruto as he suddenly dropped into a fighting stance and charged forward toward the puddle that was now changing into two men. They were fast as they wrapped a long chain around Kakashi and cut him to ribbons before Naruto could get close enough to help. Luckily Naruto could tell that it was a log that was actually cut to pieces. Naruto attacked one of the mist nin using a medic nin taijutsu style while Sasuke attacked the other. Sakura was protecting Tazuna. Naruto only had to delay the nin as before either he or Sasuke could take them. Kakashi decimated them in moments. The demon brothers, nasty little buggers, said Kakashi. They like to poison their victims. Kakashi was preparing to interrogate them when they both began to foam at the mouth. They killed themselves. Tazuna was looking shocked. Tazuna-san, I feel there is something that you're not telling us, said Kakashi seriously. I'll tell you everything when we're a bit closer to my village, said Tazuna as he looked around nervously. Kakashi sighed and nodded. The mission had already been accepted and there was no turning back now despite the change in mission parameters. At the border they caught a ferry across the river. The boatman was rather nervous about it too. Naruto couldn't help thinking that the boatman seemed more nervous than was necessary for the area just having problems with bandits. A couple years ago a new crime boss came to power in the area by the name of Gato, began Tazuna. He is an evil man who is making a lot of money on the black market trade in the era. He doesn't want this bridge finished because it will affect his black market. It would seem that he has hired shinobi to stop me from finishing the bridge. I see, said Kakashi. Well, we'll have to send Konoha representatives to renegotiate the fees once the mission is complete. That's fine, we'll pay in the future, but now we are too poor. We could barely afford to hire you, said the man. You'll definitely pay for it later. The charge for change of mission status is quite expensive, explained Kakashi, but that doesn't matter right now. Thank you, said Tazuna very emotionally. Not much longer after that they were let off the ferry in the city. Come, we'll stay with my family tonight, said Tazuna. We live outside the city. Show us the way, said Kakashi. Naruto, you're still on point. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto. They didn't get too far outside the village when Kakashi suddenly yelled, everybody down. Naruto dropped to the ground quickly as did Sakura. Sasuke also dropped, but he took Old Man Tazuna with him. Naruto watched as a large sword flew through the air where their heads had been previously to end up stuck in a tree. In whirl of wind and water a man appeared standing on the blade. "You three guard Tazuna," said Kakashi, "I'll take care of him." "Take care of me, will you?" asked the assailant. "I am Momichi Zabuza, Devil of the Mist. Who are you?" "Hitaki Kakashi," he replied lightly. "Ah, the infamous copy ninja, owner of the single Sharingan eye," said Zabuza. "Legend for having learned over 1,000 jutsu. Perhaps you are worthy." Kakashi shrugged, not really caring. Naruto could sense that Sasuke was on edge the instant that the Sharingan was mentioned, and more so by the fact that it had been revealed that Kakashi had one. It did nothing to Naruto as he already knew about the Sharingan eye from his cousin. Sakura, however, was just confused. All three were on defense around Tazuna though as the situation dictated. Kakashi moved slowly to reveal his single Sharingan eye by moving his forehead protector up. Meanwhile Zabuza removed his sword from the tree and jumped into the water. In that moment a very unnatural mist settled in all around them. Without warning Zabuza appeared and stabbed Kakashi with a kunai. It was quite surprising however when Kakashi popped into a mass of water. Faster than any of them could track, Kakashi appeared and stabbed Zabuza only for Zabuza to pop into a mass of water. After that Kakashi was quite cautious. Naruto felt the hairs on the back of his neck raise in warning. He dove forward and tackled Tazuna to the ground just in time to dodge a heavy swing of Zabuza's sword. Zabuza probably would have killed him and his teammates with that swing, but lucky for his teammates Kakashi blocked the sword from hitting them. "You're good," said Zabuza in a stained voice as he continued to push his blade toward Kakashi. Then in a fast move Zabuza let up his force on the sword only to kick Kakashi hard, sending him into the water. Kakashi recovered quickly, but it was too late. Zabuza already had him in some form of water prison. "Take Tazuna-san and run," yelled Kakashi, but it was in vain as another water clone appeared. Sasuke was the first to charge in and unfortunately for the Genin team he was quite reckless. Faster than Sasuke could react, Zabuza had him pinned to the ground. "Sakura, stay with Tazuna, I'll try and help Sasuke," said Naruto. Naruto knew that Kakashi would probably know all of the jutsu he learned from Tsunade and Shizune save the Kirameki, and as Sasuke's life was on the line he couldn't afford to hold much back. On the other hand it was only a Mizu Bunshin, which was only 1/10 the strength of the original. Naruto made 2 quick seals, Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. After having learned the original Bunshin technique he'd found a way to cut out the other 2 seals and skip ahead to the end result, thus negating the effects of the Sharingan eye. All around Naruto and Sakura 30 shadow clones appeared. "2 of you stay with Sakura-chan, the rest of you let's teach this guy a lesson." All the clones nodded before initiating an attack. Naruto stuck with his medic taijutsu as he wasn't feeling desperate enough yet to use his other style. First 5 Narutos charged forward in an attempt to get Zabuza to give Sasuke clearance to get free. 3 of the 5 were killed instantly, but the other 2 managed to knock the leg away that was holding Sasuke down, giving him the chance to escape and recover. Kakashi was impressed by how well coordinated Naruto was with all of his clones, not to mention the fact that he was just impressed with Naruto's ability to use such a high-level jutsu so easily. The 2 clones that succeeded in setting Sasuke free were destroyed an instant later. Next 2 clones charged forward to attack, but it was only a feint for the other 4 that attacked from the sides. Sadly, none of them were successful. Naruto's clones were very quickly getting picked off. Lucky for Naruto, Zabuza and his Mizu Bunshin were so busy watching the attacking clones none of them sensed or saw what Naruto was really doing. The real Zabuza's eyes widened in shock when his Mizu Bunshin was actually destroyed. Naruto didn't care for Doden Jutsu very much at all, but in this situation it happened to have worked to his advantage. His clones slowly but surely moved the Mizu clone into position. Just as the last clone was destroyed, creating a large blast of smoke than any of the others, from directly below the clone Naruto erupted from the ground wielding one of the Yondaime's kunai. He literally sliced the clone in half. "Surprising," said Zabuza. It was less than a second later that he was surprised even more when Naruto and Sasuke both appeared at the waterfront, making duplicate seals extremely quickly for Genin. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. the pair said together, taking a deep breath of air and chakra, then blowing it out in a massive fireball. Zabuza had no choice but to abandon the water prison that held Kakashi. After the fire attack finished, Sasuke gave Naruto a dirty look for using the fire technique. Worse though was the fact that Naruto's fireball was larger than Sasuke's. Kakashi was very quickly back in action, but he would be sure to praise his genin team. After all, he believed that any shinobi that would abandon a teammate was worth less than trash. Kakashi matched off with Zabuza on top of the water. They each exchanged a few quick strikes, but nothing too serious. Naruto could tell that they were testing each other again, as could Sasuke and Sakura. Finally, Zabuza began a series of hand seals which Kakashi was copying perfectly. Suiden Suiryuden no Jutsu. Out of the water erupted two huge water dragons, then killed each other moments later, much to Zabuza's annoyance. As soon as the water settled, he began another set of seals, but there were many more and much faster. He got about half through when he decided to taunt Kakashi. The problem with this was simply that Kakashi continued through to finish the jutsu, Suiden Daibakufu no Jutsu. Zabuza's eyes widened in panic as an enormous blast of water hit him and drove him over land and through several trees, finally ending with him leaning heavily against a tree. Before the man could move again, Kakashi had put several kunai into the man. Naruto and the other approached quickly to help if they could. Kakashi was about to deliver the final blow when two senbon cut through the air and went cleanly into the man's neck, effectively killing him. The group all turned to look at the source of the senbon to see a boy with a mist village hunter nin mask. Excuse for interrupting, but the death of Momichi Zabuza is a matter of my honor as a hunter nin. Ah, no problem, said Kakashi. He's all yours. The hunter nin bowed before picking up the body and disappearing. That was strange, said Kakashi just before he collapsed. Sakura hurried forward and used the analyzing jutsu that she'd learned the second day of her medic training. It's chakra depletion. Shizune Sensei has mentioned that this is one of the most common ailments of shinobi after a large battle. Will he be alright? Asked Tazuna. He should be fine, said Sakura. He'll have to rest for a week or so. We should move on. Something about that wasn't right, said Sasuke seriously. My home isn't much further from her, said Tazuna. Come on, let's hurry. Naruto and Sasuke carried Kakashi between them. Sakura took point just in front of Tazuna. The rest of the walk to the old man's house was only about 30 minutes. Once inside, Tazuna's daughter hurried about trying to help them with Kakashi. The next day around mid-afternoon, Kakashi finally woke up. Yo, he said jovially to his three students as they stood guard over his body. Kakashi-sensei, said Sakura, thank goodness you're awake. Don't worry so much, Sakura, said Kakashi. Guess I have chakra depletion, finished Sakura for him. You'll need to rest for a while. Good diagnosis, said Kakashi to Sakura. So, for today I want you all to rest and recover yourselves. Tomorrow morning I'll arrange for a bit of training for all of you. Something back there didn't seem right, said Sasuke from the back. Said Kakashi thoughtfully. That hunter nin was a fake. Standard procedure is to destroy the body immediately. Why didn't you stop him if you knew? Asked Naruto hotly. Because I would have been killed and so would you, said Kakashi. I was tapped out completely from that technique. But not to worry, it will take about 2 weeks for Zabuza to recover completely. By then you should be back in full health, said Sakura knowingly. Exactly, Zabuza won't act before then, said Kakashi calmly. So, as I said, relax today and tomorrow we'll train. Yes, sensei, said Sakura with a bow. The others just nodded. The next morning Team 7 found themselves standing in the forest near Tazuna's home. So, today you're going to learn to climb trees, Kakashi said, looking to Sasuke only. It will improve your control a lot. Sakura, I want you to improve on your chakra capacity, stamina, and speed, so you will also be climbing trees, but I want you to run up and down them as many times as you can, but first show Sasuke how to do it. Naruto, come with me. Kakashi then turned and headed back towards Tazuna's place. Together they walked just past Tazuna's and to the river. I just want to teach you how to walk on water today, and then starting tomorrow you'll be standing guard over Tazuna and the other bridge workers, said Kakashi as he walked onto the river surface. Naruto concentrated chakra to his feet and then stepped on. He was very wobbly at first, but eventually he got the hang of it. He spent the rest of that day simply running and jumping on the water to learn how his chakra needed to move for each activity. The next day, as promised, Naruto was sent with Tazuna into town while Sasuke and Sakura spent their time training. The day was completely uneventful save him stopping a petty thief from stealing some lady's purse when they were shopping in town. Naruto was very saddened by the state of water country. The last time he'd been in the country was long ago when the economy was quite a bit better than it is now. It had once been a very beautiful place filled with several vacation resorts and casinos, but with the increase in crime and decrease of shinobi things had gotten steadily worse. The next week and a half proceeded in exactly this fashion. Naruto, now that I'm better and Sasuke and Sakura have improved so much, we'll go to the bridge tomorrow morning and you can sleep in for a change and join us later, said Kakashi as Naruto was entering his room to sleep. Thanks Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto, more than grateful. He hated having to wake up so early in the morning when he didn't have to. Naruto was only too happy for the extra sleep. It was a mistake for anyone to interrupt that promised sleep, but that is exactly what happened. There was a large noise in the kitchen followed by Tsunami yelling at Inari, the little brat. Then Inari began to yell even more loudly, waking Naruto up completely. When Naruto came down the stairs, he was pissed. He'd planned to beat the crap out of Inari for being so loud and such a brat. The two samurai thugs attempting to kidnap both Inari and Tsunami quickly took Inari's place in the line for getting the shit kicked out of themselves. Naruto didn't even give the thugs a chance to draw their swords before he was on them. He didn't hold back from using the Kirameki Taijutsu in combination with Kirameki no Jutsu, seeing as they wouldn't copy it and none of his teammates were there to see it. Tsunami and Inari were confused when they saw a few yellow flashes and then saw Naruto standing over the two thugs, taking turns kicking each of them and berating them for waking him up. "You two okay?" asked Naruto after he was satisfied and had tied the thugs up. They both nodded dumbly. "Great, if these two are here then it is a safe bet that my teammates are under attack as well, so as long as you two are okay then I'm going to get dressed and join them at the bridge," said Naruto quickly before he ran up the stairs. The pair downstairs were stunned as Naruto ran up the stairs, then moments later ran down the stairs and out the door. Naruto moved as fast as he could with his weights to get to the bridge. It only took about 20 minutes, which was normal at top speed for Naruto. Naruto arrived at the edge of the bridge to see the far end covered in a chakra-rich mist, but it wasn't overly thick that he couldn't see his teammates. Naruto could see that Sasuke was trapped inside some kind of ice prison, but as he got closer he saw they were in fact mirrors, and there was that same hunter nin moving from mirror to mirror attacking Sasuke with Senbon. Sakura was standing guard on Tazuna while Kakashi and Zabuza were talking. What the hell are they talking about? Wondered Naruto to himself. He knew that Kakashi could handle Zabuza, but Sasuke was in trouble and needed help. So without thinking it through too carefully, Naruto entered the same area Sasuke was trapped in. "You idiot," yelled Sasuke. "Why did you come in here?" "Because you need help," Naruto answered as though it were common sense. "And how are you supposed to help me from in here?" asked Sasuke rhetorically. "I guess I should think a bit more before I just leap in next time," said Naruto, scratching his head. "Are you two done?" asked the hunter nin in the mirror. "Can we continue this?" "Just hold your horses," said Naruto, trying to aggravate the nin. Sasuke just about snapped. The hunter nin just laughed at them both before he attacked rapidly. Naruto could barely trace the guy's movement, but he was too weighed down at the moment to do anything. Meanwhile, he took note of the fact that the mist outside the prison had become extremely thick, preventing Kakashi from seeing inside the mirrored prison. "This sucks," said Naruto as he once again attempted to dodge another barrage of Senbon. As he had not been dodging as long as Sasuke had, he fared a bit better than him. Naruto knew that Sasuke couldn't take much more at this rate. Truth be told, now that Sasuke had activated his Sharingan, Naruto was just waiting for him to collapse so that he could really fight. As luck would have it, on the next time around by the hunter nin, Sasuke finally took one too many Senbon. But Sasuke had gotten a rather heavy hit on the hunter nin at his own expense. "He was a skilled fighter. I'm sorry I had to kill one as young as he," said the hunter nin. "Who do you think you're fooling?" asked Naruto with a joke. "You've purposely not been aiming for critical points. Look here, you can see where you hit him in a spot that would only knock him out." "Are you a medic nin?" asked the hunter nin. "No, But I know a few, said Naruto with a grin. Now, why don't we fight this out properly? The hunter Nin bowed his assent. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. What's yours? Asked Naruto as he undid the straps securing his shin weights. They fell off and hit the pavement, causing it to crack underneath. He then removed the weights on his forearms, which hit the ground, causing a bit larger crack due to the distance they fell, even though they weighed the same. Haku, said the boy. Naruto could hear the slight fear in his voice that he knew was a result of the weights being removed. Haku then sank back into his mirrors. He moved quickly to send a senbon at Naruto as he moved to another mirror, but he never got there as Naruto intercepted him and punched him in the side of the head, sending the boy crashing rather painfully to the pavement. Naruto used a medic nin strike that was designed to hit a pressure point and numb the subject's legs for a few seconds. You are a medic nin, said the boy as he stood immediately and dropped into a medic nin stance, but you're not as good as me. Ah, so you are medic nin then, said Naruto as he saw the stance. Is this your way of saying that you want to fight medic taijutsu versus medic taijutsu? As you are too fast for my mirrors, I have no choice but to engage you in this way, said Haku calmly. Right, well, as I said before, I'm not really a medic nin, said Naruto. Now I've been waiting for a chance to test my true taijutsu style for a while now against a worthy opponent. I can't use it in front of the others because their damn Sharingan eyes could steal my techniques just by watching me use it. That is simply not an option, so you are quite the fortunate find. Naruto then changed his stance from that of a medic nin to that of Kirameki first position. Haku charged forward fast. He struck first with a high punch, but as his hand approached Naruto, he saw a yellow flash and Naruto was no longer where he had last seen him. Then there was another flash and he felt a fist being buried deeply into his gut, sending him back to the pavement painfully. Haku slowly climbed to his feet and shook his head. He didn't understand what those flashes were or why they suddenly started. He looked again at Naruto, but then there were a series of quick yellow flashes each time, showing Naruto in a different position as he approached. Just after the last flash, Haku saw Naruto throwing a wide arcing knife hand strike aiming for the side of his neck, causing him to move his arm to block the strike. Before Naruto hit him, Haku saw another flash of yellow light freezing the image before him, yet he still felt the heavy strike of the knife hand against his left forearm. It flashed again to show a palm heel strike about to hit him dead center of his chest. Naruto's open hand hit the boy hard, pushing all the air out of his lungs and breaking several ribs along with it. Haku knew in that instant that he had lost this fight, and yet he'd barely done anything. Whatever it was this boy had done, he could not see through it, and now he was about to die. Naruto stopped after shattering the boy's rib cage. Haku was no longer a threat to him or his team. The boy would be very hard pressed to move, and it was like that his lungs were punctured by the broken ribs. The amount of blood that began to bubble out of Haku's chest told Naruto that Haku would be dead in a few minutes. As such, Naruto released the Kirameki no Jutsu. Naruto felt horrible guilt for killing the boy, but his cousin had always told him that killing was part of being a shinobi, and as much as he may not like it, it could not be avoided entirely. The only thing lessening the guilt was the fact that he killed the boy in defense of his teammates. Just as Haku bubbled his last bloody breath, the mist cleared to reveal Kakashi with his hand buried in Zabuza's chest. Kakashi had killed the man. Kakashi wrenched his hand out of the man's chest, letting him fall to the ground. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief before he returned to Sasuke's side and put his shin guards and forearm guards back on. He then turned to Sasuke and began to remove the needles from the cut-off veins that knocked him out. Kakashi walked over to Sakura and relieved her in order to check on Sasuke. Just about the time she reached Sasuke, he sat up abruptly, taking in a great gasp of air before coughing a few times. There, better now, said Naruto as he stood and left Sakura to tend to Sasuke. Down at the other end of the bridge, Naruto and Kakashi both noticed that there was a boat unloading a lot of samurai thugs. Yo, said Kakashi as Naruto approached, you okay? Sure, said Naruto, a little subdued. First kill? Asked Kakashi. Yes, answered Naruto. Don't worry about it, said Kakashi. You'll learn how to deal with it. Is Sasuke okay? He'll be fine, said Naruto. What do you want to do about those thugs? Let them deal with it, said Kakashi, pointing to the villagers rushing onto the bridge. Could you at least get Gato? Asked Tazuna. He's actually here in the open. There will never be a better chance to kill him. Fine, but you'll be charged for an assassination, said Kakashi with a sigh. Fine, said Tazuna, eager to be rid of such an enormous menace to his people. Kakashi then rushed down the bridge, cutting through thug after thug as he made a straight line to the only man in a suit, Gadu. It wasn't much longer before Kakashi returned with the dead man's body. Contract fulfilled. After Gadu died, the villagers were so excited that the samurai thugs didn't last long and were quickly killed or ran away. The next month passed as the bridge was completed without any further trouble. It was time to return to Konoha. Chapter 4 Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or any of the characters created by Kishimoto-sensei. Naruto had considered many things on his journey back from the country of waves. He thought about his first kill, a boy not much older than himself. He analyzed his taijutsu against that boy. In truth, that boy never stood much of a chance against Naruto in a taijutsu fight, even if Naruto had used a medic taijutsu. Naruto also thought about the training he'd have to do once he returned to Konoha. He needed to get faster and a lot stronger. He'd almost improved his Kirameki now to where it almost didn't require hand seals any longer. Well, it didn't require hand seals about 90 of the time now anyway. And then there was also water walking, which was several times more difficult than climbing trees. But it was excellent training for him. The one thing that didn't cross Naruto's mind until he saw the village gates was Hinata. In all the time he'd been away from the village, he hadn't once thought of the girl. And yet now, as he approached the village gates, he couldn't seem to think about anything else. The problem was that he didn't know how to feel about her. She was his friend, and that was very important to him. On the other hand, she was very pretty, even if she didn't show it very much. As the gates now loomed 15 feet in front of him, he decided that he would just wait until he next saw her to decide on his feelings. Well, mission successful, said Kakashi before they entered the gates, drawing Naruto out of his reverie. You've got the next 2 days off to recuperate. I'll meet you all in the usual spot then. With that, Sakura followed after Sasuke like a little lost puppy. After Sasuke had been injured in that fight with Haku, she just wouldn't leave his side no matter how many times she was asked to do something else. Naruto had to hope that now that they were back in the village that she would finally calm down again, but his hopes of that happening weren't very high. Naruto had one destination in mind now that he was free for a few days: home. Kakashi meanwhile had another destination. Kakashi lazily walked through town reading his favorite dirty book. After a while he finally arrived at the Hokage Tower to deliver his report to the Hokage. "Ah, Kakashi-san," greeted Sarutobi, "good to see you back safely." "We got lucky in that regard," said Kakashi with a neutral expression. He then proceeded to relate the story of the mission to the Hokage. "How skilled then would you say that Hunter Nin was?" asked Sarutobi at the end. "At least Chunin, pretty close to Junin," said Kakashi. "The way he picked apart Sasuke was efficient." "I see, and you say that Naruto defeated him?" asked Sarutobi. "Yes, from what I could tell after examining the body, Naruto delivered a very clean hit directly to the chest. It was a perfect strike on Naruto's part that broke all of that boy's ribs, effectively puncturing his lungs and leading ultimately to his death," explained Kakashi. "This was after he removed his weights, I should mention. But the thing that really bothers me about this, Naruto could have removed his weights from the beginning to help Sasuke, but he didn't. He waited until Sasuke was unconscious." "I see, perhaps he felt that Sasuke would have gotten in his way," suggested Sarutobi. "If Naruto could have taken the boy one-on-one, then there is no way Sasuke would have been a hindrance," said Kakashi. "I think Naruto might have wanted to use his true taijutsu form without it being observed by anyone." "You didn't see it?" asked Sarutobi. "No, after Sasuke fell, Zabuza intensified the mist in the area, so I couldn't see what happened," explained Kakashi. "Well, I guess Naruto is just trying to protect his secrets until he is ready to share," said Sarutobi. "For now he is not a danger." "As you say," said Kakashi with a bow. "Before you go, tell me, has the Uchiha boy activated his Sharingan yet?" "Yes, that very battle," said Kakashi. "Then Naruto was definitely trying to protect his style from being stolen," said Sarutobi knowingly. "Do you know what his true style is?" asked Kakashi. Sarutobi just puffed on his pipe without answering. "You're dismissed." Kakashi left, but his mind was abuzz with what Sarutobi revealed, or rather didn't reveal. Based on the last question Kakashi asked, he determined that the third either knew the style that Naruto used or at least suspected the style he used. He also was able to determine based on Sarutobi's confidence in Naruto that there was some very special about that boy. Most importantly though, it signaled to Kakashi that it was very important for him to find out what Naruto's secrets were. Break the 2 days off passed by quickly enough. Naruto spent his time with his cousin and Nichan talking. Naruto was having trouble dealing with the fact that he killed someone and his family was counseling him as a result. Naruto spent his other time training to keep his mind clear. Naruto arrived to the bridge where his team normally met. Sasuke and Sakura were already there. "Morning Naruto-kun," said Sakura as he walked up. Naruto took that as a good sign that Sakura was getting back to normal. The first thing Naruto noticed was that Sakura now had 2 bracelets on each wrist as well as 2 anklets on each ankle. "Morning Sakura-chan," said Naruto with a yawn, "I see you've upgraded already." "Yeah, well that month of training in Wave Country really paid off," said Sakura. "Also there is the fact that you're older now than when I started, so I imagine you'll increase pretty rapidly for a while and then level off," said Naruto. Sasuke was giving both of them a confused look but eventually snorted in disgust and turned away from them. "Sakura, Kakashi showed me another exercise while we were in Wave that I think you might like," said Naruto. He figured that as long as there was still a lot of time before Kakashi actually arrived, then they may as well make use of it. "Really?" asked Sakura. "Yeah, it's another control exercise but it's a lot harder than tree climbing," said Naruto excitedly as he jumped off the side of the low bridge. Sakura screamed at first as she rushed toward the edge in the hopes of catching him. She was slightly surprised to look over the side and see Naruto was literally standing on top of the water. "Water walking," said Naruto with his trademark fox-like grin. "You have to use more chakra than for tree climbing and you have to continually adjust how much chakra is coming out of each part of your foot at the same time." Sakura walked around the edge of the bridge and down toward the water. She focused the chakra to her feet and then tentatively tested the water surface with one foot. When she decided it felt like she was stepping on solid ground, she put all of her weight on the one foot. Finding it solid and holding her weight, she stepped completely onto the water with her other foot. "Now stay near the edge because you'll run out of chakra quickly with this exercise because your limit is so low," said Naruto in a friendly warning. "You're right," said Sakura, "I can already feel my chakra draining quickly. Just step off before you're completely empty and give yourself some time to let your chakra regenerate a bit and then do it again. It will keep forcing more chakra out of you to make you stronger," explained Naruto. Neither Sakura nor Naruto paid much attention to an angry Sasuke who was listening to everything they said. He would be walking on water later just so he could outdo them. He was starting to get really pissed off with himself, especially since the events in Wave Country. Sure, he'd finally activated his Sharingan, but he wasn't improving at anywhere near the rate Sakura was, and Naruto, it seemed, was already far above him. Sasuke was supposed to be the class genius, and yet this outsider who came in the last 6 months of the academy was repeatedly outdoing him in everything. It was getting really old. If it kept up much longer, then Sasuke knew he'd be forced to swallow his damn pride and actually ask Naruto for some help with training. After nearly 2 hours of water walking, Kakashi finally arrived. "Yo, you're late," called Naruto and Sakura from on top of the river. "Naruto, did you teach Sakura water walking?" he asked. "Yes sir, I thought that since she was doing so well with tree climbing that this would be a better way for her to build her chakra capacity as it uses so much more," explained Naruto. "Why didn't you teach Sasuke too?" asked Kakashi. "He wasn't interested," said Naruto simply. "You didn't really ask," said Sakura. "Okay, so I didn't ask," said Naruto guiltily. "Well, after training today you can stay after and teach Sasuke if he wants to learn a new skill," said Kakashi, knowing that his last few words would have Sasuke hooked. Naruto and Sakura returned from the water to the bridge to find out about today's mission. "So, we won't have any missions for a while," said Kakashi. "In 1 week the Chunin exams begin and I've nominated all of you for it. So, for the next week we will be working on some team building exercises." The three nodded. Well, Naruto and Sakura nodded, but Sasuke sneered as he was prone to do. Kakashi's idea of team building was to work through several team combat simulations. Situations like ambushes, open field combat, forest combat, and a few other simulations including freeing a captured teammate. The rescue missions were not Sasuke's best. In fact, they were his worst for the simple fact that he didn't like either of his teammates. Even if Sakura had improved tremendously, she was still below him and not worthy of his time, even if she was pretty, not that he would ever admit that he thought so to anyone. That first day was spent discussing strategy for each of those situations. Kakashi promised that they would begin practicing those situations the next day. Training ended that day, leaving all three genin standing on the bridge. "Teach me this shit so I can leave," ordered Sasuke coldly to Naruto. "Man," said Naruto angrily, but held back from saying anything else as he walked around the bridge and down to the water's edge, followed by both Sakura and Sasuke. Naruto quickly explained the basic principle behind water walking to Sasuke, including giving him a demonstration with Sakura. Sasuke confidently walked out onto the water. He got about 3 steps before he plunged into the water. Naruto rolled his eyes and pulled Sasuke back out and set him on the shore. "Try it again." Sasuke snorted angrily before standing and trying again. This time he got about 4 steps out toward the center before he lost his balance and fell in again. Once again Naruto pulled him out and set him on the shore. "Idiot, why do you think I told Sakura to stay near the shore?" asked Naruto, not wanting an answer. Naruto turned away from him and moved into the center of the river, where even his balance was a bit off. It was then that Sasuke saw Naruto was starting to move downstream even though he was standing still. Naruto moved back toward the edge of the river and stood still again, but this time the river didn't carry him downstream. "Do you see it?" asked Naruto, knowing that Sasuke wouldn't answer. "Sakura did though. You have to use more chakra to stop yourself from being carried by the river. The river is fastest in the center, and even using chakra you can't completely stop yourself from moving. But at the edge it is slower and easier to compensate for the flow of the water. You have to build up to being able to stand in the center as the level of control and amount of chakra needed increase exponentially." "Exactly," said Naruto, smiling at his friend. Sasuke snorted angrily and turned his head away from the pair. "You two just slow me down," said Sasuke angrily. "We slow you down?" asked Naruto in disbelief. "I don't know if you've noticed this yet, Sasuke, but you're the one slowing us down because of your lack of teamwork. Sakura and I happen to work together very well and have been improving steadily and quickly because of it. You though, you just have to be Mr. Big Shot. Uchiha don't need help for anything they do. Sure, you're improving, but your rate of improvement is exaggerated. You either improve a lot in a single shot or almost not at all. If you would just stop being such an arrogant prick, you'd find that by working with a team and learning from them, then you would improve even faster, just as Sakura and I have done." Sasuke snorted angrily. He knew that Naruto was probably right, but he'd be damned if he was going to admit it now, especially after that lecture. As such, he stood up and was now determined to prove Naruto wrong about the water walking. 10 more times Sasuke would walk out to the center of the river only to fall in and have Naruto pull him out again. He was making no progress, and he knew it was because he never took time to learn to adjust to a slower river first and then work his way up. In that time Sasuke was even angrier to see that Naruto was now able to stand in the center of the river without moving an inch or even wobbling a bit as the water rose and fell. Worse yet, Sakura was getting to be really efficient in such short order. She was able to use less and less chakra to maintain herself on the water because she was using in such an exacting way. "Enough!" yelled a voice from the bridge above the trio. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke looked up to see Kakashi watching them. "I've watched you three for the last 2 hours waiting to see what would happen," lectured Kakashi. "I've seen enough of this. Naruto, Sakura, you two can go home now." Naruto and Sakura nodded. Naruto left without giving it a second thought, but Sakura stayed a moment looking sympathetically at Sasuke before she too left. Once they were out of sight, Kakashi sat down next to Sasuke on the water's edge. "You don't like him much, do you?" asked Kakashi. "He thinks he's so smart and that he knows everything," said Sasuke angrily. "That sounds like someone else I know," said Kakashi lightly. He noticed out the corner of his eye that Sasuke flushed with slight embarrassment. "I don't think Naruto knows everything. But he's confident about what he does know. Did you know that Naruto has problems with his chakra system?" Sasuke looked at Kakashi in surprise. "It's true. Because of that, Naruto has had to practice his chakra control and manipulation since he was very, very young. As a result, he really does know how to help you improve on your chakra control and manipulation. But what about everything else he does? So what about it? Asked Kakashi. So he knows a few techniques. Rather than fight with him all the time, why don't you see if you can't learn something from him? He is strong and has enormous potential, but then so do you. Imagine how much stronger you could become by actually teaming up with him. Do you know that he's only taught Sakura 3 things now? And I know you can see just how much she's improved in such a short time. I have to kill my brother, I don't have time to waste on Sasuke. You will be dead before you ever have a chance to kill your brother if you don't improve on your teamwork, said Kakashi, cutting the boy off. I'll make a deal with you. If you make an attempt at improving your teamwork and just try to listen to what Naruto has to teach you, then I will teach you my best technique. Deal? Sasuke looked at Kakashi cautiously as though he didn't dare to believe him. What technique? The same one I used to kill Zabuza, the Chidori, said Kakashi with a grin that was barely recognizable through his mask. All right, I'll try, but if I don't improve in this next week, then you'll have to teach me that technique anyway, said Sasuke calmly. As long as you make an attempt, said Kakashi with a smile. Now, deal, said Sasuke as he stood and stepped onto the water but stayed near the edge. He wobbled a bit but soon found exactly what Naruto and Sakura were talking about when they mentioned having to compensate for the current. See, you're already improving, said Kakashi before he left. The next week of training proceeded rapidly and the level of teamwork exhibited by the youths was a remarkable improvement. Sasuke actually took to listening to Naruto's advice and eventually started to ask questions of Naruto and even improve upon some of what Naruto suggested. Once Sasuke got the chip off his shoulder, he actually found that Naruto was someone he could learn to respect, maybe even call a friend. Naruto and Sakura didn't know what Kakashi had said to Sasuke and they didn't really care. They were just happy that he was finally acting like he was part of the team. Naruto and Sakura even learned a few shuriken and kunai tricks from Sasuke. Now, you are a real team, said Kakashi. You're ready for the exam tomorrow morning. You need to report to room 301 in the academy building. Here are your entrance forms, said Kakashi as he handed over 3 sheets of paper. You guys up for a bit of celebratory dinner? Asked Naruto. My treat. Sure, said Sasuke, much to the shock of the others. Naruto had to blink a few times to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Naruto-kun, pinch me, said Sakura. Naruto pinched her and himself kind of hard. Ouch, that hurt, complained Sakura as she bashed him on the back of the head. Hey, you told me to pinch you, said Naruto in his defense. Let's go, said Sasuke, leading the way into town. Neither of his teammates saw the slight smirk on his face from their antics. They ate at a small yakitori shop that Sasuke preferred but didn't often eat at. Naruto and Sakura joked a bit but Sasuke mostly kept silent and just enjoyed the company. He had to stop himself several times from smirking in happiness. It just wouldn't do if he completely let down his shield around his teammates, especially around Naruto, or he'd never live it down. The next morning, Team 7 all met to eat a small breakfast before they headed to the exam. Breakfast itself was small and very quiet, with little more than a good morning exchange in the group. After that they walked together towards the academy. They entered the building and went towards room 301. They eventually reached an area crowded with genin trying to enter a room labeled 301, but Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all saw through it right away. Would you all move? Asked Sasuke. I'm going up to room 301. The other genin all looked at Sasuke in confusion as he and his teammates walked past the crowd and continued towards the stairs up to the 3rd floor. Naturally, nothing could be that easy. You genin are unworthy of taking this exam, shouted one of the chunin guarding the door. Sasuke dropped into an attack stance as the chunin charged forward. They both moved to kick each other when they were both suddenly stopped by a green blur. Stop this now, said a boy with huge eyebrows and bowl haircut, but worst of all was the fact that he wore a skin-tight, green spandex suit. Then he smiled and winked at Sakura. You, get away, shouted Sakura, hiding behind Naruto. Naruto and Sasuke, however, were analyzing the boy's strength. They were also trying to determine how the boy caught Sasuke's kick because it shouldn't have been possible. Lee, shouted an angry girl, you were the one that said we shouldn't show off our strength. Sorry Tenten-chan, he said, bowing to the girl. Sasuke snorted before turning. I'm leaving. Naruto and Sakura followed Sasuke out of the hall, which led them to an even larger room. "I want you to fight me," called a voice from behind them. They all turned to see the boy from before. "I am Rock Lee and I want to fight you, Uchiha Sasuke," he said as he jumped over the balcony above them to land on the ground in front of them. "Fine," said Sasuke. Before Sasuke went forward, Naruto stopped him for a moment and whispered in his ear, "He's taijutsu expert. Use your Sharingan and try to copy his style. I get the feeling it will be worthwhile." Sasuke nodded and activated his Sharingan before moving to face the boy. It was clear from the start of the fight that Lee was the better fighter. Naruto had never seen someone that fast before. Lee was so fast that he was making Naruto feel slow even without his weights. It looked like Lee was about to unleash an attack of some kind on Sasuke when the fight was interrupted by a giant turtle, talking turtle. "Lee," yelled the turtle, "stop this at once." "Gai-sensei," said Lee as he dropped to his knees bowing to the turtle. "Gai-sensei?" asked Naruto and Sakura as they looked at the turtle. Then there was a puff of smoke revealing a man that was a mirror image of Lee but older. It would have been more accurate to say that Lee was a mirror image of Gai. "You're interrupting our fight," yelled Sasuke. "Let it go, Sasuke," said Naruto, "we'll meet him again in the exam." Sasuke snorted, but he relented and joined his teammates. The three completely ignored the spiel that Gai and Lee were going through as they left the two behind. Naruto briefly heard Gai complain, "Damn Kakashi and his cool, hip ways, and teaching his students his cool, hip ways." Naruto shook his head slightly in disbelief. "Good, you all came," said Kakashi. "I'm glad to see that." "What do you mean?" asked Naruto. "Well, this exam is optional, but it must be taken as a team of 3. If one of you chose not to come, the others would be prevented," explained Kakashi. "You didn't mention this exam was optional," said Sakura. "I didn't?" asked Kakashi. "Oh well, now that you're here you may as well just take it." Naruto and Sakura grumbled slightly at how ridiculous Kakashi could be. "Anyway, good luck," said Kakashi as he pushed them into the next room. Inside there were a lot of shinobi from several different countries. Naruto looked around and sized up the competition. There was one person among all the genin that had a chakra signature that really stood out to Naruto. It belonged to a boy with red hair and black rings around his eyes. Naruto could see signs of extreme sleep deprivation as well as a touch of insanity in the boy's eyes. "I wouldn't stare at that one too long," said a kind voice from behind them. Naruto turned to see a boy that was several years older than him. He had silver hair tied in a ponytail and round glasses. "Who is he?" asked Sasuke. "His name is Gaara of the Sand and this is his first time taking the exam," said the boy. "Who are you?" asked Naruto. "Kabuto," said the boy, "and you're Team 7. I've heard about that mission to Wave Country." "How do you know it his first time?" asked Sakura. "This is my 7th time taking the exam," said Kabuto with a smile. "It's really difficult and most of these genin won't pass. But I've gathered a lot of information on the different students using my nin info cards." He then held up a card with a small picture of Gaara on it. Naruto examined the card closer to see that most of his stats were question marks. But his mission list was fairly long and extremely impressive for a genin. "I collect cards on every nin I meet," said Kabuto. "Do you have a card on Rock Lee?" asked Sasuke. Kabuto produced a card and handed it to him. Rock Lee was off the charts on taijutsu, but his ninjutsu and genjutsu were non-existent. "Told you he was good at taijutsu," said Naruto. "I hope you were able to copy it." "I was," said Sasuke, "but I can only use it while my Sharingan is activated." "Take what you can get," said Naruto with a shrug. Movement out the corner of Naruto's eye caught his attention. Apparently one of the shinobi from a visiting village didn't care for Kabuto's nin info cards. He was airborne in an attempt to hit Kabuto, but he never got close enough as Naruto intercepted him with a heavy kick to his gut, sending him crashing back into the desks. "The exam hasn't even started yet," said Naruto, "have a bit of patience." Naruto could see that Kabuto was surprised, as were the attacking nin's teammates. Naruto could see Kabuto search his stack of cards quickly. Sasuke looked at what he was doing. In Kabuto's hand was Naruto's info card, which Sasuke quickly took to look at himself. Naruto turned to see and look at his own stats. He was much like Gaara in that his abilities were listed as question marks. The only difference was that Naruto's mission history was much less impressive. What's this all about? Asked Sasuke with a hint of jealousy. This is the first time I've met Naruto, said Kabuto. I have many cards with question marks like that. This is only a little unusual as Naruto was an academy graduate. I wasn't at the academy long, said Naruto. I was mostly there just for the exam. See, so I would guess that by the end of this exam those question marks will have filled in, said Kabuto with a smile. Naruto thought he detected something else, but his thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of the examiner. My name is Morino Ibiki, said the examiner harshly. Now all of you will come forward, collect a test and then sit in your assigned seat. Naruto collected his test and took his seat. He was surprised when Hinata sat down next to him. He didn't even know that her team was taking the exam. Hello Naruto-kun, she said shyly. Hello Hinata-chan, said Naruto softly. Good luck. You too, mumbled Hinata. Naruto quickly went to work answering the questions. Most of them seemed a bit difficult for a Chunin exam, but then he took note of the people around him and the fact that they were almost all attempting to cheat in some way. Understanding this, Naruto just continued with his test as he didn't need to cheat to answer the questions. As Naruto reached the end, he noticed that the 10th question was blank, which made almost no sense to him. Time for the 10th question, shouted Ibiki. You now have a choice. You can quit now and try to take the test again at a later date. Or you can try the 10th question. But be aware, if you fail the 10th question you will remain a genin forever. This caused a lot of students to look panicked. Naruto could see that Hinata was about to put her hand up and quit. Naruto stood and shouted, I'll take your damn question. I don't care if I have to remain a genin for the rest of my life if I get it wrong. A shinobi cannot live his life in fear of a challenge. Naruto's only hoped to encourage Hinata to stay. His words though had the unfortunate side effects of causing several others to sit back down as well. Naruto caught a hint of respect mixed with anger in Ibiki's eyes. Once the last student left the room, Ibiki smiled. Those of you who stayed, pass. That confused a lot of genin. It looked like Ibiki was about to explain when the window burst open and a purple-haired woman appeared. Geez Ibiki, could you have left a few more students? She asked sarcastically as she observed the remaining students. It's not my fault, mumbled Ibiki with a slight blush. Well, no worries, by the time they finish with my exam their numbers will be cut in half, said the woman. I am the beautiful Mitarashi Anko and now you're all mine. Break. Not much later, Naruto and his team were moving through the forest of death with Naruto grumbling about stupid arrogant women and their damn kunai. His back still itched from the small cut that Anko woman gave him. More than that, he was complaining about the stupid mist nin that attacked him already but didn't have his team's scroll. Worse though was that the nin got away. If I see that bastard again, Naruto threatened no one in particular. He was not having an enjoyable afternoon. It was nearing dusk when the team decided to stop and rest for the night. This sucks, complained Naruto loudly. Shut up, idiot, hissed Sasuke. We don't want the other teams to ambush us in our sleep. Yeah, said Naruto, waving him off. We need to get food and collect some firewood, said Sakura logically. Naruto was about to volunteer to get the firewood when everything fell off. Naruto quickly shoved Sasuke and Sakura towards a tree. It was just in time for Naruto to get hit by an enormous blast of wind. When Naruto finally came to, he wasn't happy. Oh shit, that hurt. It was then he heard slithering. He turned to look up at a snake the size of a house looking at him like he was dinner. Naruto didn't even have time to react before he became that snake's dinner anyway. Shit, complained Naruto, this just isn't my day. He was getting squeezed on all sides of him and he couldn't honestly think of a way out at the moment. He could get his hands together and form hand seals all right, so he just had to work from there. His first though was to use a Kaiden jutsu, but the fact that he couldn't fully expand his lungs destroyed that idea. What the hell can I do from inside this thing's stomach? Asked Naruto to himself. Great, now I'm talking to myself. Might as well make a bunshin to talk. But Naruto stopped as a plan formed. Kage bunshin no jutsu, yelled Naruto, creating a lot of clones inside the snake, causing it to burst open. That was disgusting, complained all the different Narutos. The clones all popped, leaving behind one winded Naruto. A few minutes later. When Naruto had regained his strength, or at least some of it, he went to find his teammates. Naruto found them quickly enough, but by then things weren't good. Naruto wasn't close enough to stop Sasuke from giving the man their only scroll. Naruto watched in horror as the man burned the scroll. He watched in further horror and the man's neck stretched and bit into Sasuke's neck after the man did a few hand seals. Naruto got to the man just as he released Sasuke's neck. The man's head was still returning to his neck when Naruto hit the man harder than Naruto had ever hit anyone in his life. Naruto had never in his past been consumed in rage the way he was now. Red chakra was leaking out all around him as he proceeded to attack the man in a frenzy. Naruto delivered what should have been several killing blows only to have the man laugh at him. "My, you are a strong one," said the man with a twisted laugh. It was then the man countered and started pounding Naruto. Somehow Naruto ended up pinned to a tree. Everything that had happened was a blur all around him. Before he registered anything, he felt a horribly sharp strike to his stomach. It felt as though his skin was on fire, and then he felt all of his strength leaving him. Before he knew, all he saw was blackness. Naruto thought that heaven was supposed to be blissful and happy. At the moment all he felt was cold. Then he felt like someone was poking him, which served only to piss him off. "Stop poking me," he finally yelled as he sat up. He felt it right away. Something was wrong with him. There was something very wrong with him, but what it was he couldn't really tell. He looked at the ones poking him and recognized them as two of the other genin from another team. "What the hell?" asked Naruto as he looked from one to the other. "He's alive," said the lazy one, Shikamaru. "Hey, Sakura, he's alive," yelled the fat one. Naruto looked to where he was yelling only to see Sakura with really short hair. Then he saw that Sasuke was standing but looked bothered by something. "You okay, Dobi?" asked Sasuke to Naruto. "Yes and no," said Naruto as he checked himself over. "Physically I seem okay, but there is something wrong with my chakra system." "That man hit your stomach with some kind of seal," Sakura yelled over to him. It appeared that the blonde girl was trying to fix her hair. "That's not good," said Naruto as he checked his stomach. "I already have enough problems with my chakra flow. I don't need this too." "What are you talking about?" asked Sasuke. "I don't see anything." "Don't worry about it," said Naruto. "It can be fixed later, but for now it'll have to wait." "Well, we've recovered at least one scroll," said Sasuke, holding up a scroll of earth. "Great, only one more to go," said Naruto. "We've only got a day left," said Sakura. "You two have been unconscious for a while." "Then we have to hurry," said Naruto, standing up and putting his shirt and vest back on. Then he noticed his forearm guards and shin guards were missing. "Sakura, where's the rest of my gear?" "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I had to dump it," said Sakura. "I couldn't pick you up with them on." "Don't worry about it, I'll just have to replace them when this is over," said Naruto. Sasuke looked between Naruto and Sakura, more than a little confused, but decided to let it go. "Come on, let's move." Naruto had to put effort into slowing down around his teammates. They traveled fast, heading for the tower. It was a safe assumption that most of the teams would have gotten that far. Naruto didn't like this much as his chakra was so messed up at the moment. Whatever that seal was, it totally messed him up. It seemed to have cut off some of his chakra and then disrupt his flow, and then to make it worse, it completely threw off his ability to sense chakra around him. The seal on Sasuke's neck wasn't much better, as it was just causing him a constant amount of pain and distracting him too much. Because of this, Sakura was distracted with trying to care for the both of them. It was these distractions that caused them to get caught in a genjutsu. They felt as though they were going toward the central tower, but were in fact just going in one giant loop. Finally they stopped to rest. "How is it we aren't any closer?" asked a tired Sakura. "I don't know," said Naruto. "My senses are all screwed up, so don't ask me." "I check with my Sharingan," said Sasuke, knowing how much it would hurt to do so. "Shit, we're caught in a genjutsu." "What?" asked Naruto. "Lucky," said a voice somewhere near them. Then out of the ground all around them came several clones of a mist nin. "Well, this sucks," said Naruto as he observed the scene before him. "Alright, no more. Now I'm pissed off." Naruto then began a long series of hand seals before he hit the ground hard. Doden. Dorokugashi. Naruto then pulled up a large wall of rock, which he quickly pushed over to land on all of the clones, smashing them and cutting of the water that created them. "Take that," said Naruto, breathing heavily. It was then the three that created the clones made their appearance. Lucky. It was unfortunate for them that Sasuke was standing behind them preparing. Kaden. Housenka no Jutsu. Sasuke then set loose a barrage of small fireballs. The three mist nin were overconfident and thus were caught completely unaware until they were nearly incinerated. Naruto had to use a small dousing of water to keep them from burning to ash and destroying the scroll. That sucked, said Naruto as he sat down heavily. Sakura was digging through the bags of the mist nin in search of their scroll. Sasuke sat down heavily next to Naruto. Nice teamwork, compliment Naruto. Nice earthwall, said Sasuke, actually complimenting Naruto. You must be really wiped out, said Naruto with a grin. You just gave me a compliment. Shut up, Dobi, said Sasuke, not actually able to hide his smirk. Yes, shouted Sakura as she produced a scroll of heaven. Now we just need to get to the tower. Do you think you two can make it? Yeah, let's go, said Naruto as he and Sasuke stood. The last part of their journey to the tower was grueling, but they made it all the same and just in time too. After a quick congratulation from Iruka-sensei, the three had to hurry to assemble in a large combat auditorium. From here on it will be one-on-one fights, said the new examiner. If you wish to quit, it will not affect your team. I quit, said a voice behind Naruto. It was Kabuto. Naruto then witnessed a hushed conversation from the Junin and the Hokage before Kabuto was dismissed. This computer will choose the opponents randomly. Those who are not fighting may watch from the balcony above, instructed the examiner. First match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Akadu Yoroi. Good luck, Sasuke, said Naruto. Thanks, said Sasuke. Naruto and Sakura climbed up the stairs to watch. Kakashi came up next to them. Glad you all made it here. As too, said Naruto tiredly. You okay, Naruto? You look a bit off, said Kakashi. No, this snake freak put some kind of seal on my damn stomach, complained Naruto softly so only Kakashi could hear. Really? Asked Kakashi. We'll have to take you to Tsunade as soon as you fight. Okay. Just make sure you take Sasuke too, said Naruto. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke, was called from the arena, catching both Naruto and Kakashi by surprise. That was fast, said Naruto. I didn't even watch. I know, said Kakashi, who was slightly worried. He went down to collect Sasuke, who dropped to the floor in exhaustion. A moment later they were both back and Sasuke sat down next to Naruto. That was fast, Naruto said again. I wasn't in the mood to drag it out, said Sasuke, nearly falling asleep next to him. Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Neji, called the judge. Naruto wasn't sure at this point how many fights had passed, but he felt this was one to watch. Do your best, Hinata-chan, shouted Naruto as she walked out onto the floor to face her cousin, who looked at her with great disdain. Naruto grew more and more angry as Neji repeatedly belittled Hinata. Shut up, idiot, yelled Naruto at him, earning him an angry glare. Don't listen to him, Hinata-chan. You made it just the same as he did. Now show him that you're worth 100 of him. Hinata smiled at Naruto before she attacked, using a style Naruto had become slightly familiar with in the time that he'd known her. Naruto could see that Neji was definitely a better fighter, but he fought coldly and had no desire to win. Naruto could see the desire to win in Hinata's eye as she tried her very hardest to beat him, but it was a losing battle for the poor girl and everyone in the place knew it. Hinata was finally hit with a near-fatal strike and collapsed. She tried her hardest to get up again, and in that moment Naruto found a respect for her that he'd never had before. In that instant his mind flashed back to that simple little kiss she'd given him. He now knew exactly how special that kiss had been. She cared for him very much, but sadly he could not say that he cared for her as more than a friend. Unfortunately for Hinata, the judge ended the match. Naruto was very tired, but he still went onto the floor to check on Hinata. Naruto-kun, she mumbled, I'm sorry I failed you. You didn't fail me, said Naruto, you've inspired me. You rest and feel better. Then he did something he didn't plan on and kissed her forehead. Trash always attracts more trash, said Neji to Naruto. Naruto didn't respond as he knelt and rubbed his fingers in some of Hinata's blood. By the blood that Hinata-chan shed today, I swear that I will defeat you before this exam is over, said Naruto coldly to Neji. It's destiny for you to lose, said Neji. Just as my destiny is set, so it yours. Naruto was about to go after him, but a hand on his shoulder from his instructor stopped him. The floor cleared quickly before the next match was announced. A few matches passed in a haze to Naruto as he was simply trying to conserve his energy and maybe get back some of his chakra. Sakura faced off with Tenten and ended up a tie, disqualifying both of them. Unfortunately, Naruto slept through that match unintentionally. From what he heard later, she'd done very well against Tenten, but in the end they knocked each other out at the same time. Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee, called the judge. Lee appeared on the stage but Naruto didn't. Uzumaki Naruto, called the judge, but there was no answer. Suddenly there was an airborne shinobi coming into the arena. On second glance it could be seen that he was asleep. When Naruto landed he barely stirred. Huh? He questioned sleepily before just rolling over. Kakashi did the honor of dousing him with water to wake him up. Hey, what's the big idea? He demanded angrily, then he looked at where he was and blushed heavily. Oops. Naruto picked himself up and dusted himself off before he faced Lee. Oh, so I'm fighting Geji Mayu, said Naruto, causing the boy to sweat drop. Naruto stretched himself as best he could. Boy, that nap really helped. I was so tired and my chakra was pretty much gone. I was hoping that my opponent would be a good challenge, but I must say that I am disappointed by your lack of enthusiasm, said Lee energetically. Don't worry, I'll challenge you just fine, said Naruto. Just give me a second to wake up completely. I've had a rough couple of days, you know. If you promise me a good fight, I will give you the 5 minutes you ask, said Lee with way too much energy and even more loudly. Naruto continued to stretch and loosen up his body, taking full advantage of the 5 minutes that Lee gave him. Finally Naruto faced the boy, cracking his neck once. Naruto knew after seeing this guy fight Sasuke that he couldn't afford to play with him using the medic nin taijutsu. With Sasuke asleep, the only one he had to worry about copying his technique was Kakashi, and at that distance it would be much more difficult, and as long as Naruto activated his Kirameki no Jutsu first, then he'd be untouchable. I guess I've kept this secret long enough, said Naruto. I hope you are ready to lose quite badly in a purely taijutsu fight. Huh? You are a spirited youth after all, Naruto-kun, said Lee. I look forward to this fight. Naruto grinned before he dropped into first position of a fighting style that had not been seen since the days of Yondaime. Up in the stand Naruto could hear Kakashi say, "No, it can't be." Kirameki, shouted Naruto, activating the skill without hand seals. The entire audience simply saw a bright yellow flash of light in which the image Naruto froze for a moment before they saw Naruto moving somewhere else, before another flash froze his image before once again they saw him moving elsewhere than the image. Lee was confused as Naruto hit him harder than anyone had ever hit him. Lee doubted whether he could hit someone that hard. Lee actually saw the hit connect after he felt it. Kakashi, how could you teach him? Guy began to complain but was silenced when Kakashi revealed his Sharingan eye. When he looked at Naruto with his Sharingan eye, he looked directly to Naruto's eyes to see if it really was. Through his Sharingan eye he could see the whites of Naruto's eyes were actually glowing with yellow chakra, just as it had when he saw the fourth use the technique on several occasions. Lee will lose this fight, said Kakashi. There is no way for Lee to see through the Kirameki, and he is not fast enough to react to the flashes of light. Guy though smirked and turned to the ring. Lee, remove your weights. Lee looked up and smiled before he leapt away from Naruto. Then he undid some weights around his ankles and dropped them to the ground, causing a small crater to appear. I was wondering when you were going to take those off, said Naruto with a grin. I guess I can stop holding back. Then both Lee and Naruto disappeared in a blur of movement. Occasionally there would be a flash of light signaling that Naruto was moving again. Lee was doing much better now. He was actually able to block most of the strikes because he was so much faster than Naruto, but the strikes that did get through were harder than anything Lee could give back. Lee was actually able to get in the occasional hit on Naruto. They are both monsters, said another genin as he watched the pair fighting in the arena. What is that technique Naruto is using? Asked Sakura. It's called the Kirameki, said Kakashi, but it is a lost technique in style. How did Naruto learn it then? Asked Sakura. I don't know, but I intend to find out, said Kakashi as he walked to where the third was sitting. Hello Kakashi, quite a fight we're witnessing, asked the third. Indeed, said Kakashi a bit darkly. It was difficult to keep the edge out of his voice. Relax Kakashi, said Sarutobi, enjoy the fight, we can talk later. Kakashi nodded before he returned to his other students. When he returned he noticed that Sakura had awoken Sasuke to watch the fight. Sasuke was straining to activate his Sharingan. You can't copy it, Sasuke, said Kakashi, don't waste your chakra trying. How is he doing that? Asked Sasuke in wonderment. I wish I knew, said Kakashi. He was desperately trying to figure out how his pupil could use this ability when it was limited to a very specific bloodline, a bloodline that died out a long time ago. He was slowly putting the pieces together, but it just didn't make sense, unless Naruto had truly met his match. This guy was an amazing taijutsu specialist. Naruto was certain that if he didn't have the Kirameki then he would have lost a long time ago. The sad fact was though that Lee was beginning to wear down at last even after 3 very large chakra surges that Naruto couldn't explain for the life of him. Naruto also noticed though that the boy was causing injury to himself every time there was such a large chakra surge. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted when Lee's bandages wrapped around him. Ura Renge, the boy shouted as he began to spin very quickly. Ha, Kakashi, your boy has lost now despite the fact that you taught him. I didn't teach him and I'm sorry to tell you that that will be Lee's last move in this tournament. Look over there, said pointing to Ur. Naruto was standing in wait for Lee's move to finish, but how? Asked Guy. Kage Bunshin, said Kakashi calmly pointing at the spinning Lee. It was so fast, I never saw it, said Guy. You weren't supposed to, said Kakashi, he did it during one of the flashes. Truly an excellent fighter to be able to handle Lee so well, said Guy in awe. This can't be the same Naruto, said Sasuke, I knew he was holding something back but I never imagined. None of us did, said Kakashi. The same blonde hair and bright blue eyes had been in front of him this entire time and he never even noticed the similarities. He never took note of the similarities in attitude either. How could he have been so blind? Lee finished his move feeling confident. When the smoke cleared he was pleased for a moment until Naruto burst into a puff of smoke. I'm sorry Lee, said Naruto's voice from behind him. The next thing he saw was blackness. You are a worthy adversary and a great fighter. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto, said the stunned judge. Naruto gave him the thumbs up only to fall backwards unconscious. Chapter 5 Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or any of the characters created by Kishimoto-sensei. Naruto woke up sometime later staring up at an unfamiliar ceiling. Little did he know that he'd be seeing this particular ceiling with a lot more regularity in the future, but at this moment it was unfamiliar. Where am I? Asked Naruto to no one in particular. He was surprised when he got an answer. You're in the hospital, said the very familiar voice of his cousin. Will I live? He asked. Yes, this time, she said, though the last part was a bit more of a joke. You depleted your chakra almost completely and for some reason it is refilling much more slowly than it ever has in the past. It's got to be that damn seal that Snake Freak put on my stomach, said Naruto. Snake Freak? Asked Tsunade. Did he say his name? No, he might have but I never heard it, said Naruto. He then checked to see if the door was closed. I think I woke up you know who and that Snake Freak seemed to know exactly what was happening. I see, said Tsunade, lift your shirt and let's have a look. Naruto sat up on the bed and lifted his shirt and focused a bit of chakra to make his seal appear. Then seconds later another seal appeared around it. Yeah, this is the work of Orochimaru, said Tsunade spitting the man's name out, damn it. Who is this guy? Asked Naruto. He was the other Sannin, said Tsunade, but he turned against the village when he wasn't chosen to be the Yondaime. I see, said Naruto, so can you remove the seal? Yeah, it's going to hurt a bit though, warned Tsunade. Okay. Get it over with, said Naruto bracing himself for impact. Tsunade did a few hand seals that ended with the tips of her fingers on one hand glowing purple. She then thrust her hand forward into his abdomen. Naruto felt the same burning as he did the first time, but it quickly turned into a soothing feeling. Ah, that's much better. I can already feel your chakra rushing back into your system, said Tsunade. So, I finally revealed my knowledge of Kirameki, said Naruto to his cousin. I couldn't have won the fight without it. So I heard, said Tsunade, that boy you fought did a number on himself. He'll be lucky to be back on active duty in the next month. I wouldn't count on it with that guy, said Naruto. I'd give him 2 weeks and he'll be back to full strength. Tsunade smiled at her son. You think so, huh? Just who is the doctor here exactly? You are, but you've always had a tendency to say it will take longer to heal than is really necessary, said Naruto. Only with you, said Tsunade. You can never tell with you. It seems like the more serious your injury is the faster it heals, but then the less serious ones take a normal amount of time. That's just the damn fox, said Naruto. Speaking of which, you said that you think you woke him up? Asked Tsunade with a bit of concern. It was like I was just flooded with chakra that I know didn't belong to me. I was feeling stress and worried, but most of all I was angry. That chakra, it let loose this rage in me that I've never experienced before, explained Naruto thoughtfully. I see, said Tsunade. It might be time for you to learn how to control that bastard. Do you think I can? Asked Naruto. Yes, said Tsunade. I would teach you myself, but one of the genin that came in is in critical condition. It's not Hinata-chan, is it? Asked Naruto, worried for his friend. No, she was released yesterday in perfect health, said Tsunade. I'm talking about Inuzuka Kiba. He fought that Gaara kid. He and his dog barely made it out of there alive. That's too bad, said Naruto. He's on Hinata's team. I know that, said Tsunade. So, who's going to teach me to control that bastard? Asked Naruto, now slightly concerned. Jiraiya is in town, said Tsunade. He's a major pervert, but he knows his stuff. He's the one who originally trained the fourth Hokage. He could teach you a lot if you're willing to listen to him, but this is the most important thing. If you turn into a pervert because of him, I'll disown you. Naruto swallowed nervously. I would never. You'd better not, and if he attempts to turn you, then you'd better tell me and I'll deal with him, said Tsunade. How is Sasuke? Asked Naruto. I sealed that cursed seal up as best I could, but now it's up to him to work around it, said Tsunade. Kakashi has already taken him away to train. Sasuke has to face that Gaara boy in the first round of the finals. I'm sure he'll be fine then, said Naruto. Well, why don't you get out of here and try to find that pervert? He should be in the bathhouse area of town, explained Tsunade. Okay, Kasen. See you tonight for dinner? He asked hopefully. Of course, we have to celebrate you making into the finals now, don't we? Asked Tsunade with a smile. Oh, Kasen, before I go, can I have some money? Asked Naruto nervously. Why? Asked Tsunade. Well, you see, it's kind of, well, in the forest. Sakura had to dump my weights so she could take us to safety and I need to replace them, explained Naruto. Fine, said Tsunade as she handed him a wad of cash. Thanks, Kasen, said Naruto, giving her a quick hug before running out of the hospital. He made straight for his preferred equipment shop. 20 minutes. Later he left the shop with new weights that were 10 levels above his previous ones. He had a month to train and he intended to take full advantage of it. Break, damn, it cannot be, yelled a very angry man. Orochimaru-sama, said Kabuto in a soothing voice, he is of no consequence. You fool, Orochimaru yelled at Kabuto before striking him, that bloodline should not exist. I went to great lengths to kill the last of them when I summoned the Kyuubi to attack the village. Damn it. Kabuto picked himself up. He is of no consequence. Once you have the Uchiha, you will be invincible. Orochimaru kicked Kabuto hard, sending him skidding across the floor. The Sharingan is useless against that boy, you idiot. Then I will kill him for you tonight, said Kabuto, trying to please his master and calm his rage. You, laughed Orochimaru, you fool, he would tear you apart just as he would tear apart Gaara of the Sand. Not only does that boy have his blood, but he also carries the Kyuubi. You would be but a fly to him. You beat him, master, said Kabuto, trying to please his master. I may have beaten him, but only because he was blinded by rage. If he learns to harness that power. Orochimaru stopped and shivered. Damn. This changes all of my plans. What if you were to take the boy as a new host then? Asked Kabuto. I cannot enter the same body as the Kyuubi or it would tear my soul apart, explained Orochimaru. What would you have me do? Asked Kabuto. We will still attack. I want the Uchiha, explained Orochimaru. We will have to do our best to ensure that boy is preoccupied. I will handle it personally, Orochimaru-sama, said Kabuto, bowing deeply. Break. Where the hell is that pervert? Naruto asked to himself as he checked the 8th bathhouse in the last 2 hours. The sound of screaming women told Naruto that he was getting close. A white-haired man being chased by a dozen women identified the pervert he was looking for. Naruto watched him from a distance while the angry women beat him senseless. It was after that Naruto approached him. "You Jiraiya? Who wants to know?" asked the pervert. "Your new student," said Naruto confidently. "Huh, you must have mistaken me for someone else," said the pervert. "Kasen won't be happy to hear you've been lying," said Naruto. The man narrowed his eyes as he looked Naruto up and down. "And who exactly is your Kasen?" "Tsunade the Sannin," said Naruto with a smirk. The man instantly started looking around him as if expecting her to jump out at him. "Does your Kasen know that I'm here?" "Yes," said Naruto innocently, "but she said that it would be okay if you would train me to prepare for the tournament finals." The man seemed to be contemplating his options. "All right kid, I'm Jiraiya and I guess I can teach you a few things." "Good to hear," said Naruto. Normally Naruto felt that he was honor-bound to never resort to blackmail. But the fact that this man was such a pervert, it really didn't bother him this time. "So long as you teach me something really good, then I'll not report anything you do to Kasen." Jiraiya's eye twitched angrily at being blackmailed by the 13-year-old. "You're ruthless kid." "Thanks," said Naruto with a grin. "Now the most important thing you're going to do is teach me how to use this bastard in here." Naruto was pointing to his stomach as he said it. "That's a direct order from Kasen." "And how am I supposed to do that?" asked Jiraiya. "How the hell should I know? You trained the guy that put the bastard in here. You figure it out," shouted Naruto at the man. Fine, just take it easy kid," said Jiraiya. "I guess we can start with summoning then. That might draw him out." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Then let's go." Naruto led Jiraiya to his favorite training spot. "What are we doing here?" asked the pervert. "It's secluded and there is no one around for miles to distract us, or more importantly there are no girls here to distract you," said Naruto. Jiraiya sighed. Tsunade's brat was going to put a cramp in his business. A few quick hand seals later Jiraiya was standing on a toad with a giant scroll in its mouth. "Don't you think the fox might dislike me summoning a toad?" asked Naruto. "We're trying to coax him into giving me his chakra, not withholding it because I signed contract with a toad. What do you want me to do about it? I can summon toads, nothing else. You could ask your Kasen to let you summon the slugs, I suppose?" Again, trying to draw out the Kyuubi, not piss it off, chided Naruto. "Damn it kid," said Jiraiya, "I'm trying here." "Well try harder Ero Sennin," yelled Naruto. "How do you think the fox would react to apes?" "Apes?" asked Naruto. "Yeah, Sandaime has a contract with them," said Jiraiya. "Do you think that would work?" "Maybe, apes are known for their wisdom and strength just like Kyuubi," said Naruto. "Don't we have anything better than that?" "I got nothing else for you kiddo," said Jiraiya. "Let's go see the third then and you can tell him the plan," said Naruto forcefully. "You know, Yondaime summoned frogs," said Jiraiya. "I would like to summon frogs but I do not think it would endear Kyuubi to me," said Naruto. "Can I have more than one contract?" "Yes, but it is rare," said Jiraiya. "Usually the bosses don't get along with each other." "First we need to get the Kyuubi to cooperate," said Naruto. "We can worry about having more than one summon later then." Jiraiya sighed sadly. He knew that Yondaime wanted Naruto to summon frogs, but Naruto was right. They needed to endear the Kyuubi to him, not piss him off even further. Jiraiya took Naruto by the collar and then they both disappeared in a burst of smoke. "Jiraiya?" asked the surprised Sandaime. "Hey old man," said Jiraiya, "long time no see." "Long time indeed," said Sarutobi. "What brings you and young Naruto here today?" "The boy has this crazy idea about learning to control the Kyuubi's chakra and call it to him when asked for," explained Jiraiya, trying to be as condescending as possible to Naruto. "So I suggested summoning for the boy because it requires so much chakra. Anyway, the brat pointed out that Kyuubi might prefer death over giving him chakra to summon a frog." "So what brought you to me?" asked the old man. "Naruto thinks that the Kyuubi might respect the apes more than the frogs," said Jiraiya, "so he wants to sign the ape contract." "You know that the frogs are very powerful, don't you?" Sarutobi asked to Naruto. He knew that Yondaime wanted Naruto to summon frogs just as he did. "I know, and I would like to summon frog, but as I pointed out to Ero Sennin, Kyuubi might be willing to give me the chakra to summon an ape, but it is still going to be an argument," said Naruto. "I see. Perhaps after you have worked out a deal with Kyuubi you could negotiate with the Enma and Gamabunta to be able to summon both of them, suggested Sarutobi, but I see your point. Kyuubi may respect the apes more than the frogs. Exactly, said Naruto, so, do you think you would allow me to sign the ape contract? Sarutobi considered it. He was the last to sign the ape contract and hoped someday to allow his grandson to sign the ape contract since his father passed. Sarutobi also considered that with Orochimaru plotting right now he may not live long enough to pass that contract on to his grandson. Very well Naruto, but I have one condition, said Sarutobi, when my grandson is old enough I want you to allow him to sign the ape contract and then I want you to teach him to summon them. I would be honored to teach your grandson in the future, said Naruto. He couldn't help but feel grateful that the old man trusted him enough to teach his grandson. You say honored now but wait until you meet the brat, said Sarutobi, either way you've agreed. Sarutobi did a series of hand seals before striking the ground, Kachiyose no Jutsu. With that an ape twice the size of a man appeared. Naruto, this is the boss ape Enma Daimyo, said Sarutobi. Saru my friend, why have you summoned me? Asked Enma. I have chosen to allow this young man to sign the contract of the apes. I wanted you to meet him beforehand though, explained Sarutobi. The ape knelt down next to Naruto and studied the boy up and down before looking deep into Naruto's eyes. This one has great potential indeed. I know, said Sarutobi. I would also ask that you allow him to sign a contract with the frogs later and still continue your service to him. And one day, he will pass your contract on to my grandson, but that can be discussed later. Enma took a deep breath and thought carefully on the topic. The silence was killing Naruto while the ape boss considered it. I will consent, but before he is permitted to summon me again he must first summon 9 of my subordinates about the 10th level. Once he has done that he will have earned my respect. After that I and my clan will serve him faithfully as we have for you, and you will consent to working alongside the frogs? I will, said Enma. Thank you Enma Daimyo, said Naruto bowing respectfully to the ape boss. Enma returned the bow before disappearing. Well done Naruto, said Sarutobi. He made me summon 20 of his subordinates above the 15th level before he would allow me to summon him. You really impressed him. Thank you Hokage-sama, said Naruto. Okay, now this is the lowest 10th level summon, said Sarutobi as he did a bunch of hand seals before hitting the ground, Kachiyose no Jutsu. An ape about the same size as Naruto appeared. He had a basic-looking tunic on and wore steel-spiked knuckled on his hands. Across his back there was a large scroll. Hello again Ura Onashi, said Sarutobi to the ape. Nice to see you again Saru, said the ape. How can I help you? I would like for you to allow this young man to sign the contract, said Sarutobi. The ape, Ura Onashi, took the scroll off his back and unrolled it on the floor in front of Naruto. Ura Onashi looked to Naruto. Sign in blood please. Naruto cut his thumb on one of his sharper canines and then signed his name in blood. Naruto barely finished when the ape rolled up the contract and put it back on his back before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Well, you and I will have some summoning lessons every day this month in the afternoon, said Sarutobi. I want to ensure you are ready to approach Kyuubi about giving you enough chakra to summon the boss before the end of the month. He'll be ready in 2 weeks if I have anything to say about it, said Jiraiya. Then you get to work on the frogs. Naruto swallowed. He never liked when adults used that particular tone. He'd heard it enough times from his cousin to cause him to reflexively become nervous from it. So our mornings will now be spent trying to expand your own chakra capacity, said Jiraiya with a grin that caused Naruto to swallow again. Break as promised. Jiraiya had Naruto up early the next morning to train. Jiraiya forced Naruto to train in an area where he could peep on girls swimming, much to Naruto's amusement. Jiraiya had Naruto doing all kind of different exercises on the water's surface. First he'd run laps on the water, then he would do push-ups and sit-ups followed by handstands and back flips. Naruto had to learn very quickly how to push chakra out of his hands and the rest of his body so he didn't fall in. It was probably the most taxing chakra control exercise he'd ever done in his short life or would ever do again in his life, especially so with the extra weight from his new guards. Jiraiya would almost always make him spend his afternoon in meditation trying to draw out Kyuubi into refilling his chakra supply. It would work to an extent in that his reserves would refill much more quickly, but it was flowing freely as it had in the Forest of Death. This was much more forced. That didn't change the fact that it was effective. After meditating, Naruto would meet with Sarutobi on top of the Hokage monument to work on summoning. Sarutobi would summon a 10th level ape for Naruto to see and meet, and most importantly get a feel for how much chakra was needed to summon him. Naruto found out quickly that he was close to having enough chakra to summon a 10th level, but he would have to work very hard to expand his chakra a lot more if he was going to summon 10 apes of the 10th level or higher in 2 weeks' time. That didn't stop Sarutobi from having Naruto summon as high a level ape as he could, for the simple fact that he needed to meet all of the apes. Naruto always followed that up with meditating to refill his chakra faster and then summoning again to deplete his reserves and force them to grow faster. In a day he was able to summon 4 times before Sarutobi sent him off to do whatever he needed to do. That first night Naruto received an unexpected visitor as he was nursing his sore muscles. He looked quite humorous answering the door in boxers and a t-shirt with bags of ice taped to each of his major joints including his hips. "Kakashi-sensei?" questioned Naruto when he opened the door. "Yo," said Kakashi. "Sasuke is sleeping like a baby after our training today and I wanted to talk to you for a bit." "Sure. Come in," said Naruto, motioning the man into his house. "Kasen and Nachan are at the hospital working on Kiba still. I don't know if they'll be home for the next month or two from what I hear about Kiba's condition. Can I get you some tea or something?" "Tea would be fine, Naruto," said Kakashi as he sat at the kitchen table. It was a few minutes later that Naruto and Kakashi were both sitting at the table with a hot cup of tea. Naruto's tea happened to be of a sort that it would relax his muscles. "How is your training going?" asked Kakashi. "Jiraiya is a pervert but he knows his stuff and Sarutobi-sensei is a slave driver," said Naruto with a laugh and wince after the laugh. "Jiraiya is training you?" asked Kakashi in surprise. He didn't get past that. "And Sandame," said Naruto as he took a sip of tea. "I see," said Kakashi. "So Naruto, who taught you Kirameki?" "I had to teach myself," said Naruto. "Every year for my birthday I get a scroll from Yondaime. The first scroll he gave me was on the Kirameki no Jutsu. From there he has given me a new scroll with something revolving around the Kirameki style of fighting." "I see," said Kakashi. That had answered a lot of his question, but he had a feeling that Naruto was unaware of his connection to Yondaime and he wasn't about to be the one to reveal that. The only thing that Kakashi didn't understand is why the boy wasn't raised in the village if he was who he thought he was. "How is Sasuke's training going?" asked Naruto. "Fine. He's already improved by leaps and bounds," said Kakashi politely. "Anyway, I should be going. I just wanted to chat with you for a bit and congratulate you on your victory over Rock Lee." "Thank you, sensei," said Naruto with a giant yawn. "Get some sleep, kid," said Kakashi as he took his leave. Naruto agreed with him wholeheartedly, and as soon as Kakashi was out the door Naruto was in bed asleep. It was a week and a half before Naruto could summon his first level 10 ape, and even then it was just barely. It was the contract bearer that he summoned that time and the next 5 times. It was the next day before he'd summoned a level 12 on accident. He'd received a small boost of chakra from Kyuubi catching him off guard. For a moment he could have sworn he heard laughter afterward. That didn't stop him from celebrating his minor victory. After that day Naruto was unstoppable. Every day he'd summoned 2 new apes, topping out on a level 37 ape. He'd summoned 14 apes above level 10 in the 2 weeks he had. Now it was time to talk with Kyuubi. "So, any idea how to talk to Kyuubi?" asked Naruto as he walked along a path with Sarutobi and Jiraiya. "We've been thinking about that," said Sarutobi. "We figure that the reason you used Kyuubi in the Forest of Death was because Kyuubi sensed that your life was in danger from Orochimaru." "That makes sense," said Naruto, not really thinking about what that meant to him. Suddenly he stopped once he understood their plans, but by then it was too late. He was in range of their goal for that day. Jiraiya moved fast and hit Naruto in the chest lightly, but for some reason the hit carried him pretty far. When he stopped he was in air over a rather large, deep chasm that seemed to have no bottom to it. "I'm going to die," said Naruto as he started plummeting to his imminent death. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut, not wanting to see it. As soon as he closed his eyes he was no longer in the chasm but instead a poorly lit hallway. "What the hell?" asked Naruto to himself as he began to explore. "Is this hell?" He heard a dark chuckle when asked that question. He walked toward that chuckle, having let his curiosity get the better of him. Soon enough Naruto was standing before a giant cage being held shut by a slip of paper that read simply, "Seal." "Kyuubi," Naruto whispered in awe of the cage. "So brat, this time you've come looking for me," said a dark voice that sent chills down his spine. "Yeah, what are you going to do about it?" asked Naruto challengingly. "Come closer kid," ordered Kyuubi. Naruto did so. Suddenly the Kyuubi's claws extended through the bars towards Naruto. Naruto did his best not to show fear, for he knew that Kyuubi would try to take advantage of any weakness that Naruto showed. He'd been preparing for this moment for the last 2 weeks. As such, he had an idea of what to say and how to deal with the bastard. "What do you want, brat?" asked Kyuubi. "Chakra," said Naruto in an all-business tone. "No, you already take too much from me," said Kyuubi. "How much longer before this seal kills you?" asked Naruto, knowing how to goad Kyuubi. Unfortunately, the Kyuubi simply laughed. "I would take millions of years for this seal to kill me even if I gave you the chakra you asked for at all times." Naruto did catch a hint of something more in Kyuubi's voice and smiled. "You know that when I die then you do too. You have a choice. Give me what I want or die sooner." Kyuubi laughed. "You've got guts kid, but if you want my chakra you're going to have to ask me the right way. Give me the damn chakra whenever I call for it or I'll kill myself right now and that will be the end of it for both of us," said Naruto with dead seriousness in his voice. This time Kyuubi didn't laugh at him. He knew how serious the kid was being. "So be it, you have a deal," said Kyuubi. "Whenever I call for it?" asked Naruto. "Yes boy, whenever you call for. Just scream the thought through your mind and you'll get it," said Kyuubi. "At least you have enough respect for me not to come to me with a contract for those damn frogs. Now go and save both our lives before I change my mind." Naruto smirked as the Kyuubi's chakra wrapped around him. Naruto opened his eyes to see that he was still falling. Naruto bit into his thumb and smeared a bit of blood on his hand. Kachiyose no jutsu. He poured every drop of chakra that Kyuubi gave him into the summon, which he discovered quickly was just too much. That didn't prevent Enma from appearing. "Congratulations kid, you did it," said Enma as the pair continued to fall. Enma-sama, we're kind of falling to our deaths. Do you think you could save us both?" asked Naruto respectfully. Enma sighed. "Kid, you don't have to ask. I follow your orders. That is the end of it." "Fine then, I order you to save my life before I go splat at the bottom of this chasm," yelled Naruto as he got more nervous. Enma smirked at Naruto and grabbed the boy with one arm and put him on his back. "Hold on." Enma then grabbed the side of the chasm with ease. Then with a single heave he shot himself in. Naruto out of the chasm and back to where Jiraiya and Sarutobi were waiting. "I'm glad to see he succeeded," said Sarutobi to Enma. "Actually he overdid it on the chakra," said Enma. "He'll have to learn the exact amount to use when he's messing with that other chakra. Now that he has access to it he'll have to learn to control it," said Jiraiya. "Did Kyuubi hassle you about your summoning contract at all?" asked Sarutobi. "The only thing he said is that he was glad I had enough respect to not come to him with a contract for the frogs. I think he's still sore over their involvement in his imprisonment," said Naruto. "So the brat was right," said Jiraiya with a shrug. "I think he would have given it to me either way given the circumstances," said Naruto. "He really doesn't like the idea of dying at all." "Don't forget that kid," said Jiraiya. "You can hold that fear over his head anytime you want something from him." Break Sarutobi and Jiraiya took Naruto out for ramen that night to celebrate his success, but it ended with the promise of Naruto having to negotiate with Gamabunta the next day. Naruto and Jiraiya traveled back to the same deserted area. "Naruto summon Enma and I'll call on Gamabunta," said Jiraiya. Kachiyose no jutsu called Naruto and Jiraiya at the same time, summoning the two boss summons. "Jiraiya," yelled the boss frog Gamabunta, "what the hell did you call me for?" "Hello Gamabunta," greeted Enma. Enma, is that you?" asked the boss frog. "Yes, it's been a while since I last saw you," said the ape boss. "Indeed, do you know why this idiot on my back summoned me?" "I wish to discuss something with you," said Enma simply. "Oh, and what's that?" "This boy," said Enma putting a heavy hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Where is Sarutobi?" asked Gamabunta. "In his office probably," said Enma. "This boy summoned me this time as it is." You let this little thing summon you?" "Hey, I'm not that little," protested Naruto angrily. He has signed the contract, said Enma before Naruto did anything he might regret. So what did you want with me? Asked Gamabunta. I have already told this boy that I would be willing to allow him to have a contract with both of our clans, said Enma. I wanted to ask you if you'd agree to the same? Gamabunta bent low and looked hard into Naruto's eyes for a few minutes just as Enma had. Fine, but if this boy ever manages to summon me I reserve the right to test him. I'll pass any test you give me, said Naruto strongly to the giant frog that could squash him easily. We'll see, said the toad before he vanished in a large puff of smoke, leaving Jiraiya hanging in midair for a moment until he plummeted to the ground. Okay. Bring on that toad contract, said Naruto, rubbing his hands together. He could hear the Kyuubi growling angrily in his head, but they just had to remind the dumb bastard of their agreement. Naruto once more signed the contract in blood. He then smeared some blood on his palm before completing the necessary hand seals. Now remember, Naruto. You need to picture what you want to summon in your head. That will let you distinguish between the apes and the frogs, Jiraiya instructed him. Yeah, I got it, said Naruto as he slammed his hand on the ground, calling up Gamabunta. What? Complained the giant frog, twice in one damn day. I summoned you, said Naruto, who still had a bit of Kyuubi's chakra left in him. He could feel his body trying to convert the chakra into his own, but it wasn't going very well, not that it mattered much. You, said Gamabunta, but you've already summoned Enma today. I know, said Naruto. I have a certain fox who is really pissed at me right now for using him to summon you, especially since you were involved in his being sealed in the first place. Gamabunta laughed heartily. That was great, boy. I haven't laughed like that in years. Not since the Yondaime. You know, you remind me of him. Really? Asked Naruto. It's my dream to make Yondaime proud of me. He sacrificed his life to seal the fox in me. It wouldn't be right if I let him down and made his sacrifice in vain. You're on your way, boy, said Gamabunta. Just because you forced that damned fox to give you chakra to summon me, I'm not going to test you. If you ever need my help, just call me. Thanks, Gamabunta, said Naruto. What? Complained Jiraiya. Just like that you accept the boy and then offer him help anytime he needs it? You still complain to me whenever I SM on you. That's because I don't like you, said Gamabunta as he set Naruto on the ground before disappearing. Naruto was trying his hardest to simply not laugh at the stunned Jiraiya. Don't say a word, Naruto, said Jiraiya as he wandered off, probably to peep. Once Jiraiya was out of earshot, Naruto fell to the ground laughing at the pervert. Naruto had a good 2 weeks in retrospect. He'd acquired 2 summoning contracts, something that hadn't been done in 400 years, not that he knew that. He'd made arrangements for Kyuubi to pay whenever he demanded it of him. The thing Naruto had to be careful of was not pushing the Kyuubi too far in his payments, or the beast might just cut him off completely. That left Naruto 2 weeks to finish preparing himself to face whoever it is he was to face in the finals. In everything that happened, he hadn't bothered to ask who he would face. Naruto returned home that night exhausted. Now that he could summon, it wasn't that uncommon that he'd summon an ape to fight against him, which was definitely not an easy undertaking on his part. Naruto was surprised to arrive home and have Hinata waiting for him. Hey Hinata-chan, said Naruto as he walked up. Hello Naruto-kun, said the shy Hinata. What are you doing here? He asked, already knowing the answer. I wanted to see how you're doing since the exam, said Hinata shyly. I'm as good as new, said Naruto, tired from my training today but completely uninjured. That's good, said Hinata. Well, I suppose I should go. Hold on a minute, why don't we go get some ramen, suggested Naruto. Though Naruto knew that he didn't care for her as more than a friend, he was also reminded by his cousin how quickly things like that can change when you're young. She encouraged him to become closer to her despite his feelings. Naruto had a feeling that his cousin either knew something he didn't, or she was just plotting again. Still, she'd never led him wrong in the past, or at least too wrong in the past. Okay, said Hinata with a bit too eager of a smile. Naruto thought she had a pretty smile, as he rarely ever saw it. Let me go in and shower and change and then we can go. Okay, said Hinata with a bit more control. You can wait in the living room, said Naruto, motioning her in ahead of him. It didn't take Naruto long to shower and dress. He was worried about Hinata when returned to the living room to see she'd gotten a bloody nose. She claimed that she just stood up too fast before and it caused all the blood to rush to her head. Naruto wasn't so sure, but he couldn't think of anything else that would cause her to get a bloody nose. Together they ate in silence. Naruto ate a few bowls while Hinata limited herself to only one bowl. After dinner they just sat and talked. "So, Naruto-kun, are you nervous about your next match?" asked Hinata. "Not really," said Naruto, "on the other hand I don't even know who I'm fighting so." "You don't know?" asked Hinata in surprise. "Nope, no one told me," explained Naruto. "Do you know who I'm fighting?" Hinata nodded then swallowed nervously. "Who is it?" asked Naruto curiously. She was being strangely quiet about it. "You have to fight," she paused and swallowed, "Neji Nisan." "Yes," said Naruto excitedly, "I get my chance to fight him right away, this is great." Hinata seemed shocked that Naruto was so excited about fighting Neji. "Naruto-kun, he's really dangerous, he might kill you." "What?" asked Naruto, already losing faith in me. He teased. "No," said Hinata a bit too strongly, "I just worry about you." "Thank you for your concern, but I can handle Neji," said Naruto. "You missed my fight with Lee, so trust me when I say that Neji is toast." "Can you really beat him?" "Yep," said Naruto confidently. "Why were you excited to fight him?" asked Hinata. "When he did that to you I swore that I'd beat him for you," said Naruto, trying not to meet her eyes. He didn't have to know that she was shocked. Then it was Naruto's turn to be shocked when she hugged him and cried on his shoulder. He did what his cousin always did for him when he was upset and wrapped his arms around her. He was surprised by how soft she was, and then her perfume got into his nose and he felt slightly funny. He comforted Hinata for a while longer, not really thinking about the comforting part but these odd feelings that were suddenly making their appearance in his subconscious. Naruto eventually walked her home and then returned to his own home. His mind was abuzz with everything that he just dealt with, and in truth he was much more confused than he'd ever been. Chapter 6 Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or any of the characters created by Kishimoto-sensei. After Naruto's date with Hinata, he threw himself into his training for the tournament in an attempt to put her out of his mind. He couldn't afford to be distracted before such an important event. One bit of training that Sarutobi-sensei encouraged him to take part in was one that Naruto was having more difficulty with than he would have liked. "Damn it, boy," yelled a frustrated Enma, "that's the 7th time you've dropped me." "I'm not used to using a damn stick," Naruto yelled back, equally frustrated. "I'm not a damn stick in this form. I am a thunderbolt staff capable of changing length and thickness to suit your needs in combat," explained Enma angrily. "I know," yelled Naruto. "Then start acting like you know," returned Enma. "Let's start again." Naruto picked up Enma again in thunderbolt staff form. Enma was a genius in his own right. After watching Naruto's fighting style and studying the way Naruto moved without the Kirameki activated, he was able to determine a method for Naruto to use the power pull with his taijutsu form. So far it wasn't going very well for either of them. Naruto got into first position again for his taijutsu. He was holding Enma out behind him parallel to the ground. Naruto graceful turned Enma straight forward in jab, in which Enma elongated. Naruto then swung Enma in a wide sweeping arc around his back, only to have Enma shrink and then have Naruto put the end in the ground while Enma extended push Naruto through the air to deliver a series of kicks. It continued this way for a while, very slowly, just trying to learn the basic movements and attacks and defenses while using Enma in his power pull form. "That was much better," said Enma. "You made it through the first kata finally." "I'm trying, you know," said Naruto. "It's not easy and I have to remember to think the commands for the power pull while I'm doing them, so you know what I want. You've helped me so far with that because I'm still learning and it's just kata, but if I use you in a real combat situation then I'll be in real trouble." "Don't worry so much, kid," said Enma. "You won't be ready to use me in a combat situation for a long time." "Hey Enma," said Naruto as a thought occurred to him. "How come you're only marginally larger? I mean, Gamabunta is huge, but I don't need to be large." "Different summons serve different purposes," began Enma in lecture mode. "Frogs, slugs, and snakes are all large type summons. They are used in major warfare when fighting large armies or even when fighting against other summoned beasts. You wouldn't summon Gamabunta to fight against just one person. Sure, there are smaller forms of those summons, but they are not very useful in their smaller forms. The apes, the dogs, and the falcons are all smaller type summons. We are good in smaller battles, like when fighting against someone 1-on-1 or 2-on-1 or even 5-on-1. We aren't as useful in those larger battles as we don't cause the general mass destruction that the larger types do. Each summon type has its uses. The dogs are amazing at tracking, which is great for hunter nins. The falcons are great for reconnaissance mission as their eyesight is unparalleled. Apes are the best for assassination because we can move easily in enclosed spaces, which is typical of assassinations, and we are very intelligent as to surpass security. Got it? I think so. I never thought about that before. I always thought that a summon was a summon, said Naruto. Most don't think about it, said Enma. The most important weapon any shinobi possesses in their mind. While you may not be considered a genius, you are quite intelligent when you put your mind to it, just like Yondaime. Is it possible to summon 2 different summons at one time? If you have enough chakra, said Enma, and with Kyuubi you do. I figured that I would have enough chakra, but I didn't know if it was possible, explained Naruto. Well, now you know, said Enma. That's enough rest. Let's get back to work on that kata. This time let's try to pick up the speed. Break. Naruto was only a few days away from the start of the finals, and in the 3.5 weeks that passed Naruto had hardly seen his cousin or Nichan at home or anywhere else for that matter. But Naruto knew that his training needed to come first. You've improved greatly on your kata, said the staff in Naruto's hands. Thank you, Enma Daimyo. I couldn't have done it without your help, said Naruto as he sat down heavily, having finished the form. Enma changed back into his ape form with a loud pop of smoke. So, the finals start in 3 days, huh? Yeah, it should be fun, said Naruto. Let's hope so, said Enma, but don't forget that there will be fighters at the tournament looking to kill their opponents. You must always be careful not to risk your life too much, or you risk letting Kyuubi's rage overtake you. I know, I still can't believe I did that again while just training with Sarutobi and Jiraiya together, said Naruto shamefully. 1 week prior, Naruto was sparring with Sarutobi and Jiraiya together. Naruto asked Kyuubi for chakra in the heat of battle, and Kyuubi gave it to him, but in such an amount that he was blinded by fury and rage. Luckily, as soon as it happened, Jiraiya knocked him out. Since then Naruto has been much more cautious with asking for chakra from Kyuubi, and even when he did get chakra from Kyuubi he was very careful to control it as much as he was able to, which wasn't very easy. Don't worry about that, said Enma. You've learned since then. Now make sure you can keep yourself under control. I will, Enma-sama, said Naruto. I think I'm about ready to try again. I think that's enough training. I want you to relax and recuperate for the next 3 days. So every morning just stretch and go for a short run to keep your muscles from getting tight and knotted up, instructed Enma, and go see your family. Try to get them out of the hospital for an evening or something. Maybe treat them to a flower to remind them you care. Flowers? Asked Naruto in confusion. Haven't you ever bought your cousin flowers before? Asked Enma. Well, no, but go, instructed Enma, trying to look serious. But go and buy your cousin flowers, or so help me I'll never train you again, said Enma. Naruto's eyes widened from that threat, but rather than risk it he took off running toward town to rectify his grave oversight. Naruto slowed to a walk once he reached town. He decided to go home and shower before he visited his family. A short while later Naruto was once again walking through town, except this time he was clean and not sweating like a pig. Where was that flower shop Sakura-chan said was best? Asked Naruto to himself. A bit later he spotted the shop and entered. Welcome to Yamanaka Flowers, said a bored female voice. Naruto looked at the source of the voice. It was a girl with platinum blonde hair and bright blue eyes, not entirely unlike his own. Naruto had seen her a few times before but had never been properly introduced before. Naruto noticed that she looked very different from when he had seen her previously. Her hair was much shorter and she had a lot of little scratches on her face, arms, and legs. Hello, Naruto finally said. You're Naruto, right? Asked the girl. Yeah, I don't think we've been properly introduced before, said Naruto. You're Ino, right? Yep, said the girl. So what can I do for you today? I'm looking for some flowers for my cousin, said Naruto as he browsed the different flowers. Sakura-chan said that this shop had the best flowers in town, so I thought this would be the best place to start. Big forehead girl said that? Asked Ino in surprise. Yeah, but she also said that she'd never tell you that, said Naruto with a grin. Ino too laughed. Well, let's see what we can find. Is this for any kind of special occasion? No, she's been working a lot lately and I haven't seen her, so someone suggested that I give her some flowers and try to convince her to leave the hospital to have dinner, explained Naruto. That's really sweet of you, said Ino, giggling madly. Most boys would never even consider such a thing. I never did either until someone suggested it, Naruto said with a smile. He didn't feel the need to tell her that he was actually threatened to do this. Typical, said Ino with a scoff, but Naruto could see the smile at the corner of her mouth signaling that she was joking. I know, I'm a horrible son, said Naruto, shaking his head and looking at the ground. Don't let Ino-chan fool you, she's just as bad, said a male voice from the back of the shop. Naruto and Ino both turned to see a tall man with sandy blonde hair and the same blue eyes as Ino. Tucson, screeched Ino with delight, when did you get back from your mission? I just got back now, said the man that Naruto now knew as Ino's father. I thought you weren't going to be back for another week? Mission ended early, said the man. Naruto got the impression that the man had other reasons, but he wasn't about to question it. So you'll get to see my match, said Ino excitedly. I will, said the man, congratulations again. Ino blushed from her father's compliments. So, who is this? Asked the man, looking at Naruto. This is Naruto, said Ino. He's a genin like me. He has teamed up with Sasuke-kun and Big Forehead Girl. Still a rival with Sakura then? Asked the man, causing Naruto to have to stifle a small chuckle. Daddy, said Ino, slapping his arm, you know that Sasuke was meant only for me and that thing, isn't worthy of the last Uchiha. The man apparently didn't like Uchiha much. I happen to think you could do much better than the Uchiha. What about Shikamaru? Daddy, you only like Shikamaru because he is the son of your best friend, said Ino. By now, Naruto was starting to feel a bit out of place. Anyway, said the man, I'm Inoshin, this little troublemaker's Tucson. Pleased to meet you, sir, said Naruto, bowing properly. Uzumaki Naruto. Ah, so you're the boy the Junin have been in a buzz about, said Inoshin, looking very interested suddenly. Really? Asked Naruto. I don't know why. Probably that technique you used to stomp Rock Lee with, snorted Ino in a very unladylike manner. I've heard that you inherited Yondaimi's techniques, said Inoshin. I must say that I am impressed and very pleased that the techniques were not lost to our village. I'm just honored that Yondaime chose me to learn them, said Naruto. I think he would be very proud of you, said Inoshin. You seem to be a fine young man. I don't sense any of the troublemaking spirit in you that Yondaime was famous for. Oh, I have plenty of that, said Naruto foolishly. I'm just pretty good at hiding it from others. Inoshin laughed heartily from that comment. That's the damnedest echo I've ever heard. You know, Yondaime once said the exact same thing to me, but that was a long time ago. Really? Asked Naruto excitedly. He was always thirsting to learn more about Yondaime than just what the textbooks say. Yep, but I think I've taken enough of your time today, said Inoshin. I've got some more work to do today before I can relax. I was nice meeting you, said Naruto with a foxy grin that caused Inoshin to pause for only a second in recognition. You too, said Inoshin. Good luck at the finals. Thanks, said Naruto. With that, Inoshin departed. My Tucson seems to really like you, said Ino. I think he's really nice, said Naruto. He also knew Yondaime. Wish he had more time to talk. I really would like to hear more about what kind of person Yondaime was. You were really interested in Yondaime, huh? Asked Ino as she began to pick out some different flowers. Yeah, he was a hero and the strongest shinobi in the village. He gave up his life to defeat Kyuubi and save the village, said Naruto. I'm honored that he chose me to carry on his fighting style and jutsu. So, Yondaime really passed that technique on to you? Asked Ino. Yep, said Naruto proudly. So, why you? Or do you not know? Well, Kasen said that Yondaime felt responsible for me since I lost both of my parents to Kyuubi. He was friends with my parents, I'm told, explained Naruto. Really? Asked Ino. Do you know your parents' names? Naruto stopped for a minute to consider. You know, I've never asked my Kasen what my parents' names were. Maybe you should ask, said Ino. The library keeps archives on all the families in Konoha. There are even more archives on all the families lost to Kyuubi. Naruto seemed to be thinking. He'd always had these resources available to him and yet he never once bothered to check on his family history. I will have to do that after the tournament then. Thanks Ino-chan. Naruto felt that he'd made another friend. Did I say it was okay for you to call me Ino-chan? Just because my father can get away with it doesn't mean you can too, shouted Ino at him, holding a rose out toward him in a threatening manner. I call all my female friends with chan, or are saying that you don't want to be my friend, said Naruto defensively. She's just like my cousin, Naruto thought in his head. Ino softened a bit. If we are friends I guess I can let it go. Great, said Naruto with a hint of sarcasm. All finished, said Ino, handing him an arranged basket of flowers, snapping him back to attention. Naruto looked at the flowers. This is very nice Ino-chan. Thank you. How much do I owe you? Ino just smirked devilishly at Naruto. Not much later Naruto was once more on the streets, but this time his destination was the hospital. Hello cousin, Naruto greeted the woman who was deeply involved in a text behind her desk. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? Asked Tsunade. I haven't seen much of you this month, so I thought I would kidnap you tonight for dinner, said Naruto as he handed her the flower basket. Flowers? Asked the surprised Tsunade. You've never given me flowers before? Someone suggested that you might like them, said Naruto nervously. Tsunade smiled warmly at her son before hugging him fiercely. Thank you very much for the flowers. They're very nice. You're welcome, said Naruto with a sheepish grin. Did you arrange them yourself? She asked, only too happy to take a break from her book. Of course not, said Naruto with a disgusted look on his face. The flower shop girl did. Ah, well she did a good job, said Tsunade. That's what I told her, said Naruto. She's a genin like me. Yamanaka Ino, she kind of reminds me of you. Oh, and how's that? Is she smart, beautiful and intelligent? Asked Tsunade with a smile. No, she's loud, pushy and dangerous, said Naruto without considering what he'd just said. When Naruto woke up a few minutes later, he apologized profusely to his still angry mother. I didn't mean that was a bad thing, said Naruto nervously. I like you just the way you are. That seemed to pacify Tsunade for the moment. So, can I convince you to take the night off to have dinner with me? Asked Naruto. I'm sorry Naruto-kun. I have to be in surgery tonight. If this works then Kiba might be able to continue his life as a shinobi, but if I fail then he will never walk again, let alone be a shinobi, explained Tsunade with a sad frown. That Gaara guy really did a number on him huh? Asked Naruto. Naruto, if you have to face him tomorrow, you will probably have to kill him, said Tsunade. There is something very wrong with that boy and he is a danger, not only to the leaf but also to himself. Do you think I can do that? Asked Naruto. If this guy is really that strong, you might have to let him out to play more than usual, said Tsunade suggestively. Are you seriously advising me to let him take control? Asked Naruto. Only as a last resort, said Tsunade. I don't like it but I'll keep it in mind, said Naruto. Just be safe, said Tsunade. Will you be at the finals? Asked Naruto hopefully. I wouldn't miss it for the world, said Tsunade, giving Naruto a hug and a kiss on the forehead. Thank you, said Naruto. Oh, Ino-chan gave me a really good idea. What's that? Asked Tsunade. Well, we got to talking about Yondaime and then we talked about him being friends with my parents. Anyway, she told me that the village has archives of all the families in the village, so I could maybe look up and see who my parents were, said Naruto quickly in one breath. Naruto was so excited about it he failed to see the expression of worry on Tsunade's face. She knew she would have to tell him eventually, but she never imagined he would try to find out on his own. She also realized that it might have been best for Naruto to find out on his own rather than just being told. Break, first match. Yamanaka Ino versus Konkuro of the Sand, said the judge, signaling the other participants to go to the waiting area. I still can't believe that my sister forfeited against you, said the boy with too much face paint. What can I say? Boasted Ino. I have a convincing personality. Maybe, but you've run out of hair with which to hold me down and force me into submission, said Konkuro calmly. That doesn't matter, said Ino. She knew that she was easily outclassed in this fight, but that wasn't going to stop her from trying her best. The one thing she had working in her favor was that he didn't understand the Shintention. The one problem with that was simply that she didn't know whether she was talking to him or to one of his puppets, because without knowing that fighting him was useless. "Begin," ordered the judge lazily. He was more interested in chewing on his new toothpick than the fight. Kankuro made the first move when he charged quickly forward, throwing several shuriken at her. Ino was quick to deflect the shuriken with a kunai, but while she was busy with that, someone grabbed her from behind and wrapped her in a vice-like grip. "Ha ha, you've fallen so easily into my trap," said a third person. There were now two puppets for her to face and him. "Hey, I was wondering if you were ever going to show yourself," said Ino as she went completely limp in the puppet's arms. "That was pitiful," said Kankuro. "I thought she was tougher than that." Suddenly he froze and closed his eyes. After a moment of stress on his face, he calmed down and opened his eyes again. He experimentally moved his fingers until they released Ino to the ground. Then he tried to bring his puppets back to him. Without any explanation, he tangled up all of the chakra strings before cutting them all. He was about to raise his arm in the air but stopped halfway once again, donning a face of stress as if fighting with himself. Suddenly he dropped to one knee, panting, while Ino picked herself up off the ground. "I guess I wasn't fast enough that time," said Ino, "but at least your puppets are trashed." "What the hell was that?" asked Kankuro as he stood up. "Shintenshin no Jutsu," she answered. "My clan's ability is to take over the body of another person. You gave away your position too soon and I was able to get in." "You're going to pay for that," said the angry Kankuro. "I don't think so," said Ino as she began a set of hand seals. "How much do I owe you, Ino?" asked Naruto. "Not much," replied Ino with a wicked grin. "I just want you to teach me something to use against that Kankuro guy." "What?" asked Naruto in surprise. "I don't have time for that." "You do or you don't get the flowers," said Ino. "Besides, I only want you to teach me one technique that will be useful against that guy." "Fine, but my cousin better love these flowers," ended Naruto. "Doten. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu," she whispered before vanishing from sight. "What the hell? Where did she go?" asked Kankuro stupidly. Without warning, something grabbed hold of his ankles and pulled him into the ground. As a result, he was now buried up to his neck in dirt. "Inner decapitation," boasted Ino before she landed a few swift kicks to his head, relieving him of consciousness. "Winner, Yamanaka Ino," said the judge as he walked over to pull Kankuro out of the ground. Ino was jumping up and down excitedly, giving the peace sign to the stands where Sakura was sitting as if to brag. Break up in the stands. A few people were shocked. "When did Ino learn that?" asked Inoshin to Asuma. "I don't know, I didn't teach it to her," said Asuma as he chewed a bit more on his cigar. "It's almost time for us to take our positions," said Inoshin as he checked his watch. "I know," said Asuma. "Let's go." With that, the pair vanished in a puff of smoke, as did a few other shinobi, not that anyone paid much attention to it. "Break, nice Ino," said Naruto as she joined the other in the waiting area. "Maybe you should fight Gaara too. You seem to be on a roll with the Suna shinobi." "No thanks," said Ino, looking fearfully towards Gaara. "Ino, where did you learn that technique?" asked an annoyed Shikamaru. "Oh, I just picked it up," said Ino proudly, earning a slight glare from Naruto, but he dropped it soon enough. "Nara Shikamaru versus Aburame Shino," called the judge. "This is just too troublesome," said Shikamaru as he made his way down the stair to the arena. "Shut up, Shikamaru," yelled Ino angrily. "Get your ass down there and fight your hardest." Shikamaru scoffed at her and walked back up the stairs to the balcony and then yelled over the edge to the judge, "I quit." "What?" demanded Ino angrily. "You heard me," said Shikamaru. "This is too troublesome. Shino is an ally and I don't want to hurt him or risk getting myself hurt for something so troublesome." "Winner by forfeit, Aburame Shino," called the judge to the angry crowd. Shino just shrugged as if it wasn't a problem. "Hyuga Neji versus Uzumaki Naruto," called the judge. Naruto hopped right off the side of the balcony, landing deftly on the stadium floor. Neji, however, took his time to enter. "Uzumaki Naruto," said Neji coldly, "you're a loser just like Hinata. You cannot hope to compete with a genius." Naruto raised an eyebrow at Neji. "You have some hostility issues. You need to learn to relax and enjoy life a bit. Maybe you should take Tenten out on a date or something. I know she'd like that." Neji actually blushed a bit at the suggestion. "See, you're already starting to relax just thinking about her." The two buns she puts her hair up in every day. I wonder if her hair is long or short when the bun is undone. What do you think? Neji was starting to get distracted by Naruto's suggestive questions. Do you think she kisses well? Asked Naruto with his fox-like grin. At this, Neji was as red as a cherry tomato. Maybe I should ask her out. What do you think? Touch her and you're dead, said Neji acidly as he stepped back into a fighting stance. That's right, Neji, said Naruto seriously as he stepped into his own fighting stance. Show me how strong you are. With that suggestion, Neji charged forward quickly. Just as he was about to hit Naruto, there was a yellow flash in his eyes, and then he was being hit hard in the kidneys, sending him hurtling across the stadium floor. Ouch, that one had to hurt, said Naruto with a chuckle. He didn't feel the need to injure Neji or kill him, but he did feel the need to teach Neji a lesson for his treatment of girl that looked to him as a brother. Neji picked himself up off the ground, coughed up a little blood before resuming his fighting stance. This time Neji chose to wait for Naruto to attack, but Naruto just stood there smiling at him. You going to stand there all day, or are you going to fight me? Asked Neji angrily, letting his defenses drop slightly. Suddenly there was another flash and he was receiving an uppercut from a Naruto bursting out of the ground. Neji landed heavily again but managed to pick himself up again. I guess those eyes of yours don't see everything, do they? Asked Naruto. So even genius have their limits. You don't know what you're talking about, shouted Neji angrily. Don't I? Asked Naruto. You're fighting hard against what you believe to be your fate, aren't you? Isn't that why you attack Hinata so viciously, because you were trying to fight against the main house? We all have our destinies, said Neji not quite so confidently. We do, agreed Naruto, but even destiny gives you the right to choose and to change, just like Hinata is trying to do. Naruto was a bit solemn after saying that. Neji seemed to be fighting with his conscience. Another bright yellow flash announced another attack on Neji. This one landed center mass, sending him to the ground hard. Here ends the lesson, said Naruto before he hit a minor pressure point, knocking Neji out. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto, said the examiner. Just after he said it, Sasuke and Kakashi appeared with a whirl of leaves and wind. You made it, said Naruto with a grin. You're just in time for your fight too. I'd be careful though, Sasuke. You're starting to pick up Sensei's bad habits. Sasuke smirked. Whatever. How was your fight? It was all right, said Naruto. I wasn't very friendly with him. He then thumbed over his shoulder to the boy being carted off by medic nins. Sasuke then studied Naruto up and down. He didn't have a scratch on him. Good luck with Gaara, and be careful. There is something wrong with his mind. He keeps talking to himself about giving his mother blood or something like that, whispered Naruto as Gaara entered the field. Thanks, said Sasuke as he focused in on Gaara. Come on, Naruto, said Kakashi as he took Naruto's shoulder and vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto was deposited with the other Chunin hopefuls before Kakashi vanished again. I hate when he does that shit without warning me, complained Naruto as he stood up. Stop whining, you big baby, yelled Ino at him. Her yelling is just too troublesome, said Shikamaru as he turned to look at different clouds. Stop yelling at me, yelled Naruto, or you can forget me ever helping you with anything ever again. Don't you yell at me, yelled Ino, and you damn well better help when I ask or I'll have to do something drastic. Oh yeah, what the hell do you think you could do? Asked Naruto haughtily. Ino leaned in close and whispered in Naruto's ear. You wouldn't, said Naruto as his eyes widened. You bet your ass I would, said Ino with a devious little smirk that caused Naruto to swallow nervously. Shino and Shikamaru were smart enough to continue looking out at the fight. Naruto's nervousness vanished in an instant. Oh yeah, he said with a sneaky smirk before he leaned in close to her and whispered in her ear. You wouldn't, said Ino looking at Naruto in shock. Wanna bet? Asked Naruto with a grin. Ino paused and considered for a second. Okay, why don't we call a truce? Deal, said Naruto confidently before he looked back at the fight. Break, yo, said Kakashi as he appeared next to the Hokage. Could you arrive a little later next time? Asked the old man. You see, we got lost coming here, began Kakashi, but he could see that it wasn't going over very well. You missed your other student fight, said Sarutobi. He beat the Hyuga genius rather easily. He is full of surprises, isn't he? Asked Kakashi. Indeed, said Sarutobi. Is there a reason that you didn't tell me about his bloodline? asked Kakashi in hushed tones. I knew you'd figure it out eventually, said Sarutobi. On the other hand, I did think you'd figure it out much sooner. I didn't even know to look for it, said Kakashi. Never forget, Kakashi, that a shinobi must always look underneath to see what is truly there, said Sarutobi. Anyway, you're not supposed to be up here. Go down to the stands and enjoy the matches from there. Kakashi bowed and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Is there trouble? Asked the cage. No trouble at all, said Sarutobi, smiling at the imposter. In his head he was still trying to figure out what Orochimaru had planned that he assumed the identity of the cage. I am most interested in this last fight, said the imposter. As am I, said Sarutobi. Sarutobi calmly watched the fight between Sasuke and Gaara as it went through several twists and turns. Sarutobi hardly noticed as out of the corner of his eye Orochimaru killed his personal guard and then just as quickly grabbed him around the neck before jumping to the roof. Sarutobi watched in horror as several large explosions rocked the stadium and the village walls. What is it you want with me? I want you to die and your precious village to be destroyed, said Orochimaru. You know that you're going to fail? Asked the old man. Your scheming will not prevail this day, Orochimaru. Ha ha ha, so you knew it was me. Wonderful, what do you intend to do about it? You know that you cannot defeat me, said the man as he shed his disguise. Maybe, maybe not, said Sarutobi as all around him a barrier went up keeping the Anbu out. Then he had to watch as the ones that put up the barrier put up a second barrier to guard themselves. You will die in here, laughed Orochimaru as he shoved the man forward to the ground. Maybe, but I'm going to do my best to take you with me, said Sarutobi as his battle gear appeared. I see, then you were expecting me? Break, Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, shouted Kakashi. Go after Gaara and stop him. He is central in some way to this plan and must be stopped. Yes, sensei, the pair called back as they were already chasing after Gaara and his siblings. Sakura, Ino, try and wake as many of the shinobi in the stadium as you can, Kakashi ordered as he began fighting off the different shinobi. I'll cover you. Yes, sensei, said Sakura as she quickly went around waking the other Genin and Chunin. I have to stop that boy, said one of the masked shinobi that was invading the stadium as he started to chase after Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi moved to intercept him but was cut off by 6 more sound shinobi and engaged in a fight for his life. Chapter 7 Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or any of the characters created by Kishimoto-sensei. We are being followed, said Shikamaru as he jumped from one branch to another. How many? Asked Sasuke. I don't know, said Shikamaru. Stop for a second, said Naruto, bringing the group to a halt. Naruto bit his thumb and made a few quick hand seals before slamming his hand down on the branch. Kachiyose no jutsu. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a small monkey. Yo boss, what's up? Asked the monkey as he jumped up onto Naruto's shoulder. We're being followed. I want you to find how many and how strong and then return to me as fast as possible. We'll be moving ahead so you'll have to catch up to us, explained Naruto to the little monkey. You'll owe me a banana later for this, said the small monkey. Sure, said Naruto as the monkey jumped off his shoulder and ran away from the 3 genin. Since when can you summon? And why a monkey? Asked Sasuke as they started moving forward again. You're not the only one that got specialized training during the month off, and it's an ape, not a monkey. If you call him a monkey, where he can hear you and you'll piss off him and Enma, so do me a favor and just don't do it again, said Naruto as he followed behind him. Training is just too troublesome, said Shikamaru lazily. The small ape returned quickly. Boss, you got a big problem. How many? Just one, but he's at least Junin level, maybe higher, said the monkey. That's not good, said Naruto. Sasuke and I will stay and deal with the Junin, said Shikamaru lazily. You take care of Gaara. What? Demanded Sasuke. Why should he take care of Gaara? Fine, you go after Gaara and Shikamaru and I will take out this asshole, said Naruto, very much not in the mood to argue. No one listens to me, said Shikamaru, slightly annoyed. Good luck, Sasuke, we'll catch up if we can, said Naruto as he and Shikamaru dropped off to lay an ambush. You know he doesn't have enough chakra left to finish off Gaara? Asked Shikamaru lazily. I know, but he'll at least keep Gaara busy for a while, said Naruto, concentrating more on preparing the ambush and traps. You're assuming we'll survive this mess, said Shikamaru. There's a leaf shinobi not too far behind this guy, said the small ape. See, said Naruto, help is already on the way. This is too troublesome, said Shikamaru. You go after Sasuke. I can hold this guy until help arrives. You sure? Asked Naruto. Yeah, I'll be fine, said Shikamaru. Naruto paused for a minute before turning to the small ape. You can go, thanks for your help. I'll call you out later to give you that banana. Thanks, boss, said the small ape before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto pinched his finger that he cut earlier, drawing a bit more blood out and then again starting a series of hand seals before striking the ground. Kachiyose no Jutsu. This time an ape the size of a fully grown man appeared. Oi, who woke me up? Demanded a slightly grumpy ape. I did, said Naruto. Remember me? I remember you, said the ape. What do you want? There's a shinobi coming this way. Shikamaru will stay behind and fight him, and I want you to help him while I go on ahead, explained Naruto quickly. Fine, said the grumpy ape, but you owe me a bottle of sake later. Deal, said Naruto before he nodded to Shikamaru and left after. Sasuke. What's your name? Asked Shikamaru. Guru, said the ape gruffly. Right then, wise one, said Shikamaru. Naruto and I have already set out a number of traps for this guy. If necessary I can hold him, but I don't know how long I'll be able to hold him down. Don't worry, if you can hold him I can assassinate him, said Guru unhappily. If anyone were to watch the pair talking it would be hard to decide which was more apathetic. Whatever, said Shikamaru. Hide somewhere and when the time comes you can do whatever it is you're going to do. Guru snorted before vanishing in a blur of speed. Meanwhile Shikamaru sat down and put his hands together in his favored thinking position. I see that you were waiting for me to come and kill you, little one, said a masked man who just dropped down after a few traps forced him down. You are too troublesome, said Shikamaru. Man, why did I volunteer for this? Nara Shikamaru, said the masked shinobi, known for his excellent strategic skills and knowledge. Weak in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Single strength lies in his family kinjutsu. Shikamaru opened his eyes to see the shinobi reading the information off of a card. So, you were a traitor after all. I suspected as much when you quit the exam early. Ah, so you have already figured out who I am, said the masked man as he removed his mask, but you don't know what I am. You're a spy for the Sound Village, said Shikamaru. It's too bad really. We can always use more medic nins, but with Tsunade-sama having returned I suppose that's not as much of an issue as it used to be. Tsunade? Asked Kabuto. She is here? Yeah, and you call yourself a spy, said Shikamaru. She's been here for the last 8 months. This is not good, said the shinobi. Orochimaru doesn't know, I have to warn him. Kabuto looked away for a moment. That moment was all Shikamaru required to trap the man in his Kagemane no Jutsu. Not a very good spy to be caught so easily, said Shikamaru lazily. Behind Kabuto, Guru dropped down from above. He used one arm to pin Kabuto's arms behind him and then his feet to hold on to his legs. You can release the jutsu now, said Guru lazily. Shikamaru sighed and released the man. The instant he did, Guru slashed Kabuto's throat. Guru then let him drop to the ground to bleed out. Not very much, was he? I guess not, and he was supposed to be Junin level, said Shikamaru. This is too trouble, but he stopped short as he watched Kabuto stand again. Not a bad plan, Shikamaru, said Kabuto. I was wondering who was hiding. So you saw through it, said Shikamaru, more annoyed than anything. Still, you should be dead. I would have been if it weren't for my advanced healing, said Kabuto. You see, I'm a medic nin for more than one reason. This is too troublesome, said Shikamaru before he smirked. Kabuto's eyes widened from the smirk, but by then it was too late to react. It felt as though he was hit in the back by Manda's tail, an experience he'd suffered more than once for his mistakes. I was expecting more, said the woman that just hit him. Then he stood up and looked at his attacker. Ah, Tsunade-hime, said Kabuto with a smirk, so I finally get to meet the legendary medic nin. Tsunade raised an eyebrow curiously as the man stood after a direct hit like that. This guy has some strange healing powers, said Shikamaru with a yawn. Tell me, Tsunade-hime, said Kabuto as he approached the woman while drawing a kunai. Do you still have that problem? Kabuto then charged forward quickly before stabbing his own hand and spraying the woman with blood. Much as Kabuto expected, Tsunade started shaking and her lip trembled. Kabuto smirked, just as I thought. Hemophobia still plagues you. Kabuto then foolishly turned his back on her. Once again he was hit solidly, sending him bodily through several trees, breaking numerous bones along the way. Break, I'm going out to play now, Kasen, shouted the 7-year-old Naruto as he ran out of the apartment with his new shuriken pouch strapped to his leg. Tsunade and Shizune both gave him their approval a few days prior to practice using his shuriken without their supervision, as he'd learned how to control and aim them without injuring himself or others. Tsunade was happy he was going out to play because it meant that she could also go out to play, since Shizune was at an onsen for the afternoon enjoying the hot springs. Tsunade had a wonderful afternoon, except for the fact that she lost all of her money in the first hour and had to seek out a loan shark. Still, Tsunade returned home about 30 minutes before Naruto was supposed to be home so that she could prepare dinner. Prepare, meaning place an order with a takeout shop. After an hour passed, Tsunade was getting angry with her wayward son, but after 2 hours she was getting really worried. As such, she went out to find her little boy. She went to the park where he was supposed to be, but he wasn't there. After searching the area, she found a small spot of blood and one of Naruto's new shuriken. Not much further away she found another shuriken and another spot of blood. Tsunade's mothering instincts kicked at overdrive and was quickly tracking after his son. She was able to follow a trail of blood and shuriken for quite a ways, but then the shuriken stopped abruptly. The area she was in now was that of a forest. The ground around her showed signs of a struggle and someone being beaten with a stick. The stick in question was covered in blood and laying on the ground. The trail of blood that was previously very small and hardly noticeable became thicker, as if a bleeding person was dragged through the forest. Tsunade was able to follow along much more easily now, and therefore much more quickly. Once darkness fell, she could see a small fire burning in the distance. Tsunade wanted to rush in and get her son, but she knew she'd be better off going in cautiously. Are you sure this is her brat? Asked a man's voice. I'm certain, another replied. Do you really think she'll pay the ransom? Asked the first voice. If she knows what's good for her, said the second voice. But Kinji, if she sees him like this, she's likely to try and kill us, said the first voice. Shut up, Toru. You worry too much. This is why I'm the leader. She hates the sight of blood. She'll be so paralyzed by the sight of seeing her precious son so bloody that she'll pay us, and then we can kill them both, said the voice belonging to Kinji. Where the hell is Kotoru? Asked the voice belonging to Toru. He should have delivered that ransom note a long time ago. She probably killed him since he doesn't know what I know, said Kinji. That's a good thing anyway, it means more money for us. But I thought he was your friend, asked Toru. I don't have friends, said Kinji, only associates that help me get what I want. Tsunade looked around for Naruto but didn't see him until she looked up to the branches above Kinji. Naruto was dangling by his feet, dripping blood from a few open wounds. His hair was caked with dry blood. She was paralyzed at the sight of her little boy covered in dried blood. Suddenly she was having flashbacks of her little brother Niwaka and her only love Dan. Snap out of it, Tsunade said to herself softly, if you don't your son is going to die. Suddenly the shaking stopped and Tsunade attacked. She killed both men with a single punch to each of their chests. With them out of the way, Tsunade quickly cut her son down and healed him. Lucky for her, most of the damage had already healed itself, but that didn't change the fact that Naruto still bled a lot. Break. That was resolved a long time ago, you idiot, shouted Tsunade at the downed Kabuto. She was about to finish him when he disappeared. Damn it, said Tsunade angrily. That guy is too troublesome, said Shikamaru. Do I have to go after him? Asked Guru, equally annoyed. No, he's long gone. He'll be licking he wounds for a long time, said Tsunade. Good, then I'm going back to my nap, said Guru before he disappeared with a puff of smoke. Ready to go, Shikamaru? Asked Tsunade. Huh? Asked Shikamaru as the sound of a falcon screeched overhead. The ambush is about to begin, said Tsunade with a grin. Ambush? Asked the still confused Shikamaru. I thought you were supposed to be smart, said Tsunade. This entire attack has been a trap from the very start. The entire village that wasn't in the stadium has been evacuated already. We were just waiting for the Sound and Sand Shinobi to enter the village. Now, I'll ask you again, are you ready to go? This is so troublesome, said Shikamaru before he nodded and followed after the legendary medic Nin. Break Naruto had to put on a lot of speed to catch up to Sasuke, and when he arrived he didn't like what he saw. Sasuke was covered in some strange black marks and was in an obvious amount of pain. The thing Sasuke was fighting against it was really boggled his mind though. It looked like some kind of sand demon. Sasuke, where the hell is Gaara? Asked Naruto, fearing the answer he knew he was probably going to get. That is Gaara, said Sasuke. The sand is turning him into some kind of demon. Great, just what I need today, said Naruto. Fine, I guess I'll just have to fight fire with fire. Inside his mind Naruto was screaming for Kyuubi to give him power. Kill that bastard Shukaku. Kyuubi screamed through Naruto's mind as he was flooded with more chakra than Kyuubi had ever given him in the past. It was so much that Naruto's physical appearance was beginning to change. His hair lengthened and took on an orange tint. He felt fangs protruding from his mouth. His vision became 1,000 times sharper than ever before. The muscles in his arms and legs bulged with a boost of strength. His fingernails changed into claws before his very eyes. The difference though was that he felt calm and in control. There was none of the usual rage that accompanied this much chakra from Kyuubi. After Naruto's transformation finished he looked up and into the demon eyes of Shukaku, as Kyuubi identified him. Naruto, what are you? Asked Sasuke in awe of Naruto's changes. Not now Sasuke, said Naruto before he vanished from sight. There wasn't even a flash of light preceding it. Sasuke didn't see Naruto again until he had struck Gaara arm of sand, causing the arm to explode in a cloud of sand. Gaara was shocked that his arm could be destroyed by a single punch like that. He didn't even have time to blink before he was kicked in the side of the head, sending him into a tree rather painfully. You're not going to hurt my village, said Naruto venomously. How can you be so strong? Asked the stunned boy. True strength comes from the will to protect others, said Naruto. I will give my life to protect my friends and my village. The time there was an orange flash followed by several heavy hits to Gaara. Gaara's sand just couldn't keep up with the flashes or the speed and power of the hits. They never stopped coming either. No, whispered Gaara, my existence will not be erased. Gaara looked up into the demonic eyes of Naruto and then shouted, my existence will not be erased. Sand exploded all around him, and when the smoke cleared Naruto was staring a giant badger made out of sand. I'm going to kill you all in your stupid village, shouted the raving demon. I will show you that true strength comes only when you fight for yourself. When you fight to prove your existence, only then can you be truly powerful. You're wrong, said Naruto as he drew a bit of blood. Kachiyose no Jutsu. Beneath Naruto appeared the boss toad Gamabunta. What did you call me for? Asked the boss toad. I need your help, boss, said Naruto as he pointed to the demon. Shukaku, said Gamabunta, incarnate of the sand. Do I really have to? If we don't stop him he'll destroy the village, said Naruto pleadingly. Gamabunta blew out a large cloud of smoke. Fine, better hold on tight. Gamabunta then drew his short sword and charged forward rapidly. His blade hit the arm of Shukaku and his progress was halted. Gamabunta put on a boost of effort and managed to slice off the arm, but not without losing his sword. Very interesting, said Gaara. You interest me very much. On the head of the sand demon Gaara's body emerged. He shouldn't have shown himself, whispered Naruto to Gamabunta. I think he is going to use a forced sleep, said Gamabunta. He going to sleep in the middle of a battle? Asked Naruto in disbelief. Idiot, said Gamabunta, when he sleeps, the demon will take over. Oh, that's not good, said Naruto. I guess I should wake him up. I'll try to get you in close, but then it's up to you, said Gamabunta as he launched himself into the air. Oi, do you know any Kaden jutsu? A few. Why? Asked Naruto. When I say to give me a light, said Gamabunta as he puffed his chest out. Naruto formed the seals as ordered but held it for Gamabunta's word. Now, shouted the toad as he spewed out a jet of oil. Kaden. Gukakyu no jutsu, shouted Naruto, adding his fire to the attack. Shukaku put up a wall of sand to block the fire. As a result, there ended up being a wall of glass instead. Gamabunta was about to destroy it and attack Shukaku when a giant ball of air smashed through the glass and sent several shards of glass at the pair. Gamabunta shot straight up over the glass and debris. Fuuten! Renkuden! Shouted Shukaku, sending another huge blast of air at them, which Gamabunta met with a blast of water. Renkuden! 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 Shouted Shukaku, sending 3 more air blasts. Gamabunta responded with 2 blasts of air, but the third got through and hit him. Yes, I killed him, shouted the gleeful Shukaku as the smoking mass hit the ground. Oi, that hurt, shouted Gamabunta. What? You're still alive? Goody, more for me to play with, shouted the happy Shukaku. This guy is really annoying, said Naruto. Let's go, boss. Gamabunta charged forward and grabbed hold but lost his grip almost right away, but it didn't matter as it was close enough for Naruto. Naruto leapt of the top of Gamabunta and charged up the face of Shukaku. Just for the sake of distracting Shukaku, Naruto punched hard between the eyes, blinding the demon momentarily while he continued on towards Gaara. Naruto charged directly at the sleeping Gaara while a mass of red chakra accumulated about his fist. Upon reaching Gaara, Naruto unleashed his powered-up fist, delivering an uppercut that knocked Gaara out of the Shukaku body and into the air. I just came out, howled the angry Shukaku as Gaara woke up. Gaara woke up to see a bright orange flash before he felt the most intense kick to the abdomen. Gaara coughed up a large mass of blood from the impact. Gaara shot into the ground like a bullet after the kick, sending up a huge cloud of dust and sand. Naruto landed gracefully on the ground next to the crater to see that the sand managed to catch Gaara. Gaara appeared to be floating on the sand, but only for a moment until his chakra gave out and the sand unceremoniously dropped him. Why? Asked Gaara. Why are you so strong? Why couldn't I defeat you? Strength comes from the will to protect your precious people. Everyone in that village is precious to me, said Naruto. Break, Kasen? Questioned the young Naruto. It's okay, Naruto-chan, said Tsunade, you're going to be just fine. You came for me, he said weakly, but she could still hear the surprise in his voice. I would die for you, my little Naruto-chan, said Tsunade, kissing his forehead. You're not shaking, said Naruto as he saw the blood on himself and on her too. No, I'm not. I remembered something today that I'd forgotten, said Tsunade softly. What's that? Asked a tired and weak Naruto. True strength, Naruto, said Tsunade. True strength comes not from yourself but from those who are precious to you. If you want to be truly strong, then protect your precious people. You are my precious person, Naruto, and I would do anything to protect you. Weren't you afraid? Asked Naruto. I was very afraid, but you can't let fear rule you, especially when your precious people are at risk, explained Tsunade to the quickly fading Naruto. Naruto smiled before sleep claimed him that day. Break. Is that it? Is that what true strength is? Asked a quickly fading Gaara. Yes, said Naruto with a nod as the Kyuubi feature receded, leaving behind a thoroughly exhausted Naruto. At that moment Temari jumped down. Gaara. Temari, said Gaara, don't fight him, it's not worth it. Let's just leave here. Okay, Gaara, said Temari, I'm taking you out of here. Kankuro has already fled. Thank you, Temari, and I'm sorry for everything, said Gaara before he passed out due to chakra depletion. Now, even if Shukaku could take control, he would have no chakra with which to do anything. A moment later Sasuke dropped in behind Naruto. You're just letting them go? Asked Sasuke. Yeah, said Naruto before he fell backwards into Sasuke. Break. Sasuke took Naruto to the hospital that day. The entire trip he kept replaying the conversation he'd had while Naruto fought with Shukaku. Sasuke-kun, said a man wearing a black cloak and an Anbu mask. Who are you? I've come here to speak with you, said the man. My master has sent me. Who is your master? Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, said the man, the same man that gave you the heaven seal on your shoulder. Sasuke would have killed the messenger right then if he could move at all. He wishes to make you an offer to join him and become his personal apprentice, said the man. You could become very powerful with Orochimaru's guidance. Let's face it, you will never gain the strength you need to defeat your brother if you stay here. With Orochimaru you would grow quickly and become very powerful. More power than Naruto. As long as you stay here, Naruto will always overshadow you. He will get all the attention you once had and the respect and honor. You will be nothing and you will be cast aside by your trainers and the other shinobi in this village. Think about it, you need not answer now. Just watch and see how the village begins to treat Naruto. You will see I am not lying to you. I will send messengers to collect you in 3 months. It will be up to you whether or not you join them. Just as suddenly as the man appeared, he disappeared. Sasuke questioned whether the man told the truth. He puzzled over Naruto's strength and that odd transformation the boy went through. Before he fought Gaara, a hint of jealousy was starting to take root in the crack of doubt brought on by that masked shinobi. Could he really get stronger in Konoha? Then he remembered his brother was already so much stronger by the same age than Sasuke was. When Sasuke arrived at the smashed-in gates, those thoughts were driven from his mind. Scattered all around him were the bodies of Sound and Sand shinobi with the occasional leaf body. Is Konoha really this weak? Sasuke asked himself as he traveled through town towards the hospital. He could tell that the battle had long since ended, but the damage was surreal. Sasuke-kun, shouted Sakura as she ran towards him. Are you okay? I'm fine, said Sasuke coldly. The last few months he'd begun to warm up to his teammates, but his conversation with the masked shinobi reminded him of his purpose. Sasuke could see in Sakura's eyes that she knew something was wrong with him. Here, take Naruto, said Sasuke, dumping Naruto on the floor before he turned and left. Sasuke took to the roofs to explore the damage that was once his home. It appeared as though no building escaped harm, even if it was just a stray kunai stuck in the wall or a broken window. Sasuke could see in the distance that some buildings were still burning. When did Konoha become so weak? Asked Sasuke to himself. You should the other guys, said Kakashi from next to him. It startled Sasuke because he didn't even detect his arrival. See that Sasuke wasn't going to respond beyond the slight start. When he arrived, Kakashi carried on. I'm glad to see you survived. Naruto is in the hospital, said Sasuke coldly. Was he hurt badly? No, just chakra depletion, said Sasuke with disgust. He beat Gaara. I don't understand it, but he dominated him. Naruto is special, Sasuke, said Kakashi honestly, but then so are you. Sasuke snorted. He had to save my life today. Why am I so weak? You are not weak, Sasuke, said Kakashi. You have an enormous potential, one of the greatest in the village. But not as great as Naruto, is that it? Asked Sasuke angrily. Sasuke, if that were true, I would not have taught you the Chidori, said Kakashi. Naruto has his strengths, no doubt, but you have something more to give. Sasuke sneered but didn't leave. Sasuke, today was a bad day for the village. Sandaime Hokage died while fighting against Orochimaru. The Sand has broken a long-standing treaty with our village and joined with the Sound in a declaration of war against Konoha. Now more than ever we must come together as one village, said Kakashi. How can I get stronger in a village that was too weak to stop this from happening? Asked Sasuke, not really wanting an answer. Find something worth protecting, said Kakashi. I know I've said it before. A shinobi who doesn't follow orders is trash. But a shinobi that abandons his teammates is lower than trash. How does that help become strong enough to defeat Itachi? Asked Sasuke. I've given you the keys, Sasuke. It's up to you to open the door, said Kakashi before he vanished. I ask how to get stronger and he gives me riddles, said Sasuke angrily. Break. This ceiling is starting to look familiar, said Naruto as he opened his eyes. I would expect so, said the voice of his mother. I'm in the hospital again, aren't I? Asked Naruto. Yes, said Tsunade, feeling better? Much, said Naruto. I just used up way too much chakra fighting Shukaku. Shukaku? Asked Tsunade. Didn't Sasuke tell you? Asked Naruto. I haven't had the chance to talk to Sasuke yet. From what I understand, he dumped you on Sakura and took off, explained Tsunade. Well, as it turns out, and Naruto explained everything that happened and all about Gaara. You're certain you had him completely under control? Asked Tsunade. Him, referred to Kyuubi, and as they were in a public place it wasn't safe to call him by his name. Yeah, it was really weird, said Naruto. He seemed almost too happy to give me chakra to fight against Shukaku, and yet there was none of the rage that usually accompanies it. We might have to check the history books to see if there are any legends about disagreements or anger between the pair, said Tsunade thoughtfully. I suppose I can look while I'm trying to get my family history, said Naruto. Tsunade suddenly turned serious. Naruto, there is something I need to tell you about. Yesterday, during the attack, Sarutobi-sensei fought with Orochimaru. He fought and died. He gave his life for this village and the council has already chosen the next Hokage. Naruto had to force himself to hold in his tears. He may not have known Sarutobi-sensei very long, but in the last month he'd come to really appreciate the old man despite the fact that he was a pervert. How could the council already replace him? They haven't even had the funeral yet, said Naruto, slightly choked up. Naruto, we are at war suddenly. The village cannot afford to wait to appoint a new leader. Anyway, it's not official yet and it won't be made official until after the funeral, but in the meantime it will be unofficial, explained Tsunade sadly. The new Hokage better be great or he'll have to deal with me, said Naruto. She will have to deal with you, said Tsunade with a smirk. Yeah, she'll have to. What did you say? Asked Naruto, doing a double take. She, as in me, said Tsunade. You're the new Hokage? Asked Naruto incredulously. Tsunade nodded with a small smile at her son's antics. Really? Asked Naruto. Yes, really, said Tsunade lightly. Really? Asked Naruto again, still not entirely sure. Yes, Naruto, really, said Tsunade. This time she was much more forceful. Congratulations, I think, said Naruto, catching the tone in her voice. Thank you, Naruto-kun, said Tsunade. So, do I still call you Kasen, or is it Hokage-sama or Tsunade-sama or Kasen-sama? Asked Naruto. At home or here in the hospital you can call me Kasen, but whenever you are meeting me in an official capacity you will call me Hokage-sama, just like everyone else, explained Tsunade. So, do I need to make an official report for you about the whole Gaara incident? No, I'll take your informal report you just gave me, said Tsunade. We don't want an official paper trail about your little friend. Yeah, said Naruto with a slight grimace at the yelling coming from Kyuubi after the little comment. Anyway, you can go home. You're off duty until the day after the funeral. I'm calling for an official meeting of the 4 top genin teams, said Tsunade. Okay. When will you be home? Tonight, we'll have dinner, but I'll have to come back to the hospital, said Tsunade. There were a lot of injuries in the battle yesterday. Okay then, see you at home, said Naruto as she left his room. Chapter 8 Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or any of the characters created by Kishimoto-sensei. The funeral was sad as many had expected it to be. Sarutobi was a great man who garnered great respect within the shinobi communities. While many villages offered to send a delegation to pay their respects, the elders decided to make it a private affair, villagers only. There were deeper reasons for that decision. I was not wise to show foreign nations that you had been weakened in any way, or else they may choose to attack you themselves. It also opened the doors for possible spies to infiltrate the village and cause even greater disruption. Unfortunately, that is exactly what happened. 2 shinobi disguised as monks infiltrated the village with only one goal in mind. Break. Thank you all for coming today, said Tsunade to the 12 assembled genin and 4 junin instructors. After today all of you will be placed on a different team and probably with a different junin instructor. Some of the genin and junin, Guy, muttered their disapproval, but a stern look from Tsunade silenced them all. We are changing the structure of genin teams to 4-man teams from now on. Every team is to include 1 medic nin, explained Tsunade. That means that of the 4 teams after today there will be only 3 teams. I proposed this to the village a long time ago and the idea was declined by the Hokage due to a lack of skilled medic shinobi. That is no longer the case with the new training programs that were implemented 8 months ago by our beloved Sandaime Hokage. Never again will there be a needless death because teams did not have the skilled personnel needed. Tsunade paused to make sure the information was sync in with the assemble members. So, today I want you to enjoy your last day with your current team. You will all report here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to receive your new team assignment. The genin may leave, finished Tsunade. The 12 genin all left the room. Some with their heads hung, others with a hopeful glint in their eyes. Once the genin left, Tsunade prepared to address the junin. Any of you want to volunteer to remove yourself from a team? None moved. Do any of you have a good reason for choosing to remain a junin instructor? Kakashi spoke first. Hokage-sama, I believe I am best suited to instruct Sasuke in his use of the Sharingan. I also believe that he has begun to lose faith in this village after the attack. I have been only one yet to get through to him, and so to remove him from my care would be foolish and probably dangerous. Guy the whole time was chomping at the bit to say his piece. Hokage-sama, I could not leave young Lee to the wilds of his passionate youth without my extraordinary and careful tutelage at his side. Tsunade and the others' sweat dropped. Hokage-sama, said the soft-spoken Kurenai, I feel that Hinata is just beginning to come out of her shell, and to place her with a different instructor now would cause her to close up again. I'm just good at what I do, said Asuma as he puffed on his cigar. While the statement might have been a bit overconfident, Tsunade could not disagree. Asuma's record as a Junin instructor was the best in the village. He guided more genin to the ranks of Chunin than any other Junin in the village. More of his Chunin went on to become Junin than any other Junin could boast as well. He was just an all-around great trainer. Tsunade guessed that part of it was due to the fact that he was Sarutobi's cousin's son. One of you is going to be relieved, said Tsunade, we just need to decide who. You all have valid reasons for wanting to remain instructors, but we need to look to what the village needs and what these genin need to become Chunin. So, I want to fully evaluate what each genin needs so we can decide how to put them together and how to enhance their abilities. After that I will decide who the Junin instructors are. Guy, why don't you go first, suggested Tsunade. Neji is a taijutsu master of his family's style, however is lacking in ninjutsu and genjutsu. Tenten is a weapons specialist preferring to fight long distance. She lacks physical strength and her chakra capacity is lacking. She rarely uses either ninjutsu or genjutsu, though she is capable. Lee is a taijutsu master. He completely lacks the ability to use either ninjutsu or genjutsu, Guy shouted out proudly. Okay, Kurenai, said Tsunade, thankful for the quieter woman. Shino relies entirely on his family kinjutsu and control of insects. He is lacking in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu, but he is still a very capable shinobi. Kiba is loud and brash and often acts with little or no concern for his teammates' well-being. He relies heavily on his family kinjutsu and taijutsu. His ninjutsu and genjutsu are lacking due to his own disinterest in either skill. Hinata relies heavily on her family taijutsu, but because of her lack of confidence she makes many mistakes. Her ninjutsu and genjutsu skills are much like Neji's in that they don't really exist. She has shown a strong interest in medical jutsu. Thank you Kurenai, said Tsunade with a smile at her friend, Kakashi. Sakura excels in genjutsu and her medical skills are improving steadily. She has absolute perfect chakra control but lacks a large chakra capacity. Her taijutsu has begun to improve slowly now that she has been learning medic nin taijutsu, but she still has a long way to go. Her ninjutsu is awful due to her lack of chakra. Sasuke excels in all areas thanks to his Sharingan, however that often makes him overconfident in his own skills. Because of the curse seal his emotions are a bit unstable and is prone to fits of depression and extreme jealousy. Naruto. I'm not sure how to rate Naruto because he hides so much of his skills from me and his team. In all honesty he is probably borderline Chunin for skill from what I have seen. I would suggest that however you split the teams you should not put Naruto and Sasuke on the same team any longer. I know Naruto's skills quite well and I will take your advice under consideration, said Tsunade with a smirk at Kakashi's evaluation of her son. Asuma, she motioned to next. Shikamaru is a genius and outstanding strategist, but he relies entirely on his family kinjutsu. He is lazy and puts no effort into his training and therefore his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu suck. Ino is a strong leader if a little bossy. She is very proficient in her family kinjutsu but shows interest in learning other techniques and has shown some development in genjutsu and ninjutsu. She is completely lacking in taijutsu. Choji is constantly eating because of his family kinjutsu. His taijutsu is mediocre but his medical skills have proven an asset. He lacks ninjutsu and genjutsu techniques. He is also very lazy like Shikamaru, but that may be because they are best friends. For them to grow they should probably be separated. I see, said Tsunade. She was forced to consider this matter very carefully. I will have to think it over carefully. You are all dismissed until 7 a.m. tomorrow. Yes Hokage-sama, said the 4 Junin instructors before they vanished. Break Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all split off from the other genin to spend time together, though Sasuke was so much more distant than he'd been before the exam and subsequent war. "I can't believe they're breaking us all up," said Sakura, "we work so well together." "There is always the chance they'll just add a person to our team," said Naruto, trying to lift her spirits even though he knew that wouldn't happen. Naruto was aware of the fact that because he and Sasuke were so strong they would not be allowed to stay together any longer, as it made things unbalanced with the other teams. Naruto could see by the look on her face that she knew as much herself. Sasuke didn't appear to care at all. "She just wants you to have the best instructor," said Sasuke angrily. "I don't think he'll be put with Kakashi," said Naruto sadly. "Kakashi is the strongest Junin in the village and the only other person with the Sharingan eye. You'll get to stay with him because he can best help you." "The other instructors are strong though," said Sakura. "I think we'll all be lucky no matter who our instructors are, even if I will miss my Sasuke-kun." "Yeah," said Naruto, trying to be upbeat but failing miserably. "Uzumaki Naruto," said a cool voice from behind the group. Naruto and the other two turned to see two men with oversized wicker hats that hid their faces. "Who wants to know?" asked Naruto, getting an uneasy feeling from these two men. "We are from a certain organization," said the one on the left. He was taller than the man on the right, and you could see a bit of bluish skin below the brim of the hat. "We have come to take you." "Take me where?" asked Naruto suspiciously. "With us, you are needed for our plans," said the same man. "No thanks," said Naruto. He was about to turn away when he felt a hand on his shoulder. The hand was blue and scaly, and most importantly, it was very fast. "We don't need you in perfect condition," said the man threateningly. "You would still live without a leg or two." "That won't be necessary," said the other man. Naruto could instantly feel the killing intent radiate from Sasuke upon hearing the other man's voice. "Itachi," he whispered. "It has been a while, little brother," said the other man. "Itachi." "I'll kill you," whispered Sasuke as he charged forward, only to be kicked away like a rag doll. "Show me what you've learned, little brother," challenged Itachi. Sasuke stood with his Sharingan blazing. He performed a few quick hand seals, causing his hand to glow blue and the sound of birds to fill the air. Sasuke locked eyes with his brother before charging in. With his glowing hand held out to the side, Sasuke was moving fast to attack his brother. Sasuke reached the striking point only for Itachi to vanish and take hold of his wrist. "I don't think you need this," said Itachi before there was an audible snapping sound of Sasuke's wrist breaking. "Is this all the stronger you've gotten, little brother? I thought you'd become more. Was I so wrong to think you'd be able to ever truly test my capacity as a shinobi? You are weak and pathetic, just like this village." Itachi finished his speech, glaring hard into Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke suddenly dropped to the ground, screaming and shouting in pain and anguish. Naruto and Sakura both wanted to help but were prevented by the fish-looking man. "Now, Naruto, you will come with us or we will be forced to kill your teammates," said the fishman. "Come Kisame, we're leaving," said Itachi. "What?" asked the fishman. "Kisame, we've got him right where we want him. Why don't we just take him?" Suddenly 4 Junin and 1 Sannin appeared on the scene. "Uchiha Sasuke," said Kakashi, S-class missing nin. "Surrender yourself now or we will kill you." "I think that unlikely," said Itachi as he locked eyes with Kakashi. Kakashi foolishly stared right back before he too dropped to the ground, holding his head in agony. "No one look him in the eye," said Guy. "He has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Watch his waist and feet to see what he's going to do next." "Itachi, this one seems to know how to fight you," said Kisame. "I guess I can kill him and you can get rid of the rest." "We need to leave now," said Itachi. "That is Jiraiya, one of the 3. "Damn," said Kisame. "Don't worry Naruto, we'll be back for you and you little furry friend." That one line put things into shocking perspective for Naruto. As far as he knew, no one had the slightest idea about Kyuubi, but these two seemed to know about him, and more than that, they wanted Kyuubi for something that didn't necessarily include Naruto staying alive for very long. "We have to stop them," said Kurenai. "No, let them leave," ordered Jiraiya. "If we fought them here and now we would lose. Naruto is the only one that has a chance of fighting the Mangekyo effectively out those of us left standing, and he wouldn't last 5 minutes in his current state against him. No. For now we get our people healed and then we speak with the Hokage about this." The group nodded. The Junin collected their downed comrades and ordered Naruto and Sakura to follow them. Naruto and Sakura followed behind them at a distance so they could talk. Naruto. Why were they after you? What was that about a furry friend? I don't know, lied Naruto unconvincingly. Sakura could see that he was lying, but she could also see that he was really shaken up by the encounter. So that was Sasuke's brother? Asked Sakura, seeing that Naruto wanted to change the subject. Yeah, he's the one that killed all of Sasuke's clan, said Naruto. He's the one that has really messed up Sasuke's mind the most. Not even that snake freak could compete with the trauma Itachi has caused him. Do you think Sasuke will be okay? He'll be fine, said Naruto confidently. Kasen will fix the damage to his mind in no time. I still don't understand what that was, said Sakura. It's an illusionary technique, said Kurenai. I have only ever read about it because no one has possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan in more than 100 years. The technique only lasts 1 second, but in that time you live through 72 hours of whatever torture the user can think of. That's awful, said Sakura as tears came to her eyes. It is truly an evil thing to do, said Kurenai. The only known defenses is the Kirameki or another Sharingan wielder. So that is what Jiraiya-sama meant, said Sakura thoughtfully, trying to wipe away her tears. Naruto got really quiet after that explanation. He didn't like what it implied for him and his future. He liked even less what it suggested about his ability as a shinobi. Break, damn it Jiraiya, yelled Tsunade the moment she was alone with him in her office. How the hell do they know? I don't know, said Jiraiya. I know that they are part of the Akatsuki organization we've started hearing about. I know that they are seeking very powerful shinobi to join their cause. I know that Orochimaru was a part of them at one time. I don't know how they found out about Naruto. The secret has been limited to you, me, Shizune, and the old man. You're forgetting Orochimaru knew, said Tsunade. He found out during the exam. I suppose he could have tipped them off after he found out. He would probably see Naruto as a danger to his plans. Maybe he hoped they would come for him before he attacked a few weeks ago, said Jiraiya. Damn you Orochimaru, said Tsunade angrily. Then she looked to Jiraiya with tears in her eyes. They're after my little boy Jiraiya. I can't protect him unless I take him and leave, but I can't leave. Konoha. Jiraiya softened for a moment, seeing his longtime friend start to cry. It was not something he'd seen from her since Dan and Niwaka. In that moment he steeled himself to do something he swore he would never do again. I'll take him. That seemed to shake Tsunade out of her thoughts. What was that? I'll take him as my apprentice, said Jiraiya. I owe it to him. I should have known this was coming sooner. I'll take him for a few years. I'll train him and prepare him to fight Itachi should that bastard come calling again. But you swore after. I'm allowed to change my mind, or would you rather I left the brat here? Asked Jiraiya, knowing her answer. Thank you Jiraiya, said Tsunade, actually bowing gratefully to her extremely perverted friend. Despite the perfect view Jiraiya had down Tsunade's blouse, he steeled his resolve to follow through. Yeah. Don't waste your words of thanks. There is nothing to thank me for. Jiraiya, I'm warning you though. If my son becomes a pervert, I will ensure that you will never have the ability to make children or attempt to make children again. Keyword here is eunuch, said Tsunade coldly, causing Jiraiya to swallow nervously. I wouldn't dream of it, said Jiraiya. Well, this has resolved the problem I was having with deciding teams, said Tsunade. Now that Naruto is going with you, I can apprentice Sasuke to Kakashi for specialized training. I can take Hinata on as my apprentice and apprentice Aburame Shino to his father per his request. Isn't that the bug boy? Asked Jiraiya. His father wants to take over his training permanently, said Tsunade. The Hyuga heiress has the most potential to become a medic nin because of her Byakugan, or at least that's my theory. That should be interesting, said Jiraiya. Just don't turn that sweet little girl into an alcoholic, gambling addict. It was after that comment that Jiraiya made a rather abrupt exit from the building, through a wall or two. Break. The next morning, Tsunade assembled all the 12 elite genin and the 4 Junin instructors as planned. She also had Shino's father present as well, much to the confusion of most. Kakashi and Sasuke were present, but neither was looking their best. Good morning, said Tsunade cheerfully. I'm pleased to inform you that the decisions have been made. We will have only 2 new teams. Shino, your father has requested to take over your training and I have agreed. Shino nodded, as did his father before they both left. Sasuke, You will be apprenticed to Kakashi to help you perfect your Sharingan and to help you prepare to deal with your brother, said Tsunade, hoping that would spur him on. Little did she know what was truly going through his mind. Sasuke and I will be gone for a month then, with your permission, said Kakashi. Granted, said Tsunade, trusting Kakashi to look after the boy. You both may go. Kakashi put a friendly hand on Sasuke's shoulder and guided the disturbed youth out of the office. Kurenai, you are a genjutsu master, and because of that I feel that both teams could benefit from your instruction, so you will be training with both teams once a week when you do not have missions, said Tsunade. I request permission to take Hinata as my apprentice then, said Kurenai. Request denied, said Tsunade with finality. Kurenai bowed respectfully, though everyone could see she wasn't happy about it. Asuma, began Tsunade, your team will be Hyuga Neji, Tenten, Inuzuka Kiba, and Akamichi Choji. You are to teach them ninjutsu and hopefully a bit of taijutsu. Yes, Hokage-sama, said Asuma, let's go team. He led the 4 students out of the building, all the while chewing on his cigar. Guy, began Tsunade, you will keep Lee, as I doubt he'd do well anywhere else. You will also get Haruna Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, and Nara Shikamaru. This group is in need of very strict training and discipline. You will teach them taijutsu and do what you can to increase their ninjutsu skills. The fire of youth burns strong through their veins, and they are bursting with pride at their great fortune to be taught by Konoha's green beast. Maida Guy, shouted the man far too loudly. Right, said Tsunade as she cleaned her now hurting ear. I expect the Nara boy's laziness to vanish quickly. Never let that boy be lazy for a second while he's training with you. His free time is his, but training time is for training. If I ever find out he's been lazy, I will punish not only him but his entire team. Clear? The 3 other genin and Guy nodded while Shikamaru just sighed. This is going to be too troublesome. Guy was about to shout something before Tsunade cut him off. Take your team away, Guy. Guy bowed and led his team out, shouting all the way. Right, I suppose that only leaves you 2, said Tsunade, looking to her son and Hinata. Yes, Hokage-sama, stuttered Hinata. How come I don't have a team? Questioned Naruto rudely. Be quiet for a few minutes, Naruto, and I'll explain, said Tsunade as calmly as she could. Hinata, I am going to take you as my apprentice. I think you have an amazing talent for the healing arts, and with your Byakugan you can see things that most cannot. Hinata looked stunned at being given such an opportunity. Congratulations, Hinata-chan, said Naruto loudly. I knew you could be a great healer if you wanted to be. Thank you, Naruto-kun, said Hinata, blushing slightly before she turned to Tsunade. Thank you, Hokage-sama. From now on you can call me Tsunade-sensei, she said sharply. Yes, Tsunade-sensei, said Hinata politely. Shizune, called Tsunade towards the door. A moment later Shizune stuck her head in the door. Yes? Would you take Hinata to the supply shop and get her everything she needs to become my apprentice properly? Certainly, said Shizune. Let's go, Hinata-chan. Hinata bowed to Tsunade once more before hurrying to follow Shizune. And then there was one, said Tsunade, looking to her son. Kasen, said Naruto, I don't get a team because of what happened yesterday, huh? You are correct, Naruto, said Tsunade, but it's not why you think. You would do really well on any team you were placed on. However, you would not develop fast enough on a team, and therefore any team you were placed on would be endangered by the Akatsuki. What's the Akatsuki? Asked Naruto. Those 2 men yesterday, began Tsunade. They were part an organization that calls itself the Akatsuki. They're very dangerous, and now they're after your furry little friend. How did they know? Asked Naruto. We think that Orochimaru may have told them, said Tsunade sadly. That snake freak sold me out, shouted Naruto angrily. When I get my hand on him, I'm going to. But Naruto never finished his sentence, not that he needed to. I understand how you feel, Naruto, said Tsunade, and believe me when I say that I feel the same way. Naruto calmed, knowing that his cousin was on his side in all this. So what happens to me now? Jiraiya has agreed to take you on as his apprentice, explained Tsunade. You are very lucky he is offering this. He has not taken a student since since the Yondaime himself. Really? Asked Naruto excitedly, but I thought you hated him? I don't hate him, but so help me, if you become a pervert I'll hate you both, said Tsunade sharply. I would never, said Naruto, angry that his mother would even suggest it. Anyway, Jiraiya will collect you in a week's time, said Tsunade. What do you mean collect? Asked Naruto, not like the sound of it. He will take you from the village for a few years to train and travel, said Tsunade. You're not safe if you stay in the village for now. I understand, said Naruto sadly. In the short time he'd lived in the village he felt as though he really had a home and not some hotel room that they'd be moving out of in a month's times. At least I have a week to say goodbye to my friends, right? You do, said Tsunade, not knowing exactly how to comfort her son this time. Can I go now? Asked Naruto as he started to leave. I just want to be alone for a little while. Tsunade could see how heartbroken her son was, but she knew that she couldn't really do anything to comfort him this time around. Naruto found himself wandering through town trying to figure things out. He felt as though his mother wanted him to leave because he was dangerous to the leaf. In his heart he knew it hurt her just as much, but that didn't stop the feelings from coming. Why do you look so down? Asked a female voice. Naruto turned. Huh, oh, hi Ino-chan. I thought I told you before, only my father can get away with that, said Ino confidently. Naruto knew she was trying to make him laugh, but he just didn't feel like. Sorry Ino, said Naruto as he continued to walk away moping sadly. Boy, you really are down, said Ino. Want to talk about it? Nah, said Naruto as he continued walking. Somehow though that didn't stop Ino from walking alongside of him. I can't believe Guy is my new sensei. That green spandex and those weird eyebrows. Ino stopped and shuddered, but he's supposed to be the best taijutsu master in the village. Naruto continued walking, not saying anything. So did you get a team or were you apprenticed like some of the others? Asked Ino, trying to get Naruto to talk. Oh, Jiraiya is going to apprentice me to him for a few years, explained Naruto sadly. What are you sad about? That's great news. It's not every day that a genin is apprenticed to such a famous shinobi, said Ino. No, that's fine, said Naruto, it's just that I have to leave the village. What? Why? It's not safe for me to stay here, said Naruto, choosing not to elaborate much. Plus Jiraiya likes to travel and wouldn't stay in the village long enough to train me. So I have to go with him. That sounds so fun, said Ino. I wish I could travel around to different villages and learn from a Sannin. Yeah, maybe, said Naruto. I guess I just feel as though I'm not wanted here and I'm being sent away. Oh, so is that it? Asked Ino sincerely. I mean, it finally feels like I have a home and now I'm being made to leave again, said Naruto sadly. I've made some great friends here and now I'm being forced to abandon them and leave the village. We'll still be your friends when you get back, Naruto, said Ino thoughtfully, but think of it this way. When you get back you'll be the strongest shinobi in the village. That seemed to pick Naruto up a bit. I didn't think about that. I guess I can protect everyone then. If that's what makes you happy, said Ino smiling. Thanks Ino-chan, I needed that, said Naruto with a small smile. What have I told you about calling me Ino-chan? Asked the girl. Only your father can get away with it. I may not get away with it, but I'm not going to stop, said Naruto with a confident smirk. Idiot, said Ino, smacking the back of his head with a light laugh. So when do you leave? In a week, said Naruto, a bit saddened again. Well then, we'll just have to have a really good week, said Ino cheerfully. What about your team training? Asked Naruto. Guy is working on Shikamaru and probably will be for then next month, said Ino. I'm not too worried, besides, I figure I can always tap you for another technique. Oh, so that's how it is, said Naruto with a grin, just using me for my jutsu, huh? You'd better believe it, said Ino. I mean, it's not as if you're good looking. You have to have some value for me to even be seen in public with you. Now that hurts, said Naruto a bit seriously. Don't you find my whisker marks even cute? Well, maybe a little, said Ino with a grin. Better than nothing I suppose, said Naruto in his usual joking manner. He instantly straightened though before he spoke again. Thank you Ino-chan, you're a good friend. Ino blushed slightly but brushed it off with another joke. She didn't make mention of the fact that Naruto called her Ino-chan again. Truthfully, she was starting to like when Naruto called her that, not that she would ever admit to it. Naruto's face changed back to his normal cheerful self again. Want to get some ramen with me? Sure, why not, said Ino with a small smile. In her head she was asking herself if this could be considered a date, but then decided not to label it and just go with it. Break. I hope you are ready to work hard, Sasuke, said Kakashi. If you are going to succeed as my apprentice, then you are going to have improved a lot. Why am I your apprentice? Asked Sasuke unhappily. He knew he should be happy with this turn of events, but in truth he just wasn't pleased. Deep down he had a feeling that Naruto was once again benefiting more from this than he was. Because of the Sharingan, said Kakashi simply, and I've trained you before and know what you are truly capable of. Sasuke agreed with that statement, but in his head he was already questioning the logic of it. What happened to Naruto? It doesn't matter, said Kakashi, trying to avoid the subject. Tell me, insisted Sasuke. He is being taken from the village for protection. Your brother wants him for something, and because of that Naruto is in great danger. But more importantly, his presence puts the village in danger of being attacked by your brother's organization, explained Kakashi. So he is just running away? Asked Sasuke. I never thought he was such a coward. He is not running, Sasuke, said Kakashi. He has been ordered to leave to train and become strong enough to oppose the Akatsuki, just like I am training you to fight your brother. Who is training him then? Asked Sasuke. No one special, answered Kakashi, once again trying to avoid the topic. Quit trying to avoid my questions, yelled Sasuke. Who is training him? Jiraiya, said Kakashi, hoping that Sasuke would not react badly. At first Sasuke looked really angry to Kakashi, but then the look in his eyes hardened. Teach me everything, hold nothing back. Kakashi wasn't sure if he should be worried or relieved. Either way, he began Sasuke's training that day in earnest. He knew very little of what Sasuke had planned in that instant. In 3 months things would change rather drastically for the village of the Leaf. Chapter 9 Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or any of the characters created by Kishimoto-sensei. So where are we going first, Arrow Sennin? Asked Naruto excitedly. I really wish you'd stop calling me that, said Jiraiya with a cringe. Can't, Kasen ordered me to, said Naruto. So where are we going first? Stone Country, said Jiraiya. Their physical strength training is the toughest of all the shinobi villages. Naruto couldn't help swallowing nervously at the prospect of the training, but that didn't deter him long from speaking again. So how long until we get there? A month and a half, said Jiraiya. What? Shouted Naruto, but that's so long. Don't worry, I've got something for you to start working on while we travel, said Jiraiya with a devious smirk. Naruto nodded. What is it? It is Yondaimi's most powerful move, said Jiraiya confidently. Really? Asked Naruto excitedly. Really, said Jiraiya before handing him a water balloon. What's this for? Asked Naruto. Watch, said Jiraiya holding his own water balloon. Naruto watched in fascination as the balloon suddenly expanded in all directions before popping. This is stage 1. Get started. It's going to be a long month and a half, mumbled Naruto as he began trying to work on the water balloon. You have no idea, Jiraiya mumbled back with a smirk. Naruto continued to work on the water balloon rigorously whenever he had a moment free. Jiraiya had decided to take the time during the trip to begin to prepare Naruto for the physical training he could expect once he reached Hidden Stone Village. Preparing entailed running, push-ups, pull-ups, and handsprings, all while standing on top of a scalding hot pool of water while the pervert peeped on. Women in the baths. If he wasn't physically conditioning himself, he was working on the water balloon while standing on water. Naruto had quickly come to the conclusion that Jiraiya was both a pervert and a sadist. Finally, after a month and a half, Naruto and Jiraiya arrived to the Hidden Stone Village. Naruto was amazed by the village for the simple fact that he would never have found it if he didn't already know it was there. The entire village was carved within the rock walls of an enormous cavern well below the surface of the earth. Naturally, Jiraiya knew the Tsuchikage and was escorted to meet with him immediately. Naruto was simply appalled when the first question the Tsuchikage asked was with regards to the next volume of Icha Icha Paradise would be released. With that out of the way, the Tsuchikage made arrangements for Naruto and Jiraiya to stay for a month and a half. The worst part came only moments later. So Jiraiya-sama, I will have one of our Junin collect young Naruto in the morning. He will be temporarily joining one of our genin teams. That works, but remember, he'll be training with me most of the time and he is not permitted to go on missions with your shinobi, explained Jiraiya. Oh, I know that, said the Tsuchikage. I thought that since you brought him here to train, then this would be ideal. He can get a taste of what true physical training is like. Jiraiya grinned demonically. Just make sure you work him harder than anyone has ever worked him before. Naruto kept glancing between the pair in disbelief. Well then, I would suggest the two of you get settled in and get some sleep. Training begins in about 6 hours. Naruto quickly checked his watch, but that's like 3 in the morning? Actually, it's 1 in the morning, idiot, said Jiraiya before leaving. Naruto followed quickly behind him. Is he serious about this training time? Yes, said Jiraiya, if I was you, I would go get some sleep in our hotel. I have other things to do. Naruto just grumbled a bit before finding his way to the hotel and checking in. Naruto was awoken the next morning by his bed shaking horribly. When he woke up, he thought it was honestly an earthquake. Technically it was, but it was an unnatural earthquake started by a masked shinobi with the symbol for Earth on his forehead protector. You Naruto? Asked a female shinobi. Yeah, who the hell are you? Why the hell did you wake me up? And more importantly, why the hell are you in my room? Demanded Naruto angrily. I'm Naoya Ayumi, said the woman, I'm your trainer, let's go. Naruto relaxed but only slightly. He quickly gathered his clothes and weapons before following the woman out. How can you even tell what time it is around here without any sunlight? Asked Naruto, trying to make conversation with the woman. You get used to it, she said. Besides, we often go outside to train and get some sun on our skin to prevent scurvy and sun deprivation. The good thing, though, is that by living in this dark place you learn very quickly to move in the dark and see more with less light. Oh, okay, said Naruto. You look oddly familiar, said the woman after a while. Really? Who do I look like? Asked Naruto excitedly. Just a picture I once saw in a book, said Ayumi darkly, but don't worry, you're not him. Was this person bad or something? I'm told he was an amazing shinobi. 20 years ago when Stone and Leaf were at war, there was one shinobi feared above all others. Orders were given that if we ever saw him we were to run away and not look back. He was that feared, Sei said. But as I understand it, he is dead now and left behind no family, so it does not matter. Sounds like you don't like him very much, said Naruto. You would not like the one responsible for the death of your mother, father, and brother either, she said coolly. You're right, I wouldn't, said Naruto, but it sounds to me like this was a time of war. Was your family all shinobi? Did they die on the battlefield? They died honorable deaths fighting in the name of the Stone Village. I cannot fault the man for doing his duty, but that does not mean I have to like him, she said coolly still. Naruto was getting the impression that this woman didn't like him very much and was simply doing her duty to her country. Ayumi-sensei, called a very high-pitched female voice that reminded Naruto of Sakura calling after Sasuke. Tsuchi, said Ayumi with a small nod and slight smirk at the corner of her mouth. Why are you so late? You're never late, said Tsuchi with a pout. Naruto finally got a good look at the girl in question. She seemed really young compared to Naruto, which explained the childish behavior. She had lime green hair, whether it was natural or fake Naruto could not tell. On her left stood another girl with black hair and yellow eyes. Resting on her shoulder was a black cat with the same yellow eyes. To Tsuchi's right was a boy. He wasn't exactly to her right but was kind of hiding behind her like he'd seen Hinata do on occasion. He had dark brown hair and his eyes weren't really visible because he was looking at the ground. I had to collect our temporary guest, she said calmly, motioning to Naruto. This is Uzumaki Naruto. He will be joining us for the next month for training only. He is here to learn from you as much as all of you are here to learn from him. Naruto, this is aka Tsuchi, Suji Yayoi, and Happen Yama. Yayoi was the other girl and Yama was the timid boy. Nice to meet you, said Naruto with a friendly wave and a smile. Ah, so cute, shouted Tsuchi excitedly as she studied Naruto up and down. Do you have a girlfriend, Naruto-kun? Naruto was a bit shocked at such a direct question. No, great, then I can take the job, huh? No, said Naruto simply, we can be friends if you want, but us being together is not going to happen. Oh, but I'd be so good to you, she pouted. And how old are you? I'm 10, she said proudly. You're too young is what you are, said Naruto as he looked to Ayumi-sensei for some help. She responded with a look that said he's on his own. I am not, she shouted at the top of her lungs. Naruto and the other two genin both sweat dropped nervously from her actions. Enough of the introductions, said Ayumi, losing her patience. It's time for our morning training. I expect you to show Naruto here the ropes. Yes, sensei, said her 3 students with a quick bow. Nira doesn't trust you, said Yayoi as she walked past Naruto. Who is Nira? Asked Naruto. The cat on Yayoi's shoulder hissed at him. Oh, excuse me Miss Nira, I didn't realize. It's nice to meet you too, said Naruto lightly with a grin at the feline. The cat seemed mollified by the apology and courtesy, but with cats that could mean anything. Smart move, said Yama softly from next to him. I'm Yama. Yayoi is a bit defensive and doesn't really let people get close to her. Tsuchi is an open book, and if she thinks you look cute at all she won't leave you alone until she's had her way with you. Both of them scare me to death. Naruto laughed out at Yama's commentary. You're a funny guy. Yama looked appalled that Naruto would say such a thing. I think you and I will be good friends, said Naruto, patting Yama on the back, knocking the poor boy into the ground accidentally. Naruto quickly picked him up again. Sorry about that. It's okay. I'm not very strong considering I'm from Stone Village, said the boy. Even Tsuchi and Yayoi are stronger than me. I was lucky to even become a shinobi. I was the dead last in my year. That doesn't mean anything, said Naruto. I know plenty of shinobi that were first in the class to end up the weakest of them all. I know others that were dead last and became the best. It just varies with how hard you are willing to work to achieve your goals. Yama just nodded before hurrying ahead. Naruto suddenly got the impression that Yama didn't like him very much. What's with him? Asked Naruto quietly to himself. He's afraid of hurting others and so he never shows his true potential, said Ayumi from behind him. Talking with you is the most I've seen him ever open up. He seems like a good kid, said Naruto. He is, said Ayumi. Now hurry and catch up to the others so we can begin. Naruto nodded and hurried ahead to catch up to the others. So what are we doing today? Asked Naruto. Endurance training, said Ayumi to the group. She was met with 2 audible groans and 1 quiet whimper. Naruto didn't see what the problem was. Great, said Naruto. What do we do first? Yayoi, why don't you go first? Suggest Ayumi. Yayoi cringed and put her back to the wall. Just don't hit me in the face. Naruto seemed confused and then he watched as Tsuchi and Yama pelted the girl with different sized rocks. Yayoi just stood there taking every hit without making a sound. You throw as well Naruto, said Ayumi handing him a pile of rocks. We each throw 10 rocks and then rotate. We do this 10 times to toughen the skin to make the pain of being hit feel like less. Naruto swallowed before he threw a rock hitting Yayoi in the leg. You've got to be kidding me, said Yayoi. Even Yama throws harder than that. Naruto threw it again, just a bit harder, hitting her other leg. Is that all you've got? She asked as if he was insulting her. Naruto was starting to get upset. He was trying to be nice and not injure the girl. He looked back to Ayumi-sensei. Should I really throw my hardest? It could really injure her badly? Don't hold back because you think you'll injure her, said Ayumi. She is a lot tougher than she looks. Naruto shrugged and threw again. This time he put his full strength behind it. It was very fortunate for her that he was still wearing his weights. The rock went fast and powerfully straight at her arm. He figured that if he broke her arm he could repair that rather easily and quickly with his limited knowledge of medic jutsu. Naruto heard the resounding snap of the bone breaking upon the rock impacting her arm. Naruto cringed on reflex just from the sound of it. Yayoi screamed out in pain and grasped her arm. Naruto could see that she was trying her hardest not to cry. Yayoi, chided Ayumi. Why didn't you reinforce your body with chakra to protect yourself? You knew he was holding back from the start, but you should have known that once I said something he would no longer hold back. Sorry Ayumi-sensei, said Yayoi. I did reinforce, but I didn't reinforce enough. I didn't think he had that kind of power. Sorry Yayoi, said Naruto with a bow. I can fix it if you like? Yayoi glared at Naruto before she finally nodded after a nasty jolt went through her arm. A few minutes later Yayoi's bone was repaired. Now don't use that arm for at least a day or it will break again and then it will have to heal the long way over a few months. Shut up, said Yayoi. You stupid leaf shinobi. Naruto decided then that he didn't really like Yayoi despite the cute cat. Your turn Naruto. Now remember to use your chakra to protect your body from harm so that you feel less pain than you should, said Ayumi. I thought the goal was to avoid getting hit as a shinobi, said Naruto nervously. Indeed, it is important to be able to dodge attacks, but you can't dodge them all, and if you are distracted for even a moment by pain you're as good as dead, explained Ayumi. Naruto could see the value of such training, but that didn't mean that he liked it, and now that it was Yayoi's turn to throw rocks at him, he liked it even less. Tsuchi and Yama both held back on throwing stones at Naruto a bit, but Yayoi gave it everything she had with her good arm. She wasn't exactly generous in picking her targets. After the second rock to the genitals from her, he chose to block any that headed for that area, even at the cost of 5 more thrown rocks from Yayoi. They group cycled through each member 10 times. After 3 hours of being pelted by rocks, Naruto felt like an overused and abused punching bag. Good work, team, but we'll have to improve our strength to make those hits really count. So, go find the biggest rock you think you can carry, said Ayumi with a smirk. Naruto watched the others choosing rocks before he finally selected a boulder about twice his size. Upon hearing his teammates snicker, he knew that he probably chose wrong. Excellent, Naruto, it's good to challenge yourself, said Ayumi with a devious smirk. Now, start running. You've got 4 hours and no stopping to rest. You all have to stay with me, so you'd better not fall behind or you can count on getting double. Naruto swallowed again as he followed his new training sensei, or as he preferred to call her now, psychotic training bitch. Hours later they all came to a stop, breathing heavily. Well done, said Ayumi, that's not bad. You're all dismissed except for you, Naruto. Naruto swallowed nervously for what seemed like the millionth time that day. You have 1 hour to eat and then you are to meet your sensei by the hot springs, she ordered simply. Naruto nodded in relief before he rushed through town in search of the only food worth his time, ramen. An hour later Naruto met Jiraiya. Hey, Ero Sennin. Stop calling me that, you idiot, ordered Jiraiya, knowing it was useless. That lady is crazy, said Naruto. Jiraiya just laughed. I think she's alright then if she can keep you in line. We purposely let ourselves get hit with rocks, said Naruto. What kind of sensei allows for that to happen? A good one, said Jiraiya. It's too bad you had to do that on your first day though. I would have thought that she'd work you in slowly to their way of training. Well, at least I can see why they are considered the most physically strong of all the shinobi villages, said Naruto. Yeah, but their women are not the hottest. You're lucky if 1 in 50 is worth my attention and being immortalized in my books, said Jiraiya. You mean immortalized, said Naruto with a smirk. Anyway, said Jiraiya, now it's time for you and I to train. Now, I will work with you for 4 hours after your physical training, after which you will have an hour to eat, followed by 4 more hours training with that water balloon before you can eat and go to sleep. Get used to this fast because it will be your new regimen for as long as we stay here. Naruto wanted to fall down and cry but restrained himself by simply plotting some kind of revenge on the pervert. So, Tsunade has told me that you are rather slow to learn ninjutsu and genjutsu for the simple fact that you'd rather master them than just learn a huge number of them. That's all fine and dandy, but you have a huge chakra reserve and are capable of performing some of the highest level jutsu, and so long as you remain in the lower level skills you'll waste any potential you have. So, I'm going to teach you some very high level jutsu with our time here, explained Jiraiya. Now, as this is Stone Country, I have a few unique Doden jutsu for you to learn. Naruto nodded along with him. He didn't like Jiraiya's hinting at him being stupid for taking his time with learning jutsu, but he wasn't going to comment. So, you have 1 month to learn these 2 Doden, said Jiraiya, tossing him 2 thick scrolls that knocked him over. Doden. Doryo Dango and Doden. Yomi Numa. These are Junin level techniques, don't fail me. Naruto nodded before opening the scroll for Yomi Numa. To say that Naruto had a long day by the time he was finished would have been an understatement. Was it not for Kyuubi replenishing his chakra, he would probably have died of chakra exhaustion before that first day was over. Subsequent days followed and Naruto continued his training. His mornings began with the most intense punishment imaginable, followed closely by him struggling through his 2 new jutsu, and ended with him still trying to figure out that damn balloon. Naruto had been in Stone Village for 3 weeks and by now he'd settled into his routine quite comfortably, but he knew that soon he'd have to move on. Well, Naruto, you've made quite an impression on the Tsuchikage, said Ayumi at the end of a training session. He's decided that you are to participate in the Chunin tournament. It is a one-on-one fighting competition. I'm not sure how you got invited, but if I had to guess I'd say it has something to do with your sensei. Really, that is so cool, said Naruto. Do they get to compete? He asked, motioning to the other 3 genin. They are not Chunin nor have they been invited, said Ayumi. I'm not a Chunin either, said Naruto. But you were invited by the Tsuchikage directly, explained Ayumi. Naruto now noticed that the people he trained with didn't look very happy about it, or rather Yayoi didn't look very happy about it, and the other two were just afraid of getting on Yayoi's bad side. Will you guys help me to prepare? Naruto asked once again, trying to get into Yayoi's good graces. I hope they kill you in the tournament, said Yayoi before she stalked off to do whatever it is that she does. What the hell did I do to piss her off? Asked Naruto. She is the strongest genin in the village and you threaten her because you are so much better, explained Yama quietly. Oh, I don't suppose saying I'm sorry will help then? Asked Naruto, to which Tsuchi and Yama both just shook their heads. In the few weeks since Naruto's arrival, Yama had opened up a bit more and Tsuchi restrained herself a bit, but Yayoi just wouldn't crack. It was like dealing with another Sasuke, but female and less dangerous. Why does she detest me so much? Her family has a long-standing hatred of Konoha village. During the Great War, her entire family except for her parents died fighting. Her parents only lived because they were too young to fight. Later they were killed by a missing nin from the Leaf village by the name of Uchiha Itachi. She has good reason to hate the Leaf, explained Ayumi. Did you say Uchiha Itachi? Asked Naruto with venom in his voice. Yes. Do you know him? Asked Ayumi. I want to kill him, said Naruto. He is the reason I've been forced into hiding from the Leaf. It's his damn organization that is after me, bastard. You are not strong enough to kill Itachi, said Yayoi. Beside, you don't have the right. I am an avenger. It is my right to take his life for what he did to my family. At some point Yayoi had returned unnoticed. You'll have to get in line, said Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke has earned the right to kill that bastard before any of us. Sasuke is the sole survivor of that clan. He was made to watch while Itachi killed his mother and father in front of him. You're not the only one that has been hurt by people in the past. Get over yourself already. With that, Naruto turned and walked away. He really was dealing with another Sasuke, but far weaker than Sasuke is. Naruto knew that she would fight bravely and die quickly if she fought Itachi, and then her clan would be extinct. But such is the life of a shinobi. Naruto walked around for a while rather than eating and eventually rejoined the Arrow Sennin for his training. Jiraiya-sensei, said Naruto seriously, did you have anything to do with me getting into this Chunin tournament? No, in fact I tried to convince the Tsuchikage not to enter you because it might draw the attention of the Akatsuki, explained Jiraiya. That and some of your skills are pretty much detested in this village. What? I haven't seen anything yet to suggest. Have you used the skills from Yondaime? Asked Jiraiya in a whisper that only Naruto could hear. Naruto shook his head. See to it that it stays that way, ordered Jiraiya seriously. Naruto could tell that something about this whole situation was making him very nervous. But why? Asked Naruto in a hushed voice. Yondaime decimated the stone shinobi in the Great War. He was feared above all other shinobi for his reputation as the Yellow Flash, a name he earned from the Kirameki and more so from the Shunshin, explained Jiraiya. Shunshin? Asked Naruto curiously. Kirameki is the basic form and name for the style. Shunshin is the advanced version of the technique, explained Jiraiya. If you were to use either of those we would be forced to run from this village and never look back, as the village hunter Nin and Anbu would be after your head in a moment's notice. Naruto swallowed nervously. He didn't like the idea in the slightest. You just happen to look a lot like Yondaime, said Jiraiya. Which works even more against you. Okay, so no Kirameki then, said Naruto firmly. Anyway, we're leaving in a week, so don't get too comfortable, said Jiraiya. Now, have you completed the 2 Doden Jutsu I gave you? Yes, but I haven't mastered them yet, said Naruto. Show them to me, said Jiraiya. Naruto ran through a few quick hand seals before calling out, Doden. Doryo Dango no Jutsu. He then drove his hands into the ground and pulled forth a giant boulder nearly 3 times his size and hurled it at Jiraiya. Jiraiya easily moved out of the way, decent size, but rather slow moving when you throw it. It's not easy to use my chakra to hold it all together when I throw the damn thing, said Naruto unhappily. Still, good progress for only 3 weeks, said Jiraiya, choosing to ignore his outburst. Now show me the other one. This one I've made the most progress, said Naruto with a large grin. Again he moved quickly through a few hand seals before hitting the ground and calling out, Doden. Yomi Numa no Jutsu. Jiraiya's jaw nearly hit the ground when he saw the enormous swamp that Naruto created. After regaining his composure he asked, how deep is it? I would guess about 20, said Naruto, but I'm not entirely certain. Good enough, said Jiraiya, go ahead and release the jutsu. Kai, said Naruto, causing the swamp to vanish. Good work Naruto, said Jiraiya. Now, have you been able to pop the water balloon yet? Naruto grinned before producing a water balloon. He held the balloon in front of him in one hand and instant later it exploded, spraying water everywhere. Was that right? Perfect Naruto, said Jiraiya. The first stage is to learn to mold the chakra in several directions at once. Jiraiya then tossed him a rubber ball. The second stage is power. Jiraiya held his own ball and it exploded in all directions. Naruto nodded. Anyway, that's enough for today, said Jiraiya. You only have 2 days to prepare for that stupid tournament, so I suggest you get to work. Naruto nodded before hurrying off to find a private spot to train. Once in seclusion, Naruto formed some quick seal before hitting the ground, Kachiyose no Jutsu. Enma appeared. Hey Naruto, I haven't seen you in a while. I know, things haven't been so good recently, said Naruto as he suddenly realized that he would have to tell Enma about Sarutobi-sensei. Sandaime was killed. I know, I was there with him when his end came, said Enma. He died honorably trying to defeat that snake Orochimaru. I am sorry, said Naruto, lowering his head. He was slightly surprised when Enma gave him a small hug. Don't be sorry Naruto, said Enma. Sarutobi knew what was coming and he willingly gave his life for the sake of the village. If you wish to truly honor him, then train and defeat that snake. Naruto nodded. That is why I summoned you today. I've been entered into a tournament here in Stone Village in 2 days, but I can't use anything that Yondaime was known for. So I was hoping you could teach me to use you with a medic nin taijutsu style. I would be happy to Naruto, said Enma. We'll have to work very hard if I'm going to be at all useful in 2 days' time. I know Enma-sama, said Naruto with a respectful bow. Well then, let's get to work, said Enma. Oh, and before I forget, do you realize that you just summoned me without using the Kyuubi's chakra? I did? Asked Naruto in disbelief. I didn't even notice. I guess my training here has really paid off. Indeed, said Enma. Now, to work. Enma then popped and changed into the Thunderbolt staff. Break. Now remember Naruto, began Jiraiya. Don't use any of those techniques and you'll be fine. Naruto nodded. He was about to enter the tournament arena for his first match. It was just his luck that he got matched off with the #1 Chunin in the village for his first fight. So, this is the little leaf shinobi, guffawed the Chunin. Not much, are you? Naruto decided instantly that he didn't like him very much. Let's see if you're still saying that when this fight is over. We shall see indeed, said the Chunin. I'm going to kill you slowly, I think. Not likely, said a voice from behind the Chunin. Naruto was shocked as he saw the Chunin cleaved in half. Kisame, he whispered. Hello Naruto-kun, said a calm voice from behind him that he knew belonged to Kisame's partner in crime, Itachi. Looks like we have you all to ourselves, said Kisame. Not quite, said Jiraiya as he appeared next to Naruto. Figures that he would avoid the technique, said Itachi. Using that genjutsu to fool the entire stadium was smart, said Jiraiya, but I'm much too smart to fall for something like that. Then I suppose we shall have to fight, said Itachi. Naruto, you're the only one capable of fighting against Itachi's Sharingan, said Jiraiya. Use everything in your arsenal, I'll deal with Kisame. Naruto nodded nervously before turning his full attention to Itachi. I suppose I should take you seriously, said Itachi, that way you'll completely understand the futility of you struggling against us. Itachi then let his cloak drop to the ground behind him, creating a small crater from the weight of it. Naruto at the same time removed his own weights and let them drop, creating a slightly larger crater. Inside his head he started screaming to Kyuubi to start pouring on the chakra. Tear this piece of shit apart, Kyuubi screamed in return. Kyuubi didn't like this guy either. Naruto guessed that Kyuubi didn't like him because he's some plan involving him that he didn't want to be a part of. Naruto enjoyed the slight look of fear that passed momentarily through Itachi's eyes as Kyuubi began to make his physical manifestation on Naruto. Kirameki, shouted Naruto, causing a bright yellow flash to distort Itachi's ability to see. It didn't affect his ability to feel pain though, as he was rocketed backward from a heavy kick to the gut. Lucky for Itachi, the wall stopped his trip short. Itachi was slightly worried. His Sharingan could not predict Naruto's movement, nor could it copy the jutsu. Itachi smirked as he released the genjutsu that was affecting the assembled crowd. Naruto never noticed but kept up his assault on the Akatsuki member. "Is this the best you can do, Kazara?" asked Itachi, much to Naruto's confusion. Itachi knew what he was doing though. Naruto didn't let that bother him as he continued his assault, getting steadily more vicious in his attacks. It was then that Itachi began to counter using jutsu after jutsu. His attack was relentless and the hand seals came fast. Lucky for Naruto, the Kirameki kept Itachi off target almost every time. "Kage Bunshin!" shouted Naruto, creating 6 clones. Much to Naruto's amusement, he'd learned to activate Kirameki on each of them in the same way he could put it on a shuriken or kunai. With the all 7 Narutos attacked, Naruto was very unhappy with his clones were all destroyed and himself had been hit very hard center mass by Itachi. "Kachiyose no Jutsu!" shouted Naruto, hitting the dirt and calling forth Enma. "Uchiha Itachi," said Enma, "you should not have attacked." "Enma," said Itachi in surprise. He couldn't believe that Naruto had advanced this much. All his spies reported that Naruto wasn't extremely skilled as a shinobi, relying mostly on medic nin taijutsu and the Kirameki. What he was facing today was not what his reports had told him. This Naruto had excellent control of Kyuubi's chakra, he could summon, and he was fairly versatile in jutsu of all kinds. This Naruto was more than formidable. "Change now. Order Naruto urgently," to Enma. Enma changed into the Thunderbolt staff and flew to Naruto's outstretched hand. Then Naruto attacked. His moves were fluid and extremely accurate. He had speed that was equal to Itachi and power that exceeded him. The only thing Itachi had working in his favor was experience and the Sharingan, but even that wasn't doing so well. With Enma in hand, Itachi could no longer make direct contact with Naruto. The staff would change shape to protect Naruto as if by reflex, and the damn flashes of yellow light were not helping Itachi at all. Naruto finally saw an opening to end the fight. "Kirameki Tsuki!" shouted Naruto, shooting chakra through his free hand. If Itachi had not moved and raised an arm to block, he would have lost his head. As it was, he still lost his hand and part of his forearm. The severed limb dropped to the ground with a sickening squish. Naruto quickly performed hand seals. "Kaden Gukakyu no Jutsu!" He incinerated Itachi's fallen limb and nearly got Itachi if the man hadn't fled from the battle. Naruto then turned his attention to Kisame to see that he fled as well. Jiraiya dropped to the ground breathing heavily. Naruto released the Kirameki and Enma disappeared. At the same time, he could feel the changes from Kyuubi disappearing quickly. Naruto walked tiredly to Jiraiya before sitting down next to the man. "Good job, Naruto," said Jiraiya. "You've just ended Itachi's life as a shinobi." "I doubt that," said Naruto. "I might have just slowed him down for a bit." "You do know that most of the people in the stand have just watched nearly that entire fight," said Jiraiya, "and many of them will be out for your blood now." "I know," said Naruto. "It's not my fault that Itachi released the genjutsu. He didn't want to waste the chakra, and he knew that this village's hatred of Yondaime would stop them from interfering," said Jiraiya. "Do you really think they'll kill me after that?" asked Naruto. "No, but the Tsuchikage will probably insist that you leave the village and never return," said Jiraiya calmly. Just as he finished, 4 Anbu appeared on the field. "Jiraiya-sama, Tsuchikage-sama has requested the presence of you and that brat," said the Anbu leader. It was easy to see that he was holding back on what he really wanted to say about Naruto. Jiraiya stood and nodded to the Anbu. He then lifted Naruto to his feet and together they followed the Anbu captain to the Tsuchikage's office. When the pair entered, it was easy to see that the Tsuchikage was really pissed off. "Jiraiya!" yelled the man. Naruto and Jiraiya could both feel a long lecture coming. "How dare you bring his spawn into this village? We tolerate you because of your books and the information that you provide us, but bring that child here is unforgivable. You know how much damage his father did to this village and how many families were destroyed in that war, mostly thanks to him. What could you have possibly been thinking? Bring the son of Kazara Arashi into this village? Are you trying to get him killed? I should have suspected as much when I first saw the boy, but all of our spies said that his wife and child died the same night he died fighting that Kyuubi demon. He looks just like him, but instead I trusted the information from my spies and now I find I was wrong. Just what the hell were you thinking? Do you have any idea how difficult it will be to maintain peace with the Leaf now that the village knows who this boy is? Relations have been strained recently, as it is because of this damn war between the Sound Village and Leaf as it is. You may have just pushed this village over the edge into siding with the Sound. The only thing that might prevent that is that this boy was able to force Uchiha Itachi into running and possibly ending his career as a shinobi. The only one hated more in this village than Kazara Arashi and his ilk is Uchiha Itachi. Still, what the hell were you thinking bringing the boy here? The Tsuchikage ranted. Naruto never saw the man take a breath, but there were several questions now forming in his head. Who was Kazara Arashi? Asked Naruto, breaking from his confusion. You mean to tell me that this boy doesn't even know who his father was? Demanded the Tsuchikage of Jiraiya. He didn't need to have that hanging over him, said Jiraiya calmly. Damn it, shouted Naruto, who the hell was Kazara Arashi? Why is he so hated here? I thought this village hated the Yondaime. Hokage? What does any of this have to do with my father? Kazara Arashi was your father, idiot boy, yelled the Tsuchikage, and he was the Yondaime Hokage. That silenced Naruto instantly. He was in shock. Why? Why wasn't I told? He asked in a whispered voice towards Jiraiya. It was for your protection, said Jiraiya honestly. Your father made many enemies, and if they knew about you then they would go after you to get revenge on him. You didn't need the fact that your father was Hokage to overshadow you either. You needed to grow and become strong on your own and be recognized as your own person and not as the son of the Yondaime. That is why he left you those scrolls. That is why you are the only one that can use them. It is your blood limit. Jiraiya finished at a loss for what he should do now. Did Tsunade know? Asked Naruto, for the first time not calling her Kasen. She knew, but just as I said, there were reasons for not telling you. Your father left instructions that you were never to be told. You were to find out on your own if ever. None of this was planned, explained Jiraiya sadly. Your Kasen loves you, Naruto, never forget that. I know she does, said Naruto solemnly, but this is just a lot to take in all at once. I understand that, Naruto, said Jiraiya. It would be nice if we could just sit back and relax for a bit, but now that your secret is out we will have to leave this village hastily. You're damn right you will, said the Tsuchikage. I would suggest that you never return here, Naruto. Jiraiya, you should not return for a few years either. I understand, if you would give us an escort out of town then, said Jiraiya. Very well, said the Tsuchikage. Oh, but before I forget. The Tsuchikage removed a standard Chunin flak jacket from Konoha and tossed it to Naruto. Tsunade sent this to me and said that if I felt you were worthy then I should give it to you. Congratulations. Naruto was in shock. I'm a Chunin? Obviously, said Jiraiya, so Tsunade is the reason you were entered in that tournament. Precisely, said the Tsuchikage. Now go. The Anbu outside will escort you to the border. Chapter 10 Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or any of the characters created by Kishimoto-sensei. Naruto put on his new Chunin vest, which was colored black and had his clan symbol on the back. Or rather the Uzumaki symbol and not that of the Kazara clan was on his back. So much had happened in the last 3 hours. He had fought and defeated Uchiha Itachi, even though he escaped in the end. He learned about his father and who exactly his father was. He had been promoted to the rank of Chunin. And now he was being forced to run from the village of Hidden Stone. Tsuchikage has ordered us to escort you to your hotel and then out of town, said the Anbu leader, but make no mistake, if you make one false move we will only be too happy to kill you both. Naruto wanted to snort at the Anbu but felt that now was not the time to be combative and arrogant. Thank you, said Jiraiya with a slight bow. Naruto could see that even Jiraiya was a bit on edge over the entire situation. It did nothing to reassure Naruto that everything would be fine. Let's go, Naruto, no time to dawdle. Naruto nodded and followed Jiraiya to the inn they were staying in. They were only slightly surprised to see all of their bags lying out on the street in front of the inn. Luckily none of their belongings had been damaged beyond being unceremoniously dumped. It only took them a few minutes to collect their belongings and head for the village exit. Once they were out in the open air, the Anbu lead spoke again. We'll take you to the border, and once you are there I suggest that you travel hard and fast away from this country. There are those who will be after you once we've left you. Jiraiya nodded his accent while Naruto just swallowed nervously. Things in life just weren't working in Naruto's favor recently. First, there's the mess with the Akatsuki, which are still after him. And now, he managed to piss off an entire village simply because of who his father was. So, for the second time in 3 months he was being made to leave a shinobi village. After a while of traveling at top speed they came to a stop. "This is the border, now run," ordered the Anbu as he turned around and traveled quickly back towards the village. "Come on Naruto, he wasn't kidding when he said run," said Jiraiya as he suddenly increased his speed to almost a full-out sprint away from the village. Naruto was able to keep up with him easily enough, but Naruto kept getting a very bad feeling that someone was following them. Suddenly a barrage of shuriken halted their progress. Damn, I hate those bad feelings. However, the shinobi that appeared was not what either Naruto or Jiraiya was expecting. "So, all along you were the one," said a familiar voice that was very angry. "You've taken away my revenge and now I will kill you in its place," said the other familiar voice. "Yayoi, Ayumi-sensei," said Naruto in disbelief, "what the hell are you doing?" "That's rather simple, we've come to take our revenge on your family line," said Ayumi coldly. "You don't want to do this," warned Jiraiya. Naruto knows nothing of his father's past. He didn't know until today and he still doesn't know much about what his father really accomplished in that war. "Accomplished?" roared Ayumi. "He was a butcher. He single-handedly killed more than 200 of our Chunin and Junin in an afternoon, including my family." "I was a war, you silly girl," retorted Jiraiya. "How many Leaf shinobi died at the hands of your parents? How many Leaf bloodlines were ended because of your family? My own wife was killed by one of you stone bastards in that war, but guess what? I let it go a long time ago. It was a war. War is filled with death on both sides." "Don't you dare preach to me, you filthy pervert," yelled Ayumi, though Naruto could see her resolve was slightly shaken. "Besides, we don't care about you, we only want that little piece of filth there," said Yayoi pointing to Naruto. "You wouldn't stand a chance against him, Yayoi," said Jiraiya, "just like you wouldn't stand a chance against Itachi." Naruto was lucky to have done as well as he did in that fight. The only reason he beat Itachi was because Itachi underestimated Naruto, just like you're doing now. Let me guess, you think that after that fight he has no chakra left, that he'd be an easy target now, when in fact you have no clue how powerful he really is. Think about how much he's held back when training with you, and then think about the fact that even then he was more powerful than you by far. You don't know what you're messing with and it is going to get you killed." "Shut up, you pervert. You don't know what you're talking about," screamed Yayoi. "I will kill him and then I will finish Itachi where this weakling couldn't." Nira on the ground was hissing violently towards Naruto and Jiraiya. "Fine, it'll be your death then," said Jiraiya. "Naruto, take care of her quickly, I'll deal with the instructor." Naruto sighed but nodded anyway. "I'm sorry for this, Yayoi." Yayoi saw a single flash of yellow light before she felt a hard strike to her throat and chest, simultaneously dropping her to the ground. Instantly, within seconds, the world around her faded to black as she lost consciousness. "Damn Naruto, why couldn't you have taken out Itachi that fast?" asked Jiraiya. "I tried," said Naruto. "I couldn't get around his defenses as easily. Plus, he's a hell of a lot tougher than she is." "Well, Ayumi-san, do you still want to fight me?" asked Jiraiya, looking back at the stunned Junin. Ayumi, though, was looking at her best student who was just knocked out in less than a second. Suddenly she understood the absolute fear that the legendary yellow flash wrought through the shinobi world. Such a devastating technique and strength should not be allowed to exist. Jiraiya was about to move on the stunned Junin when she spoke. "Don't. I'll take her and we'll go." Her voice radiated with fear, not towards Jiraiya but towards Naruto. "Come on Naruto, we have to hurry, these two won't be the last," said Jiraiya as he took off running again. Little did Naruto know, but the return of the legendary Konoha's yellow flash was spreading like wildfire through the shinobi world while he was fleeing for his very life. Break 6 months, that's how long Naruto and Jiraiya had been on the run, hardly stopping for more than a day or two in any one place. It seemed like everywhere they stopped there was some random shinobi that had heard of the yellow flash's return and would pick a fight with either Naruto or Jiraiya. And if it wasn't a random shinobi, it was the Akatsuki coming to call. In that 6-month period, Naruto gained more combat experience than most Junin did in their first 6 years of active duty. Finally, Jiraiya decided to take Naruto to an island that was completely absent of shinobi presence. "So where are you taking me again?" asked Naruto. "The beautiful isle," said Jiraiya with a bit of drool hanging from his mouth. "It is an island resort with the most beautiful women in the world. They lay around on the beaches completely nude, sunbathing and then drinking and dancing all night long. It is my dream to buy that island someday. 7 more volumes of my book and I should finally have enough money to buy it and live out the rest of my days there. It is the perfect place to take you to train." "You really are the most perverted man on the planet, aren't you?" asked Naruto in shock. "And proud of it," said Jiraiya. "If this island doesn't make you a pervert, then nothing will." "You're crazy," said Naruto as he and Jiraiya walked up the plank onto the large waiting ocean liner. "Maybe a little, but then you're my apprentice just as your father was, so what does that make you?" asked Jiraiya. "Even crazier," said Naruto. "So how long until we get there?" 2 months, said Jiraiya. "We're going to spend 2 months on this damn boat?" asked Naruto. "Yes," said Jiraiya, "we will be traveling far to the south across the ocean. The natives call the island Saipan." "Right," said Naruto with a nod of his head, "but still, that's a long time without training." "Did I forget to mention that I signed you on as a member of the crew?" asked Jiraiya. "You did what?" demanded Naruto. "You'll be working as part of the crew until we reach Saipan. That way neither of us has to pay for the voyage," explained Jiraiya. "It will also give me more time to finish editing my latest volume." "Bastard!" shouted Naruto as the captain approached. "This the brat?" asked a man with a well-trimmed beard and nice white coat. "This is Naruto," said Jiraiya. "Make sure you work him hard, he can take the punishment." The man then handed Naruto a bucket and a brush. "Fill this with water and soap and start scrubbing the deck." Break. After a month at sea, the ship finally put into port to stock up on supplies and pick up and drop off passengers. "You stay here, I'm going to send a letter off to Tsunade," said Jiraiya to Naruto. Naruto was pouting, of course. He'd been dying to get off the ship even for a little while. Since he'd stepped on board, he had done nothing but work. He was always scrubbing the deck, shoring up the lines, patching the sails, cleaning the hull, peeling potatoes, or any number of other menial jobs around the ship. If he wasn't doing any of that, then he was training with Jiraiya or trying to get some sleep. The only thing working in his favor was that he didn't get the slightest bit seasick. "Bastard," pouted Naruto as he watched Jiraiya stalk off on shore. Naruto paid close attention as Jiraiya walked straight past the sign that said, "Post Office." Naruto knew then he was going to go peep. "Pervert gone then?" asked Jizo, one of the ship's crew. "Yeah, gone to peep and not send letters like he said," complained Naruto. "Want to sneak off the boat with me?" asked Jizo. "Nah, I'd better not. Besides, no doubt the captain knows," said Naruto. "Well, if you want, some of the guys are playing poker in the galley," said Jizo as he left the ship. "Don't bother coming back, Jizo," said the captain from behind. Naruto didn't hear the captain approach, let alone see the man. "You were told no shore leave because we want to leave before the night is out, and now I find you disobeying a direct order." Jizo was shocked as well. "But sir, I was just going to." "I don't give a damn," said the captain. "Naruto, pack his shit and get it off my boat." Naruto nodded and then looked sympathetically towards Jizo before he left to pack the man's things. Naruto returned a few minutes later with a large duffel which he tossed to the waiting Jizo. "You're going to regret this, Captain Bartholomew," said Jizo before he stalked away. "Sir?" questioned Naruto cautiously. "What is it, Naruto? Why are you being so harsh with him? There have been reports of pirates in the area, so I want to get out of here as quickly as possible," explained the captain. "But what about the passengers?" asked Naruto. "They were warned that we would leave with or without them," said the captain. "But what about Jiraiya?" asked Naruto. "He's not my concern," said the captain. "If he comes, then great. If he misses the boat, there will be another in a few months that he could catch a ride on to Saipan." "But what would I do then?" "You'd be let off in Saipan to wait for him," said the captain simply. He really was a cold-hearted bastard, Naruto decided. The captain then stalked away silently. "You had better not miss this boat, Ero Sennin," said Naruto as he looked out to the shore. Naruto kept watch of the shore as the passengers began to come back from their shopping excursion on the island. As the departure deadline drew nearer, Naruto was beginning to worry. "Raise the gang," called the captain's order, "prepare to weigh anchor and set sail." "Aye aye," called out the crew, quickly setting to work. "That includes you, Naruto," called the captain to Naruto. Naruto set to work, constantly watching the shore for any sign of his sensei. "Full speed ahead," called the captain to the now ready crew. "Shit," said Naruto under his breath as panic took hold. Break. Kakashi was absolutely impressed with how quickly Sasuke was growing under his direct tutelage. In their month away from Konoha, Sasuke had already developed the third strike of his Sharingan eyes. It was slightly disturbing to see how much more effective Sasuke was with his Sharingan than Kakashi was. The only thing that worried him more was the simple fact that Sasuke had completely closed himself off from every one of the other genin. After that first month, Kakashi and Sasuke began to do mission together, mostly C and B rank, but it seemed to be keeping Sasuke occupied enough. Then something happened. Kakashi and Sasuke were walking through town on their way to the Hokage Tower to report on their latest mission when they overheard a merchant. "I had heard rumors about the Yellow Flash of Konoha, but I never thought I would get to see him fight," said the merchant. "He was amazing. I couldn't even see most of his moves." "Really?" asked the local merchant. "How's that possible? Yondaime Hokage died a long time ago." "No, not him, his son. I think his name is Naruto," said the merchant. That instantly caused Sasuke to freeze up. "What? Yondaime had a son?" asked the merchant. "Rumor says that the boy didn't even know that the Yondaime was his father until that very day," said the merchant. "Really? Well, this is cause for celebration then," said the Konoha merchant. "We thought that with the Yondaime's death that his bloodline would be lost to us forever. Come, tell me about this fight." He was entered into the Stone Chunin tournament. He was paired off to fight with their number one Chunin from the village, but the fight never started. Two men showed up and one of them cleaved the Chunin in half before the fight even began. "You're kidding," said the merchant. "I'm not," but then the two men took off their cloaks. One was blue and looked like a shark, and the other, I'm told, was that Uchiha Itachi character, said the foreign merchant. "Did the boy live?" asked the merchant worriedly. "He won," said the visitor. "At the end of the fight, the Yellow Flash cut off Uchiha's hand, causing the man to flee with the blue-skinned one. He beat the missing nin Uchiha Itachi," said the merchant in shock. "You're lying," screamed Sasuke, now holding the visiting merchant in the air. "No one could beat him." "Sasuke, let him down," ordered Kakashi in a slight panic that Sasuke might kill the man. "He's spreading lies," said Sasuke in his defense, though not taking his eyes off the suspended merchant. "Please sir, don't kill me," said merchant. "I can only tell you what I saw." "You didn't see right then," said Sasuke. "Sasuke, stop it now, he's not lying," said Kakashi, slightly ashamed. Sasuke dropped the man and instead chose to pick Kakashi up off the ground. "What are you talking about?" Sasuke demanded. "We just received the report from Jiraiya last week," said Kakashi. "I was going to tell you but you weren't ready to hear it." You knew and you didn't tell me," whispered Sasuke, dropping the Junin on his ass before vanishing in a puff of smoke. "Shit," said Kakashi as he stood again. He looked to the scared merchant. "I'm sorry about that." The merchant nodded sacredly before hurrying away. Kakashi now needed to get to the Hokage and fast, out of fear of what Sasuke might do. Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke and reappeared minutes later in the Hokage's office. "Hello Kakashi-san," said Hinata. "Hello Hinata-san, is the Hokage around?" "She'll be back in a moment if you'd like to sit and wait," said Hinata. "Thank you," said Kakashi as he sat down and pulled out his favorite volume of Icha Icha Paradise. Kakashi didn't even notice when Tsunade sat down across from him. He noticed after his favorite volume was incinerated before his very eyes by a very angry Hokage. "Sorry Hokage-sama," said Kakashi, "I just got lost in my reading so I didn't notice your arrival." Tsunade was about to call him a liar but then realized he actually told the truth. "Where's Sasuke?" "That's why I'm here," said Kakashi. "We were on our way here when we overheard a merchant talking about Konoha's Yellow Flash." "So, Naruto's legend has begun to spread as quickly as his father's did," said Tsunade. "It would seem so," said Kakashi. The problem though is that merchant witnessed Naruto's fight with Itachi and told the other merchant, and of course Sasuke didn't react well. I see, said Tsunade, though I told you to tell him last week. I didn't feel he was ready to hear it yet, said Kakashi. He reacted exactly as I thought he would anyway. I think we have to worry about what Sasuke has planned next. Well, Jiraiya has told me that he and Naruto will be running for some time thanks to the rumors of the Yellow Flash being reborn, said Tsunade. There is little chance of Sasuke going after him, and even if he did, it is unlikely that Sasuke would ever find him. I think that Sasuke will close himself off even more now. You might be able to pacify him temporarily by promoting him, but I wouldn't count on it, said Kakashi. I don't honestly know what he'll do as a result though. We'll think of something, said Tsunade, though the worry in her voice could not be masked. For now I want you to find him and not let him out of your sight. He feels as though everyone is taking everything from him. First, his father took him for granted, always comparing him to his brother. Then when his father did finally acknowledge him, Itachi goes and kills them all. He was the best student in the academy, and then Naruto came along and took that from him as well. He's become a very jealous individual, and I fear that he blames Naruto and the Leaf Village for everything, said Kakashi before he vanished. What is it with him and riddles? Asked Tsunade, shaking her head at the now absent Junin. Sasuke was angry. He was really angry. So angry that if he knew where Orochimaru's village was, he would have left that very day. Naruto took away his reason for existing. He did what was Sasuke's right to do, but at the same time Naruto gave him a new reason for being. His new goal was just as important to him as his old goal. In fact, the goal was the same, to kill a certain person. This certain person though changed. Before he wanted to kill his brother and avenge his clan, but now he wanted to kill Uzumaki Naruto to prove once and for all who the best really was. Calm down, Sasuke, he said to himself. You've only to wait another week and Orochimaru will send for you. Sasuke fumed silently for a bit longer before calming himself completely. It was good that he did. Sasuke, said his sensei as he appeared from the shadows, I've been looking for you. What's the point? Why do you give a damn about me? Oh wait, I know, it's just the damn Sharingan that you in this village care about, said Sasuke venomously. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about Naruto's run-in with Itachi, said Kakashi, hoping to appease his student somewhat. We were trying to get a complete confirmation of your brother's status before we told you. As far as we know, he is still an active member of the Akatsuki despite the loss of his hand. But this is good news for you. Your brother will be a much easier mark now that he has been disabled. What's the point of killing him now? He's no longer a challenge to me, said Sasuke. That's not true. He still possesses the Sharingan and reports indicate that he has found a way to use his jutsu again, said Kakashi, lying slightly, though Sasuke had no way of knowing. The truth was that he didn't know any of it for certain. I don't give a damn anymore, said Sasuke angrily. I will kill him the next time I see him, but I have more important things to worry about. Now, Kakashi didn't like that line at all, not that he showed it. We have a mission tomorrow morning, said Kakashi. Meet me at the south gate at noon. Kakashi then vanished. I'm going to happily kill you one day, said Sasuke with a slightly twisted chuckle, you and everyone else in this village. Okay Naruto, said the captain. This is Saipan, now get off my boat. Naruto grumbled as he had to carry both his and Ero Sennin's belongings. He still could not believe that Jiraiya missed the damn boat. How long before the next boat from Okinawa comes here? A few months, said the captain. I suggest you enjoy yourself while you wait for him. You'd better find a job soon too. You could always work security in one of the many bars here, especially after the way you took care of those pirates. I still can't believe Jizo was a spy for the pirates, said Naruto. It's not that hard to believe if you know what to look for, said the captain. Anyway, I suppose I should be going, said Naruto, tossed both duffel bags over his shoulder. Good luck, kid, said the captain, waving a final goodbye to Naruto. Naruto looked at the island before him, and it really was exactly as Ero Sennin described it. It was beautiful. It was warm with a nice ocean breeze to keep you cool. There were beaches as far as the eye could see. If it wasn't a beach, then it was rich, lush tropical forests. Okay, Naruto said to himself, it could be months before that pervert shows himself again. I suppose this would be a good time to just work on perfecting my techniques. And most importantly, I can open the new scroll I got from Yondaime a few months ago for my birthday. Because of all the rapid travel, Naruto had little time to learn anything new. Even on the ship he had to be careful of what he did. Most of his ship time was spent sparring or physically training himself, and in the last month on board the only thing he could do was train physically. But, first things first, I need to find a place to stay, said Naruto. Break. A.N. Below is my tribute to Jiraiya. Tsunade is going to kill me, said Jiraiya as he looked at the now empty docks. I am so dead. Jiraiya hurried to the travel office at the port. Welcome, how can I help you? Asked a woman with enormous breasts, long legs, and absolutely no brains. For a second Jiraiya forgot his entire reason for coming. You're cute. Thank you, said the girl with a high-pitched giggle. I think you're cute too. How about I buy you dinner tonight? Okay, I get off in an hour and then we can eat and maybe we can both get off together if you catch my drift, said girl. Jiraiya was in love. He met his equal, the super pervert woman that was amazingly hot. Perfect, shouted Jiraiya excitedly, but first, I need to know when the next boat to Saipan is. There is another boat in 2 months, said the ditzy girl. That means you have 2 months to spend here with me so I can service your every need. She winked at him seductively. Okay, said Jiraiya excitedly, giving the girl a thumbs up with a small trickle of blood coming from his nose. My name is I, it means love, said the girl. A lucky few know me as the super hot author of I Paradise, the second best novel only to the author of Icha Icha Paradise. You are the wonderful, magnificent author of I Paradise, asked Jiraiya excitedly. I am Jiraiya, the manliest author of Icha Icha Paradise. Oh my, shouted I love your writing. And I love your writing, said Jiraiya. We should write together sometime. We should get married and write together all the time, said I happily. Okay, but we must have an open relationship so as not to stop the flow of our creative abilities, said Jiraiya seriously. You are absolutely correct, said I factually while nodding her head. Sounds wonderful, shouted Jiraiya as all of his dreams came true. I know just where to go to get married, said I as she took Jiraiya by the arm and dragged him out of the shop and through town. A few hours later Jiraiya had several of his sexual dreams and fantasies fulfilled by his new wife. I just happened to be thinking the same thing as he was. If I knew being married could be this good I would have done it years ago, said I. I never thought I would marry again, said Jiraiya, but I am very happy I did. Our books will sell even faster now. We will be extremely rich and I can finally buy the beautiful isle, said I dreamily. It is your dream as well to buy the beautiful isle, asked Jiraiya. I only need to publish 9 more volumes, said I. I only need to publish 7 more, said Jiraiya. Maybe we can buy it together? But we must continue to publish our most exceptional books, said I enthusiastically before she began to fulfill a few more of her fantasies as well as Jiraiya's fantasies. 2 months passed and once again Jiraiya missed the boat because he and I were too caught up in conducting their research. Jiraiya learned that she only worked at the travel shop part-time because she got a huge discount on travel. So finally after 4 months of some very serious research Jiraiya and I caught a boat to Saipan to meet with Naruto. Excuse me, said Jiraiya to a young girl on the docks, I'm looking for someone. He has blonde hair, blue eyes, and he's about this tall. I'm not sure what name he's going by though. You might want to check at one of the hotels Oji-san, said the girl before running off. He might be old but he's extremely experienced, shot I to the young girl. Girls these days just don't know how to appreciate such extensive experience. Oh well, their loss is my gain. Thank you I-chan, said Jiraiya giving her a kiss and squeezing her ass a little. I giggle, we can play later, right now we need to find that student of yours. Right then, let's check the hotels, said Jiraiya. After the 15th hotel, Jiraiya was getting nervous of not finding his wayward student. Excuse me miss, said Jiraiya for the 100th time. I'm looking for a short loudmouth with blonde hair and unnaturally blue eyes that doesn't know when to shut up. Oh, you must be looking for Mr. Kazara, said the girl. I think you can find him at the Golden Palace Hotel. Thank you so much, said Jiraiya, so the kid is using his father's name. That's the nicest hotel on the island, said I hope he didn't build up too much of a bill. If he did he can work it off himself, said Jiraiya adamantly, and he can work off the bill that you and I will no doubt accumulate. Just as long as they carry chocolate syrup and our other father play ingredients, said I with a giggle. The pair arrived to the Golden Palace Hotel and they were simply stunned by its beauty. Wow, they both said together in stunned awe. The hotel was huge and it was overlooking a beautiful white sandy beach with miles and miles of sunbathers. We're going to get a lot of really good research here, said I appreciatively. I can't wait to get started, said Jiraiya. Together they entered the hotel but stopped short of entering. There was a bright red sign that said simply, "No super perverts allowed." No super perverts allowed to conduct research on any of the hotel property. Jiraiya, this means you. What the hell? Asked Jiraiya as he read the sign. They must mean some other Jiraiya, said I. You're not a pervert or a super pervert. You're a proud ultra pervert just like me. My thoughts exactly, said Jiraiya as they both entered the hotel and approached the front desk. How can I help you and your daughter, sir? Asked the attendant. I giggled. I'm not his daughter, I'm his wife and co-author of the brand new smash hit novel, Each Eye Paradise. Oh, well then did you want a room? Asked the attendant. We do, but first we are trying to find a guest by the name of Kazara, explained Jiraiya. One moment, said the attendant as he checked the register. I'm sorry, we don't have any guests by that name. We were told that we could find Mr. Kazara here, pouted I. Oh, you must mean the owner, said the attendant. Let me see if I can get him. Jiraiya's eyebrow twitched. The attendant hurried into the back office before returning a few minutes later. Mr. Kazara is checking the in-house hot springs for perverts and should be returning shortly. I don't think this is the Mr. Kazara we're looking for, said Jiraiya. The one I'm looking for is very loud, short, blonde hair, blue eyes, and is only 14, almost 15. That's Mr. Kazara, though he hates when we call him Mr. Jiraiya's eyebrow twitched again. Mr. Kazara is really amazing, said the attendant. He arrived on the island 4 months ago with nothing. The day he arrived he ended up in a poker game with the ex-owner and won the hotel and casino off of him. Since then he has really turned this place around. We are now the #1 hotel on the island and more importantly all of the illegal behind-the-scenes stuff has been completely stopped. He even moved out the last remnants of the Gadu trading company off the island completely. He really is someone to look up to. Jiraiya's eyebrow twitched. Naruto had obviously missed the point about keeping a low profile while he was on the island. Oi, Mizuki, stop talking to that pervert, said an all-too-familiar voice from behind him. Jiraiya turned to see his student, Naruto. You idiot, shouted Naruto. How could you miss not one boat but two? Two freaking boats, you stupid pervert. He is not a pervert, shouted I. Naruto blinked in confusion. Huh? He's a proud ultra pervert, said I happily, and he's all mine and whoever I choose to share him with. Naruto's eyebrow twitched this time. You've corrupted this sweet innocent girl. He did no such thing. I corrupted him. Before me he was just a super pervert. Now he has reached ultra pervert status, said I proudly. It was clear to see that Naruto was in shocked disbelief. He never believed it was possible that there was someone more perverted than Ero Sennin, but that had just been proven wrong. Isn't she great, Naruto? Asked Jiraiya proudly. You should see her in a G-string and topless. Never has there been a more beautiful body made. Jiraiya-kun, you never told me that your student was cute. Is he well endowed? She asked. He's not bad, but give him a few more years and he'll give his father a run for his money, said Jiraiya. Unnoticed to the pair, Naruto began to bang his head into the wall. This is not happening. There cannot be two of them. This is just not happening. Excuse me, Mr. Kazara. I hate to interrupt you when you are clearing your head, but there is a delivery you need to sign for, said a man as he exited the back office. What's it for, Katsu? Asked Naruto. Fresh vegetable from Okinawa, said the man. I thought we stopped ordering from there because they were overcharging and the quality just wasn't there, said Naruto. This is the last shipment from them in our contract, said the man. This shipment does seem to be a bit better quality than the last few. I think the company is trying to get back into your good graces. It's a bit late for that, said Naruto as he signed off on the document. How much longer until you are fully trained to run the business? The man laughed. Give me a few more months and I can run things for you, Mr. Kazara. Are you ever going to call me Naruto? No, Mr. Kazara, said Katsu with a laugh. Naruto turned back to the pair. If I catch either of you peeping on the hot springs, you'll be kicked off the island. Now, let's get you into a room." Jiraiya was stunned. "Naruto, do you really own this place?" "I own most of the island now," said Naruto. "It wasn't easy either, let me tell you." Naruto showed the couple through the hotel to one of its nicest rooms that overlooked the beach. "I figure if you've brought binoculars you can peep from here without being caught, because I know that I can't stop you." "I knew there was hope for you," said Jiraiya. "Now take off your clothes so I can get a proper look at you. Maybe give you a few free lessons," ordered I. Naruto looked to see I wearing only a G-string. Luckily he had great self-control after living here for so long and being surrounded by half-naked women. "I'll pass on the lesson and the free strip show, but I'm sure Ero Sennin would appreciate the lesson. He doesn't really get much action." "He's so cold," said Jiraiya sadly. "Oh, poor Jiraiya-kun," shouted I. "I'll make it all feel good." Naruto shuddered before excusing himself. "I'll collect you both later to have some dinner, and then I can properly fill you in on everything I've been through." Chapter 11 Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or any of the characters created by Kishimoto-sensei. "Okay, so you've bought up most of the island business and beaches in the last 5 months using your father's name," said Jiraiya, summarizing everything Naruto just told him. "Yep," said Naruto as he began to slurp his ramen noodles. "Can you believe that when I came here no one had ever even heard of ramen noodles? I knew it was my destiny to turn this place around and make sure that every person here had the privilege to taste the greatest food ever created." "He's so cute," said I as she watched the waiter walk away blushing. "Have you done any training while you've been here?" asked Jiraiya seriously. "Of course," said Naruto. "I train every chance I get when I'm not forced to do some kind of administrative work. You would not believe how much work it takes to run an island. There are bills to pay, businesses to manage, you have encouraged tourism and trade, and then there are the overwhelming number of perverts that I have to take care of. It's never ending, I tell you." "Now you know what it means to be Hokage," said Jiraiya. "Anyway, I couldn't have done it if I didn't hire the right people from the start. I needed advisors and accountants and lawyers. Anymore, I pretty much just manage this hotel now," explained Naruto. "It allows me to run the island and not draw too much attention to myself." "Have you had any encounters?" "Not one," said Naruto with a smile. "I really think we might have lost them for now." "No," said Jiraiya. "If what I've heard is correct, their plans won't come to fruition for a few more years. They've decided that they don't need you just yet." "That's good," said Naruto. "Then we can go back home." "There is something else that I received word on," said Jiraiya nervously. "It's about Sasuke." "Did he make Chunin?" "No, it's not a good thing," said Jiraiya. "He deserted the village. He went to Orochimaru. Tsunade sent a team after him, but they barely made it back to Konoha alive." "Sasuke?" asked Naruto in disbelief. "Why would he do that? What possible reason could he have?" "We're not sure," said Jiraiya. "We think that the curse seal might have messed with his mind, allowing Orochimaru to control him." "Bastard!" shouted Naruto angrily, earning him several stares from the people in the restaurant. "As much as I hate to say this," began Jiraiya with a sigh, "we need to up your training immediately. That means I will have less time to do research, but we all have to make sacrifices." "I'll do the research and then I'll share whatever I learn with you," said I with a giggle. Naruto was starting to wonder if she had an off switch. "I know you will," said Jiraiya as he pinched her butt. "Break, okay brat. Let's see how much you've improved in the time I've been absent," said Jiraiya as he took off his vest and let it drop to the ground, creating a small crater. Jiraiya then took off his wooden sandals as well. "I want you to give me your absolute best, okay?" Naruto nodded as he removed his weights from his wrists and ankles. "Should I use the Kirameki?" "Of course," said Jiraiya. "Hold nothing back from me. Let's see how well you've mastered your father's techniques." Naruto didn't even speak before Jiraiya saw the first yellow flash. Jiraiya parried the roundhouse kick to his head lazily and jumped away to give himself some clearance. "Don't hold back your Kyuubi powers either," said Jiraiya calmly as he blocked another series of hits. For whatever reason, Naruto had been unable to break through Jiraiya's defenses. Naruto shouted through his head to Kyuubi to feed him chakra. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he watched Naruto fill with Kyuubi's chakra. Part of what he wanted to find out today was how long it took for Naruto to access Kyuubi's chakra. The few times he witnessed the change in the past, it took a few moments to channel. This time was admittedly faster, but not by much. Doden. Yomi Numa, called out Naruto loudly before striking the ground and creating an enormous swamp all around them. Unlike a normal swamp, the Hell Swamp would drain its target of chakra and prevent them from moving once captured. Naruto and Jiraiya were standing on top of the Hell Swamp, quickly draining their chakra to stay on top and not get caught. Kachiyose no Jutsu, called out Jiraiya, summoning a large frog. Kachiyose no Jutsu, shouted Naruto, summoning Enma. Naruto-sama, what do you want? Asked Enma. Sparring with Ero Sennin, I could use your help if you're up for it, said Naruto with a foxy grin. I will take care of the frog and then change form for you to use, said Enma, leaping after the toad. You're wasting chakra, said Jiraiya as he went on the offensive. There is not waste because Kyuubi keeps refilling whatever I use as I use it, said Naruto, dodging some very accurate attacks from Jiraiya despite the Kiramaki's effects. I see, doesn't that affect the Kyuubi? Asked Jiraiya. Not that I'm aware of, said Naruto. The more I use Kyuubi's chakra, the more my own reserves expand, allowing me to do things like this. Naruto moved through 6 quick hand seals, Doden, Doryo Dango. Naruto dug his hands into the ground near the edge of the swamp, which they had both moved away from now, and pulled up a huge boulder. Naruto heaved the stone at Jiraiya quickly. The boulder was so large that Jiraiya could not avoid it. Instead, he destroyed the boulder. That earned him his first strike from Naruto, or rather from Enma, who was now in staff form. Jiraiya took the hit well enough and easily countered, shooting mud from his mouth, hitting Naruto in the eyes. Jiraiya smirked. Doritaihao no Jutsu. Naruto was scrambling to wipe the mud from his eyes. Naruto finally opened his eyes to see Jiraiya approaching faster than he could move to dodge. His eyes widened before impact, but the hit never came. Jiraiya was locked onto Naruto. He was certain he would hit him, but then Naruto vanished. No yellow flash, no sign of movement, nothing that could have possibly told Jiraiya that Naruto wasn't there. Then Jiraiya was hit again, and much harder than he should have thought possible. Jiraiya soared through the air and crashed through several palm trees before coming to a hard stop. Jiraiya was a bit slow in standing up again. He shook his head once to clear his head. He looked for Naruto and spotted him back near where he'd been hit in the first place. Suddenly he was hit again, sending him through the air and several more palm trees. Jiraiya was very slow to stand up this time and was feeling very dizzy. Okay, that's enough, Naruto. Jiraiya saw Naruto standing back where he'd been hit the previous time. He blinked and shook his head, but when he opened his eyes was shocked to see Naruto standing across from him, smiling. Shunshin, said Naruto with a toothy grin. Jiraiya though paled. That meant that Naruto had activated the final level of the Kirameki. Many shinobi mistake the normal Shunshin fast movement with the Kirameki no Shunshin. The Kirameki no Shunshin forces the mind and eyes to take an image of the shinobi and see only that image of the shinobi while the world around the image continues to move. The shinobi in question is then free to move and inflict whatever damage they can. However, if the user does not possess extraordinary speed, the technique is much less effective as more images are taken while moving, thus negating the effects. Oh my, said Jiraiya finally, you've learned it. It was in my father's last scroll to me, said Naruto. I have mastered the Kirameki. You haven't mastered it, but you've learned all the techniques, said Jiraiya, knocking the boy down a few notches. You need to improve your speed still. You use far too much chakra in all of your techniques. There may come a day where Kyuubi stops giving you chakra so freely, and as such you are going to have to improve your control a lot more. You also need to increase your jutsu library extensively so that you can be prepared to counter any kind of technique used on you. Now, I'm not saying that you don't already have a lot of good techniques, but when you have to face off with the Akatsuki, you're going to have to be prepared to counter the most power jutsu imaginable with the proper technique. While you've learned Kirameki Taijutsu pretty well, your movements are very rigid and strict to the form outlined in those scrolls you're always studying. You need to make Kirameki Taijutsu into your own fighting style. Which means that when we get back to the hotel tonight, we are going to destroy the Taijutsu scrolls so that you can completely make the style your own. Questions? Naruto had been nodding along with what Jiraiya said steadily. What about the Rasengan? Have you been able to pop the rubber ball yet? Asked Jiraiya. Rather easily now, said Naruto with a grin. Good, then I can show you the final step when we get back to the hotel, said Jiraiya. For now, I want you to start running wind sprints to building up your speed more. Naruto nodded and began working vigorously. Break, Tsunade-sensei? Questioned Hinata as she entered her sensei's office. Yes, Hinata, said Tsunade. I was wondering if you've heard anything from Naruto-kun? Not for a while, said Tsunade. Since the yellow flash mess began, Jiraiya hasn't been able to report as often. Oh, well, would you tell me when you do hear from him? Asked Hinata bravely. I will, said Tsunade with a smile at the previously shy girl. So, I take it you are still pining away for Naruto's return? Yes, answered Hinata absent-mindedly. What? No, I'm not pining for him. She couldn't manage to hide the blush that was creeping up her cheeks. Are you blushing? Asked Tsunade, making the poor girl blush even more. Ah, screamed Hinata. Tsunade-sensei, you should not be teasing me. I am your student. And someday you might be my daughter, said Tsunade slyly, causing the girl blush crimson. Do you really think? Asked Hinata before she could stop herself. Ha, I knew it, shouted Tsunade, though I don't know why you would be interested in that idiot son of mine. He's loud, brash, argumentative. Cute, said Hinata boldly, brave, and kind to me when others weren't. Hinata, have you considered that he might come back here with a girlfriend or worse, a boyfriend? Asked Tsunade teasingly. She had an inkling of where her son's heart really lay, but she wasn't going to assume anything. He wouldn't, shouted Hinata before she could stop herself. He is with that lecherous pervert Jiraiya, as much as I dislike the idea. My son may come back here just as perverted, said Tsunade with a small smirk at the edge of her mouth, just to see how riled up she could get Hinata. Naruto-kun would never become a pervert, said Hinata in his defense. He knows that you would kill him if he did. I'm sure that he knows deep down that I would kill him as well. Hinata-chan, said Tsunade, I'm sure you're right. The question then becomes, are you willing to fight off all the other fangirls that will no doubt emerge once he returns? Fangirls? Questioned Hinata. Naruto looks so much like his father, said Tsunade. You've seen pictures of the fourth, haven't you? He's yummy looking and Naruto has inherited his looks. Oh no, said Hinata in a slight panic, I'm so plain, he's never going to notice me. Not when he could have Ino or Sakura. Tsunade smiled deviously. Hinata, my student, we are going to take you shopping. Hinata didn't like the way that sounded and swallowed nervously. Break, Naruto. Let's go or we're going to miss the damn boat, shouted Jiraiya. Naruto was busy finalizing all of the details with the man he put in charge of his island affairs while he was away. In truth, he was just finalizing the last details to ensure the sale of all his assets to Jiraiya and I. I'm coming, Ero Sennin, don't rush me, yelled Naruto. Naruto-sama, are you certain you wish to sell to him? Asked Katsu, the man that would manage the island in his absence. Yeah, it's his dream. Who am I to crush that? Asked Naruto. Besides, I have my own dreams to chase after. Plus, I put several clauses in the contract that while giving him ownership, leave me with the ability to appoint the management. Katsu wiped his brow. You didn't tell me that before. I thought I did, sorry. Anyway, take care of things and I'll do my best to keep him from returning too soon, said Naruto as ran for the ship that was now pulling up the gangplank. Goodbye, Naruto-sama, yelled Katsu as he waved. Naruto had to jump to catch the ship before it pushed off. I hope you enjoyed your time on the island, said Jiraiya, because we won't be returning anytime soon. I don't expect I will return until I finally retire from my job as Hokage, said Naruto, but you'll be back before then, won't you? Of course, I have every intention of buying that island from you, said Jiraiya. What makes you think that I'd sell to a proud ultra pervert like you? Asked Naruto with a smirk. But you've just gotta, whined Jiraiya. Oh, I suppose, said Naruto pulling out the contract. Just sign on the dotted line here, there, and right here, and then I needs to do the same. Huh? Asked Jiraiya. I'm selling you the island, said Naruto. Consider it a wedding present. Jiraiya greedily took the contract and signed all the marked places, and then he ran over to Ai, who did the same. With that done, Naruto was happy to rid of the responsibility. However, the fact that the ship rocked unnecessarily for the next week nearly non-stop didn't put anyone on the ship in a good mood. Months at sea passed slowly. The weather was not with them for the majority of the voyage, and as a result they were delayed nearly a month at sea, And with Jiraiya and I at it all the time, it was a very long month. Naruto sat on the bow of the ship enjoying the slight wind and looking through his photo album, the same that he'd been given by Hinata for his first birthday party in Konoha. He smiled absent-mindedly as he thought about the blue, purple-haired girl. He found himself wondering if she'd changed at all while he was away. He was slightly worried about the effects his mother would have had on her as her apprentice. "Ooh, she's cute," said the all-too-familiar voice from over Naruto's shoulder. "I bet she's a screamer." "Huh?" asked Naruto in confusion. "What do you mean, Ai-chan?" Naruto didn't like calling her Ai-chan, but if he didn't then she would purposely show off her body to him to prove she was very young and worthy of the title. "You know, a screamer," she said, but noticed that Naruto didn't understand. "It means that she moans very loudly during sex." Naruto shot through with red as a small trickle of blood ran from his nose as the image came into his mind. He didn't even notice when I claimed hold of his photo album. "Let's see, this one is probably the take charge type. A complete sex fiend like myself," said I as she showed him a photo of Ino. Naruto's other nostril began to bleed as well. "This one is probably less fun about sex. She looks like the kind that would be shivering under the covers nervously," she said, pointing out a picture of Sakura. "Gah!" yelled Naruto as a streamer of blood shot out of his nose, rendering him unconscious. He'd never be able to look any of those girls in the face again. "What did you do to him?" asked Ero Sennin as he walked past his twitching unconscious student. "Just told him a bit about what he could expect from each of the girls in the pictures when he finally has sex with each of them," said I. With a proud smile, "I bet he could get them into a foursome as cute as he is." This time Jiraiya started to bleed from the nose as he quickly stuffed cotton in his nose. He gave his lovely wife the thumbs up. "Let's go up to the crow's nest and make some noise," insisted the ever-horny woman. Poor Naruto was left to bleed to death because of the thoughts now swimming in his mind. "Damn, proud ultra-perverts. Break. I can't wear this, Tsunade-sensei," protested a girl from the changing room. "Put it on," ordered Tsunade. "It's only for dates anyway." "But it shows so much," said the girl shyly. "Exactly," said Tsunade. "If you want that boy so badly then you had better put that on right now." "But," protested the girl. "Now," ordered Tsunade with a confident smirk on her face. The door of the changing room finally opened. "I love it when I'm right," said Tsunade as she looked the girl over. "This will have every guy in town drooling over you in a matter of seconds." "Do you really think so?" asked the shy girl. "Without a doubt," said Tsunade. "The only reason guys don't drool over you now is because you are always shrouded in very loose clothing that cover your best assets." "Assets?" questioned the girl. "You've grown into a beautiful woman just like your mother Hinata," said Tsunade with a kind smile on her student. "Did you know my mother?" asked Hinata. "Not very well. She was very much like you though," said Tsunade. "She was kind to everyone and never spoke ill of anyone. She was very graceful. Whenever she entered the room every eye was instantly attracted to her. Did you know that your father and Naruto's father vied for your mother's affection at one time? But then Naruto's father met his mother and it was all over. Besides, your mother really loved your father and Arashi knew it. He just played along to get your father's goad. She just liked to tease your father by flirting with Arashi." Hinata giggled. "I could never do that to Naruto-kun." "Sure you could. I bet that would get Naruto's attention faster than anything," said Tsunade. "Just make sure that whoever you flirt with doesn't take it seriously." "I don't know anyone like that," said Hinata. "It doesn't really matter because once Naruto gets one good look at you in this it will be all over for him," said Tsunade. "My father would never let me leave the estate dressed like this," said Hinata. "Hide it in my office. You can go there before you meet Naruto for a date and change into it," said Tsunade. "You're assuming Naruto even asks me on a date," said Hinata sadly. "Don't worry, he will, even if he doesn't know it's a date," said Tsunade with a devious smirk. Hinata brightened for a moment and smiled a rare smile that lit up the room for only a moment before it died. "Do you think he's okay? I mean, he's been gone for so long." "Only 2 years, 3 months, and 16 days, said Tsunade offhandedly. Hinata was surprised she had the count down so well but didn't say anything. "When will he be back?" "I don't know. Jiraiya has sent a message for a while so," said Tsunade slightly worried. He took Naruto off to an island paradise of some kind, so the communication is rather slow in coming. I'm sure he's fine though. Hinata knew that Tsunade said that more for herself than anything. I'm sure he'll be home soon, said Hinata, trying to comfort her sensei and hide the fact that she was even more worried. Break Naruto's head for the rest of the time at sea had been corrupted by eyes, oh so pleasant, imagery of his female friends. Worse though, was that his head kept coming back to the same girl's description by eye. It wasn't that uncommon to see Naruto suddenly have a little blood trickle from his nose, followed closely by him cursing perverts. Most of the ship's crew chalked it up to hormones and puberty. As a result, Naruto spent the majority of his time trying his best not to think about anything other than training. Being at sea didn't leave him with many options except to train physically. At last, shouted Naruto as he stepped foot on land after the longest sea voyage yet, land. Oh, I'm going to miss the natural motion that the sea gave to us, Jiraiya-kun, pouted Ai, causing Naruto to shudder with disgust. How long till we get back to Konoha? Asked Naruto urgently. We're going to Hidden Mist first, explained Jiraiya absently as he locked eyes with Ai. But why? Pleaded Naruto. You need to learn some lessons about being a shinobi, said Jiraiya calmly, not taking his eyes from Ai. Kuso, howled Naruto. He wanted to cry. A month later, Naruto and the perverts entered a village that was simply shrouded in mist. Naruto, I'm going to only say this once, said Jiraiya, deadly serious, be quiet while you're here. Mist shinobi tend to be very twitchy and don't like loud noises very much. If you make too much noise, they are likely to kill you. As look at you. Naruto nodded solemnly and swallowed nervously. We can talk more once we've gotten a place to stay, said Jiraiya, leading them through the village. Naruto thought it strange that there were no guards to be seen as they entered the village. It was even stranger when noticed that most of the windows were boarded shut and there was not a soul to be seen. Halt and identify yourself, called a voice through the mist. The origin of the voice could not be seen. Jiraiya the Sannin and his new wife and apprentice, called back the pervert. Naruto could hear the nervousness in his voice. Turn away now, the yellow flash is not welcome here, called back through the mist. Then let me speak with the Kirikage, called Jiraiya. You can't, he's dead, called back through the mist. There was a coup last evening and the village is still in turmoil, bringing the yellow flash. Here will not help the situation, it is best if you just leave. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. The Kirikage was one of his biggest fans, even if the man wasn't a very good leader. I am sorry that my timing is off, is there anything that I can assist you with? No, take the yellow flash and leave here, ordered the man. The yellow flash was my father, called Naruto, finally annoyed with the situation. I am not him. If your people are in need of assistance, we can help you as representatives of Hidden Leaf Village. There are many here who would try to kill you, boy. We cannot afford to lose any shinobi that would attempt such a foolish thing. It is best if you just leave here now, called the same voice. Come on Naruto, it is best if we just leave here, said Jiraiya. Your father's legacy will cause many incidents like this to happen. We'll just go the Hidden Waterfall Village. They're small and relatively new, and they have never encountered the legendary Yellow Flash. But I'm not the Yellow Flash, Naruto nearly yelled. Naruto, you are now the Yellow Flash. You have inherited your father's title and skills as well as his appearance. You should bear that name proudly and be sure to live up to the image that your father created. He would be very proud to see you uphold that title in his place, explained Jiraiya. The truth was that Jiraiya had heard talks of the coup back at the docks when they returned. But he needed to come here so that Naruto would gain a full understanding of his power and who he needed to accept being. Naruto's eyes glistened at the mention of his father being proud of him. That was one of his greatest dreams and he'd finally fulfilled it. Now he only one dream left before he needed to find a new dream. To that end he was already well on his way. A few days later the three were traveling together. You know what, I don't think we'll go to Waterfall after all, said Jiraiya suddenly. Let's just go back home. Naruto was simply elated with that thought. He was finally going home. He was finally going to see his mother and sister and all of his friends. Unfortunately, at the thought of his female friends his nose began to bleed. He was getting better about it, but it still got him occasionally. Chapter 12 Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or any of the characters created by Kishimoto-sensei. Naruto was annoyed once more. The trip back to Konoha should not have taken more than a few weeks. It was now 3 months since they left the Mist Village because I and Jiraiya were constantly wanting to stop and research new material for their hit books, which loosely translated into having sex for days on end before moving on to the next village. Worse though, was that Naruto had to be under a very powerful henge no jutsu at all times because, as he was regularly reminded, the Akatsuki were still after him. "Stupid perverts," complained Naruto as he slurped up his 16th bowl of ramen noodles. It was then that someone sat down next to him. "I think I've only ever seen one person eat that much ramen in my life," said the new voice. Naruto turned to see Itachi sitting next to him. He paused only for an instant before he resumed eating his noodles. "They're the best food in the world." "I'm more partial to soba myself," said Itachi calmly. Naruto had no doubt that Itachi knew exactly who he was talking to. The question was more about what Itachi was planning next. "Too bland for my tastes." "Some people think so, but they are so much healthier than ramen," said Itachi calmly as he began to eat his own noodles. "We're shinobi. What do we need to eat healthy for? We exercise all the time and are constantly training. Ramen gives you everything you need: carbs for energy, meat for protein, vegetables for vitamins and minerals. What more could you ask for?" "Unclogged arteries," said Itachi calmly but with a small smirk. "You seem different than the last time I saw you," said Naruto as calmly as he could, but he was ready to act on a moment's notice. "I am different," said Itachi. "Where is Fishman?" "I don't know, I'm on my own for the next month for a personal training mission," said Itachi. Naruto all through the conversation was observing Itachi. First and foremost, he noticed Itachi was using 2 hands despite having only one. His Sharingan was inactive and he wasn't radiating any killer intent. "How are you doing that?" asked Naruto, motioning to his hands. "I altered the Kage Bunshin to replace the missing limb," said Itachi. "It is a bit draining to maintain all the time, but not too much so." "Interesting," said Naruto. "So, what happens after we finish eating?" "Nothing," said Itachi. "I didn't track you down for the last 3 weeks just to fight and capture you. I have another purpose." This raised Naruto's curiosity quite effectively. "Oh, and what would that be?" asked Naruto. "Let me tell you a little story," said Itachi. "It all begins just before I murdered my family." "Break. What do you want, Shishu?" asked Itachi. He was annoyed that his best friend made him come meet him at such an ungodly hour of the night. "I have a gift for you," said Shishu before looking Itachi in the eyes. Itachi had never seen such eyes before. It was the Sharingan, but he'd never seen it develop like that, and before he could look away the world turned black. Itachi watched as he killed his very best friend in his mind. It felt unbelievably real. Nothing he could do stopped it. Immediately after he killed him, he felt blinding pain in his eyes. When he opened them again minutes later, he knew he carried the same eyes as Shishu. "Welcome to Mangekyo Sharingan," said Shishu. "How do you like my gift to you?" "Why? I want you to be powerful," said Shishu. "I want you to work for me and my organization. Together, you and I will conquer the world. We will rule over everything. We will claim the powers of the demons for ourselves, and then none shall oppose us." "You're insane," said Itachi, looking at his friend. "Maybe, but admit it, you want to join me. You hate the family as much as I do. They have destroyed too much and made our family name into nothing more than common thugs. The police force is corrupted as it the rest of this cursed village," ranted Shishu. Itachi could see the maniacal glint in his eyes as he continued to talk. "I can't allow you to do that," said Itachi. "I may hate the way our family operates just as you do, but I will not be party to killing them all, especially Sasuke. He is innocent in all of this. He has the potential to change the clan for the better just as I do." "Fine, then we can leave him alive, but the rest must die," said Shishu, trying to contain his laughter. "We can give him the same eyes and then the 3 of us will be unstoppable." "I will not subject my little brother to that. He doesn't deserve that," said Itachi venomously. "Fine, we'll leave him alone, but let us hurry and kill the others," said Shishu. "Stop this madness, Shishu," said Itachi. "It is unnecessary." "I see," said Shishu. "I thought you would understand. You of all people would understand, but you don't see. I suppose I have no choice." Shishu locked eyes with Itachi. He could feel his mind being changed, trapped even. Itachi suddenly knew that he had to fight it. "Fighting it, are you?" asked Shishu with an amused smile before he intensified the mental attack. There, now that should hold you for at least a little while. Don't get your hopes up of breaking free because in a few minutes you will be my mindless slave. Shishu then ripped off Itachi's glove. Shishu cut his hand, causing it to bleed freely, and then very carefully he began to write a very delicate, precise seal on the back of Itachi's hand. Within moments Itachi felt the most intense burning coursing through his body, but more importantly it was tearing through synapses, eliminating any control over his body he may have once had. Now, you belong to me, said Shishu before he began laughing maniacally. Break. From that point on I was a passenger in my own mind. Sealed away from the world and turned into a puppet for Shishu, explained Itachi. When you removed my hand you removed that wretched seal. For now Shishu is fooled with the false hand, but I do not know for how long it will remain such. So you're going to sit there and tell me that this whole time you were actually innocent, said Naruto in disbelief. I am not innocent, said Itachi strongly. I have done so many horrible things on the orders of Shishu. It would not be right for me to not face punishment for the things I have done. But if you were being controlled then, no, I should have fought harder against it, said Itachi. I should have done something, anything to prevent it from ever happening. Naruto wasn't sure what to say at this point. Anyway, I came to warn you, said Itachi. The Akatsuki are pursuing Gaara of the Sand now. For what purpose? Asked Naruto. Shishu has found some ancient magic to seal the demon's powers and give them to whomever he so chooses. Gaara has the weakest demon of the 9 demon lords. Kyuubi is the strongest. The number of tails tells how much power they each have. Gaara possesses the 1 tail, so he is the first target. Once they have absorbed him they will seek after the 2 tails and so on, explained Itachi. What are you going to do now that you've warned me? Asked Naruto. No doubt Shishu will have been told by Kisame about me losing my hand. Huh, wouldn't he have told him when it first happened? Asked Naruto. After it happened and I retook control of my body, I controlled Kisame just enough to make him not say anything about it. Explained Itachi. I've been away long enough now that my spell will have been broken. Now the Akatsuki will hunt me down and kill me to prevent me from telling others their secrets. But I've told you now. You are the most important one to tell, as you are the most powerful of all the vessels even without your demon. As long as you know, it doesn't matter what happens to me. I'm glad you told me, said Naruto, but I'm not about to let those bastards get away with that. Hell no, you're going to come back to Konoha with Ero Sennin and me. We'll fight off the Akatsuki together. Itachi actually smiled fondly at the blonde. I can see why my brother would get so annoyed with you. Naruto suddenly quieted. I take it you heard what happened to Sasuke. I heard, said Itachi. That is the last thing I need to resolve before the Akatsuki can finish me off. Orochimaru learned that damn body-switching jutsu because of Shishu, and now I need to prevent him from using it on Sasuke, even if I die in the process. What? Yelled Naruto. Ero Sennin never told me that was why Orochimaru wanted Sasuke. Does that idiot know that? I doubt it. My little brother always was a bit foolish, said Itachi calmly. A bit? Questioned Naruto. Okay, a lot, said Itachi with a slight smirk. So will you come back with us? Asked Naruto. We could really use your help. Itachi closed his eyes and breathed deeply. I cannot die until I have saved Sasuke, and that village will kill me on sight if they see me coming. No way, said Naruto. I'm Yondaimi's son. They won't mess with you if you're with me. Plus you can always use a genjutsu until we can speak with the Hokage and get everything cleared up properly. You are persistent, said Itachi. Damn right I am, said Naruto, and don't you forget it. Very well, we will try it your way, said Itachi with a slight nod. Now, we just have to wait for those damn perverts to finish whatever it is that they are doing so we can finally go back to Konoha, said Naruto with an annoyed expression. Is it really the author of II Paradise? Asked Itachi with a slight blush on his nose. Ack! Screamed Naruto, not another one. Break? Oh Hinata-chan, said Tsunade with a devious grin as she looked at her daydreaming student. Upon getting no answer she slammed her hand down on the desk. Tsunade-sensei, said Hinata blushing, I'm sorry, I was just daydreaming about my idiot son, finished Tsunade for her. Hinata blushed even more. What did you need me for, Tsunade-sensei? I got some news today that I thought you'd like to hear, but seeing as you're so busy daydreaming I think I'll keep it to myself, teased Tsunade. Suddenly Tsunade found herself suspended in the air by Hinata holding the front of her shirt. Did you hear from Naruto-kun? Is he okay? Is he coming home soon? Tsunade couldn't help thinking that it might not have been a good idea for her to teach Hinata how to obtain her super strength. Put me down please. Hinata blushed again and set her teacher back on the ground. Sorry about that, she mumbled. With reactions like that, you might crush Naruto when you give him a hug when he arrives next week, said Tsunade nonchalantly. She was trying to hide her smirk at Hinata's lack of registering the words. Suddenly it was Tsunade that was being crushed by Hinata's hugging her. Is he really going to be home in a week? She asked, not relinquishing her grip on her teacher. Yes, gasped out Tsunade, hardly able to breathe. Hinata this time just released Tsunade, who dropped to the ground gasping for air. Oh, but what will he think of me now? Will he still think of me as a friend or something else? Will he even remember me? You worry too much, said Tsunade as she finally stood up. Naruto would never forget you, and if he does he'll never forget you again once he sees you. You've really blossomed into a beautiful young woman, Hinata. But he's been away for 3 years, what if? Hinata, do you really think that Naruto is the type of person to forget his first friend? Or any of his friends for that matter? Asked Tsunade with a fond smile towards Hinata. She shook her head and smiled at her own irrationality. She knew Naruto better than that, or at least she hoped that she did. I'm sorry, but sometimes I worry so much. I know, said Tsunade with a smile at the girl. So, are you going to help me plan a welcome back party for him? Of course, said Hinata with a bright smile and a small blush. Break, I'm going to say it right now, said Jiraiya. I don't trust him, Naruto. It's all too convenient. At least give him a chance to prove himself then, said Naruto angrily. Itachi, if you do anything to make me question your motives, and I do mean anything, I'll kill you myself, said Jiraiya vehemently. That is understandable, Jiraiya-sama, said Itachi. Then he blushed slightly. I was hoping you could sign my Ichai Paradise Volume 1 Gold Edition. Itachi didn't realize it then, but that instantly endeared him to both Jiraiya and I both. This is what I get for doing the right thing, mumbled Naruto. Can we go now? He shouted. Fine, Brad, but if our next volume isn't up to its usual standards I'm going to be very disappointed, said Jiraiya. Naruto decided not to respond and instead started walking ahead of the group. Sadly he heard Itachi, Jiraiya, and I all discussing the first volume and what was to come. Damn perverts, muttered Naruto once more. Suddenly his senses were on overload. There was something very wrong. Down. Everybody dropped to the ground instantly. Jiraiya had to pull I down with him. A giant sword flew the air where they were all once standing. The sword itself got stuck into the side of a rather large tree. Whoa, déjà vu, said Naruto as he looked at his situation. The shark-looking man suddenly appeared standing on the sword. It's been a while, Itachi, said Kisame coldly. Kisame, said Itachi with a slight nod. So, you thought you could control me, Make me forget to report the loss of your hand? Shishu is not pleased, said Kisame. In order to make amends I have to kill you now. You're outnumbered 3-1, Kisame, said Itachi. Do you really think you have a chance against the 3 of us? He may not, but we do, said another voice. Deidara, said Itachi, recognizing the voice. Itachi, she replied. Don't leave me out, said another voice. This one sounded sickly. Sasori, said Itachi, but his eyes never left Kisame. Deidara uses living clay explosives against her opponents. Sasori is the puppet master. Kisame, you all know. Jiraiya nodded gravely. He definitely didn't like the odds. 3S class criminals versus 2S class shinobi and 1B class shinobi. His best hope was that they underestimated Naruto again. Hey, Jiraiya, said Naruto with a smile, you seem to be worried. Just a bit, said Jiraiya, trying to figure out what Naruto had planned. How are you feeling? I'm a bit divided here. I really want to give a bit of pain to the fishman, but these other 2 look just as interesting, said Naruto. I'm sure they will be, said Jiraiya. Jiraiya, squealed I, these 3 are so unique, we should invite them into our research plans. I bet Fishyman is really hung. All 6 shinobi sweat dropped at that comment. And she has probably got an amazing body, said I, studying. Deidara up and down, no doubt she's the whips and chains type. She is, said Itachi, causing Deidara to blush profusely. Suddenly the fourth person appeared behind Ai and leapt away with a kunai pointed at her throat. This pretty one will be fun. I can't wait to find out what her insides look like, said the newcomer. Naruto just smirked at the newcomer. Oh, Ai-chan. Yes, Naruto-kun, she replied just as happily as always. Boom, said Naruto. What followed was a large explosion and lot of blood and body parts. Good, now that the odds are really even. When the hell did he do that? Asked Deidara in a mild panic. While you were too busy blushing and your friends were embarrassed for you, said Naruto in the girl's ear just before a red orb of energy tore through her back and out the front of her chest. What are you? Asked Kisame, looking on Naruto in a new light. Haven't you been paying attention to all the rumors? Asked Jiraiya with a confident smirk. He's the yellow flash. I can't use my Kirameki on the fishman, said Naruto. That sword seems to absorb the technique every time I get close to it. Don't worry, I will deal with Kisame, said Itachi. You and Jiraiya will have to deal with Sasori, but be careful, he's very proficient with poisons. Naruto and Jiraiya nodded solemnly. So, Itachi, said Kisame, you really have betrayed us. I was never with you, said Itachi, I was forced into servitude. And to think that you were most powerful amongst the 9 soldiers. Second in strength only to Shishu-sama, said Kisame as he dropped from the tree to the ground with the sword in hand. I'm sorry Kisame, but I'm going to have to kill you now, said Itachi. You can try, said Kisame, but you're going to fail. Maybe, said Itachi calmly as he activated his Sharingan. Ha, laughed Kisame. I've worked with you for so long, do you really think that those eyes will work on me? You'd be surprised, said Itachi as he suddenly turned around and locked eyes with Sasori, sending him into a permanent nightmare of death and torture. Only a few seconds later and Sasori was bleeding through the nose as his brain seized and had an aneurysm, killing him. Kisame was so surprised by the move that he didn't notice the attack by Jiraiya and Naruto until the arm holding his sword was severed at the shoulder suddenly. Too bad you're not as capable with your hand seals as I am, said Itachi, otherwise you might have been able to use the same technique as I did to give myself a new hand. Damn you, said Kisame. Damn you Itachi, we were friends. We were never friends, said Itachi. If you weren't going to die in a minute you would have been killed by Shishu in time. He plans to use you and the other to collect the demons and then take all the power for himself and then do away with the rest of you. Kisame actually had a moment of true regret pass behind his eyes before Jiraiya finished him cleanly. With that done, Naruto dropped to the ground panting heavily before passing out of chakra exhaustion, even with using Kyuubi's chakra. I had no idea that Naruto had already come so far, said Itachi, looking around at the scene of carnage before him. I've never seen him use those techniques that well ever either, said Jiraiya. I think he finally understands how serious this situation actually is. Itachi suddenly looked panicked. Oh no, what happened to the beautiful Ai-chan? Is it safe? Asked a voice from behind a bush. Jiraiya rushed over to his wife to find her unharmed and shivering from a bit of fear. Before he knew it, she was all over him. After that she becomes an adrenaline junkie and would purposely try to get Jiraiya and herself into life and death situations just for the afterglow sex. While they were busy, Itachi collected the heads and burned the bodies. That little event caused them to be delayed another 3 days as well. Break, damn perverts, mumbled Naruto once he finally recovered. He was lucky he had Kyuubi or he would have been out for 2 or 3 weeks instead of just 2 days. So, which girl are you going to sleep with first when you get back? Asked Ai to Naruto. The quiet hiding under the covers girls, the kinky sex fiend, the screamer, or all 3 at once? Itachi laughed harder than he'd laughed in several years as he saw Naruto propelled into the forest by a bloody nose. The loss of blood caused Itachi to have to carry Naruto for half the day. Damn perverts, Naruto repeated, grumbled in his sleep that day. For a minute Itachi almost felt bad for Naruto having to put up with this for 3 years when it was clear he didn't care for perverts. Then he remembered that he also got the privilege of spending so much with the super gorgeous, amazingly hot, unbelievably sexy Ai-chan. He was a lucky bastard and didn't even realize it, which ended up pissing Itachi off instead. 10 days later they were finally back home. Home, said Naruto with a warm smile. I'll meet you guys in the Hokage's office in a few hours. I need to go do something. With that Naruto vanished from sight. He's fast, said Itachi. You have no idea, said Jiraiya with a happy smile. Naruto arrived exactly where he wanted to be within seconds. He was moving so fast that the gate guards never even saw him. Naruto kneeled down and rubbed his fingers over the etching before him. Tucson, he whispered, I hope I'm making you proud of me. I'm trying to get better every day to protect our home. I understand why you did what you did. I'm glad you chose me to carry this burden for our home. I promise I'll always protect our home and I will continue to make you proud of me. After that, Naruto just sat and thought about everything he'd experienced the last few years away from his friends and family. From there, Naruto went to the Hokage monument to look upon his father's face, as it held an entirely new meaning for him now. It was dusk before Naruto decided it would be a good idea to go see his cousin. Naruto checked the Hokage's office first, only to find it empty, so he just went home. Cousin, yelled Naruto as he entered the dark house. Surprise, yelled out several voices when Naruto flipped the lights on. In less than a second, more than a dozen Naruto clones appeared behind each person with a kunai held at their throats. Naruto was a bit embarrassed once he realized what was happening. Oops. All the clones disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto, yelled the all-too-familiar voice of his cousin. It was the same voice that always made him cringe when he was younger. It was the one voice that always told him he was about to get an ass beating. Cousin, said Naruto in a shaky voice, I can explain, I really can. Tsunade held up one finger. Naruto knew he was in really deep shit now. He swallowed nervously, sorry. Tsunade moved in the blink of an eye, but much to her displeasure, Naruto was no longer standing in the same place. Instead, he was seeking refuge hiding behind the closest female to him, which just happened to be a severely blushing Hinata. How the hell? Questioned Tsunade, slightly puzzled as to how he moved so fast. There was no flash of yellow light to suggest he'd used the Kirameki, and yet she was certain she was going to hit him. Protect me, Hinata-chan, whispered Naruto in Hinata's ear fearfully. Naruto, yelled Tsunade, don't you dare hide behind that innocent girl. Get your ass over here and take your punishment like a man. Naruto swallowed once more before slowly marching through the stunned room to face his punishment. One would have thought from looking at him he was about to be put to death. Naruto stood before his cousin with his head bowed and eyes closed, so it came as a great surprise when his mother hugged him tightly. I've missed you, my little Naruto-kun, said Tsunade, happily embracing her wayward son. Me too, came Naruto's muffled voice. Tsunade then held him out at arm's length to look him over. You've gotten taller. You look just like your father too, aside from those cute whisker marks. Naturally, Naruto blushed. You look the same as ever. I don't know if I'll ever get used to seeing you wearing Hokage robes though. Like you'd look any better, said Shizune from next to him. Damn right I would, said Naruto loudly and happily. It was wonderful to talk with his sister again. Before this goes any further, said Tsunade, I need to know if you've been corrupted by Jiraiya. Have you? Damn pervert, mumbled Naruto with a shiver. You thought Jiraiya was bad, just wait till you have to deal with him and I-chan for a few years. You have no idea how much I detest perverts now. Tsunade smiled with a tear in her eye before hugging her son. Thank goodness, that was my only fear with you leaving with him, and it didn't come true. Now we can really enjoy this party. Meanwhile, the other occupants of the room were caught up in their own discussions of what they'd just witnessed. Did you see him move, Lee? Asked Tenten. No, said Lee with a slight quiver in his voice. Neji? Asked Tenten, trying not to blush when talking to the object of her affection, not that he even had the first clue. No, said Neji calmly. Little did he know that Tenten was trying to hide a blush as much as he was when talking to her. Naruto is so troublesome, said Shikamaru to Choji. Yeah, but his cousin makes great food, said Choji as he stuffed more into his mouth. Arrogant bastard, said Ino to Sakura. Just what the hell was he thinking holding a kunai to my throat? Ino, do you really think he meant anything bad by it? Asked Sakura. No, but that's no excuse, said Ino angrily. It's our fault for surprising him, said Sakura thoughtfully. I'll give him a surprise, said Ino ruefully. Show off, said Kiba, who received a bark of confirmation from Akamaru. Akamaru had grown quite a bit in the last 3 years and now rivaled Kuromaru in size and strength. Shino didn't really do anything but sit there listening to his loud friend complain. Poor Hinata though was paralyzed with shock. Naruto had chosen to hide behind her from his mother. He was so close to her that he was in contact with her body. She was so red from embarrassment she could hardly hide it. Luckily no one was looking at her. "Oi, Baka," yelled Ino, stalking over to Naruto. "What's the big idea, you big dunderhead? You trying to kill all of us? What the hell went through that big melon on top of your head, huh?" "It's your own damn fault for surprising me," yelled Naruto in return. "I've spent the last 3 years training to protect myself in this village, so forgive me if I'm a bit paranoid about being ambushed. You would be too if you had to deal with the shit I've been through." "Some damn paranoia. You didn't even know we were here before you came in. Any shinobi worth anything would have known we were here before he even entered the damn house, you Baka," shouted Ino in return. "That's it," yelled Naruto. "Step outside." "Do I look stupid to you?" asked Ino. "I'm not about to start a fight with you now. Your mother would kill us both, you moron." "Then stop yelling at me," he yelled back. "I'll stop yelling at you when I feel like it," shouted Ino. "I think she's channeling your spirit, Tsunade-sama," said Shizune in a barely audible whisper to the Hokage. Suddenly both blondes sent a death glare at Shizune, causing her to cower. Unfortunately for the both of them, Tsunade decided to end the fight by bashing them both on the head. The problem was that she only hit Ino and once again missed Naruto. Once more Naruto was cowering behind Hinata. "Damn it," shouted Tsunade. "Naruto, I forbid you from ever dodging one of my punches again." No," said Naruto smartly, earning a death glare from his mother. "Hinata," said Tsunade icily, "I suggest you stop harboring my son and move out of my way." Hinata swallowed nervously. "Don't listen to her, Hinata-chan," whispered Naruto's warm breath in her ear. She was instantly turned to mush. "He's really sorry, Tsunade-sensei. Can't you forgive him just this once? It is his first night back after all." Tsunade tried her hardest not to smirk. "Fine, but if he smarts off even once more," she left the threat hanging. "Thanks, Hinata-chan," said Naruto. Then he saw Ino about to stalk over again and start in on him until Sakura and Lee both dragged her away kicking. A nice silencing jutsu prevented the screaming. Hinata turned to face Naruto and blushed heavily as she hugged him fiercely. "I've missed you, Naruto-kun." Naruto couldn't help but notice how much Hinata had changed in his time away. She was nearly as tall as he was now, and she'd developed curves that he'd never noticed before or ever wanted to take notice of before, and suddenly Ai-chan's words were echoing through his head. It took every last ounce of self-control he had left to prevent his nose from bleeding. Unknown to him, Hinata was struggling with the same problem, minus Ai's words of wisdom. "I missed you too, Hinata-chan," said Naruto. "I have so much to tell you about my time away." "I want to hear everything, Naruto-kun," said Hinata. "Maybe you can tell me some other time though." "Of course," said Naruto. "How about dinner tomorrow then?" "Okay," said Hinata, trying her best to hide her blush but smiling all the same. "How did you do that?" asked a voice from behind Naruto. Naruto turned and recognized the young man before him as Neji. "Do what? Move that fast? I've never seen anyone dodge Tsunade-sama's punch before." "Oh, that, family secret," said Naruto. "Besides, she wasn't being very serious anyway." "We will have to spar again sometime to see how far you've come," said Neji. "Sure. When and if I ever have time again," said Naruto with a grin. "I'm after him," said an overly excited Lee. "You're all too troublesome," said Shikamaru lazily. Chapter 13 Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or any of the characters created by Kishimoto-sensei. Naruto was happy to be going to dinner with Hinata. She was his first friend. He knew somewhere in his mind that there might be something more eventually, but right now the only thing on his mind was catching up with her, and then he saw her clothes that night. Suddenly catching up took on a whole new meaning. Hinata was wearing a very revealing black dress that was cut low in the front to show the beginnings of her well-rounded cleavage, which Naruto had never taken note of before. The back was almost completely exposed save for several thin back strings that danced back and forth across her back. The dress stopped just above the knees, showing off her very well-toned and longer legs. Naruto found himself suddenly trying to drink in every last detail of her appearance. She had grown taller since he'd last seen her, and despite however much he grew, she now came up to his nose. Her hair was still kept really short, but the style changed slightly to frame her more refined face. Hinata was equally stunned by Naruto's appearance. When she'd seen him at the party, he was quite dirty and wore some heavily damaged traveling clothes. It seemed that now that he had a chance to clean up and go shopping, it was as if she was looking a different boy. It was then that she realized Naruto was no longer a boy but a young man well on his way to full adulthood. He was so much taller now too. Hinata feared that she would be taller than Naruto now, especially since she was taller than all of the other girls in village except for Ino. She was taller than many of the boys too, so that made her feel even better that Naruto had gotten so much taller. His hair was quite a bit longer now but still flew in every direction just as it had in his youth, with the exception of a very short ponytail pulling his hair straight back from his head in the back only. He seemed to have a bit of an orange-red tinge sprinkled through the blindingly bright blonde locks of hair, but it looked good anyway. His eyes were still the same startling cerulean blue she had fallen in love with so long ago. However, on closer inspection she could see a hint of purple around the edges and that his pupil became slightly animal-like. His body was really well toned too, which she appreciated so very much. He wasn't bulky like Kiba nor was he wiry like Shikamaru, but simply fit. He was wearing a long sleeve, black turtleneck and very nice, tan, khaki pants. "You look wonderful, Hinata-chan," said Naruto, trying to hide the blush. He was happy he took his cousin's advice and dressed up a bit. "You too, Naruto-kun," said Hinata with only a slight stutter. "So you ready to go?" said Naruto, motioned down the street outside of the Hokage Tower where they met. Hinata didn't trust herself to speak, so she just smiled and nodded. Naruto turned and started walking down the street, followed closely by Hinata. He was very surprised when Hinata took his hand in hers. When he looked at her he could see that she was worried about, but before she could pull away he gave her hand a gentle squeeze to reassure her. Naruto, at his mother's suggestion, stayed away from the ramen bar that night and instead took advantage of one of the more secluded restaurants in town. Dinner was enjoyable with Naruto's usual antics and wild gestures as he recanted some of his time away with Hinata. "So it's true, you really are Yondaimi's son?" asked Hinata. "I know," said Naruto, "it's hard to believe yh. You do look like him though. Especially now that you've gotten older," said Hinata with a warm smile. "Thanks," said Naruto with an equally warm smile. Hinata slid closer to Naruto and the small bench they shared in the park after dinner. It was a cool night out, but Naruto was feeling several degrees warmer thanks to the close proximity of Hinata. The girl wrapped her arms around Naruto's middle and nuzzled her nose against the nape of his neck. "I missed you, Naruto-kun," said Hinata in a half-whisper. "I missed you too, Hinata-chan," said Naruto, finding the chan suffix to take on a whole new meaning. Hinata moaned slightly at the sound of his voice, shooting a reminder of Ai's words through his mind. Hinata slid one of her arms up Naruto's chest and continued up to his cheek and turned him to look at her. Naruto found himself leaning in closer to her before his lips met hers. Naruto could feel such strong and passionate emotions radiating from the kiss and did his best to match it. It wasn't a forceful and aggressive kiss or sloppy and wet, but warm and loving and filled with so much emotion. It wasn't like the first kiss they had shared together so many years ago. Naruto completely lost track of time and space, and despite the fox whistles ringing through his head from Kyuubi, he was thoroughly enjoying the kiss. Naruto woke up the next morning feeling extremely refreshed. Or at least he was, until Jiraiya decided to wake him by dumping water on him, despite the fact that he was already awake and just enjoying a bit of reminiscing from the night before. "You damn pervert," said Naruto angrily to his sensei. "Speak for yourself, boy," said Jiraiya, motioning to his pitched tent. Naruto had the good graces to blush profusely. "So, I take it dinner with the screamer went well," said Jiraiya. "More of a moan actually," mumbled Naruto under his breath. "Really?" asked Jiraiya excitedly as he pulled out his notepad. "You put one word about me or Hinata in your perverted books and I'll castrate you. And before you say I can't, let me warn you now that I will find out the limits of the new seal if I have to see the job done right," said Naruto coldly. Jiraiya blanched. "You wouldn't risk your life like that, would you? Want to try me?" asked Naruto coldly as he rubbed his forearm. "Right then," said Jiraiya, "but I can't promise Ai-chan won't say anything." "Why do 3 of the largest perverts in world have to be part of my life?" asked Naruto mumbled as he began to dress himself. Jiraiya was counting though on his hand. 3. You, Ai-chan, and Kyuubi, said Naruto with a mild sneer. You never told me Kyuubi was a pervert, said Jiraiya excitedly. Do you think you could relay some of his greatest sexual conquests to me? Naruto's eye just twitched before he punched Jiraiya, putting him through a wall. He would explain to his mother and she would forgive the damage to the wall for as often as she had done the same thing to others. Naruto eventually walked out of the house to pick Jiraiya up off the lawn before he damaged it. So why are you here, Ero-sensei? Asked Naruto, knowing how much it annoyed the old man when he called him that. Tsunade ordered me to train you for the Junin exam starting in 6 months, said Jiraiya. Other than that, we need to do a few missions with Itachi to take care of the Akatsuki. Okay, said Naruto, that's good then, because after we fought them before we got back to town I maxed out the new seal as far as it could go for now. I want to try and put on another chain now. I think I'm ready for it. Naruto, are you sure? You almost didn't come back from the last one, said Jiraiya. I almost didn't come from any of them and yet here I am, said Naruto. So will you prepare the seals or not? Jiraiya was actually thinking it through carefully. I'm going to need a much more powerful seal this time, as you can channel so much more energy. It might help a bit if you can channel off as much of his chakra beforehand too. But that always leaves my chakra coils completely fried afterwards, said Naruto. I've been thinking about that, said Jiraiya. What if we had your Kasen on hand to repair your coil system after you're through with burning through his chakra? That might work, but I can't imagine she'd be too happy to find out that we messed with the seal, said Naruto. Can you imagine how she'd react if we told her we removed my father's seal and replaced it with a weaker seal? It was only weaker for the first week or two and then you put on that first chain, said Jiraiya. The new seal is only now beginning to get stronger than the old one, said Naruto. You've finished 3 chains so far, you've only another dozen to go, said Jiraiya encouragingly. And the new cage, let's not forget how much of a bitch that's going to be, said Naruto. Okay, and a new cage, said Jiraiya, but think of it this way, the sooner you finish the better off we'll all be. I know I'll rest easier. And let me guess, we can get it done sooner by including my mother in it, said Naruto sarcastically. Now you're getting it, said Jiraiya. You know that bastard is listening to everything we're saying. He knows I'm coming after him again, said Naruto. That's why we're going to try it this way and see what happens, said Jiraiya. Besides, I've already scheduled a meeting with your mother for 10 minutes from now. Naruto groaned. He wasn't looking forward to this at all. Sure enough, 10 minutes later Naruto found himself fidgeting in his mother's office. So Jiraiya, said Tsunade, I've given you your orders and yet you still insist on talking to me about something. Yeah, don't get your panties in a bunch, said Jiraiya, waving her off but earning him a death glare all the same. Tsunade did her best to calm herself. She didn't want to scare her son after he'd been away for so long and she had yet to pump him for information about his date with Hinata. What is it you needed to speak with me about? Naruto, show her, ordered Jiraiya. Naruto nodded reluctantly before he pulled off his shirt. What's wrong, Naruto? Asked Tsunade worriedly, going into medic mode. Show her, ordered Jiraiya one more time. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you, said Naruto before he channeled a bit of chakra. Tsunade watched him channel chakra but didn't see anything wrong as he continued to channel chakra, and then she saw what they wanted her to see. There wasn't a seal on his stomach anymore. Instead, she now saw a seal on his forearm and 3 tattoos that looked like chains. From 2 of the chains on his lower abdomen, below where the old seal was located, emerged what looked like an animal paw, and from the other on his shoulder there was what looked like a bottle brush sticking out of one end only. What the hell is that? Yelled Tsunade as loud as her voice could go. Where is your father's seal? Who gave you permission to get tattoos? What the hell happened to the Kyuubi? Did it escape? Is it coming here? Should I alert our forces? Kasen, relax, said Naruto as he stopped channeling chakra and the tattoos faded. With the fading of the tattoos something clicked in Tsunade's head. Those are seals, aren't they? Asked Tsunade. Yeah, said Naruto. What were the seals holding exactly? The 2 on my lower abdomen hold a front and a back leg of the fox. The one on my shoulder holds a tail, said Naruto. And the forearm seal? It looked like a control seal, said Tsunade. It is, said Jiraiya. Naruto can now tap the Kyuubi's energy as he wishes without it permanently diminishing the Kyuubi. However, right now he can't channel that much of the Kyuubi's chakra yet because the seal is unfinished at the moment. Tsunade sat down heavily. Why would you do such a thing? Did the old seal break on its own? No, we destroyed it, said Naruto honestly. If he was going to get his mother to help, then he needed to be completely honest with her now. Why would you do that? Asked Tsunade in shock. She just couldn't fathom any possible reason to do such a thing. The seal was diminishing Kyuubi too fast, said Naruto. He's only at about 3/4 of his full strength anymore. That's good, isn't it? I mean, that means that Kyuubi is dying, said Tsunade. Exactly, and we don't want that, said Naruto. I've learned a few things from Kyuubi. He is terrified of death, and yet he welcomes the freedom it will guarantee him. If he dies within me, then he will be reborn to walk the land again, and his first stop would be none other than Konoha for a little payback. Not good. However, if he dies with me, then he will be forced onto the next plane of existence. That's why he's been only too happy to give me his chakra whenever I ask for it. It will bring his death faster. Then why doesn't he just overload you with chakra to kill himself sooner? I'd die before he could channel it all away, and then he'd move on with me. Like I said, he's afraid of death and isn't in any rush to die. Besides, he's a firm believer in a slow and painful revenge. He'd simply revel in it if he were to attack Konoha when they believed he was no longer a threat to them, explained Naruto. So he's sadistic too. Not surprising really, said Tsunade. Well, that's when we decided to try something drastic. Using some notes my father had collected that he left for me in the hopes of creating a more permanent binding for Kyuubi, Ero-sensei, and I came up with this new seal. It doesn't have the destructive aspects of the former seal. Kyuubi isn't very happy with me as a result of this new seal. The idea is to slowly build the seal to completely bind Kyuubi within me, hence the soul binding chain seals you saw. Once I have completely bound his legs, tails, and neck, I will have full command over all of his powers and be able to control how much chakra I use with the control seal, and most importantly, Kyuubi is able to reclaim all of his lost chakra while I sleep. Naruto finished with a smirk. So what's the downside? The problem is the way in which the soul binding chain is attached, said Jiraiya, because it involves the soul. Naruto must actually enter his soul and face off with Kyuubi. Naruto was damn lucky with the first chain from what he tells me. Naruto laughed. Yeah, I was smiling at Kyuubi through the bars that held him in when suddenly the bars vanished. Kyuubi was so shocked at his suddenly freedom he didn't even react until I put the first chain on his front paw. Unfortunately, I didn't get any further than that because he knocked me silly after that. His only mistake was hitting me to a range that his new chain prevented him from getting to me. Good thing too, or he might have killed me in his outrage. Yeah, and you were unconscious for 4 days. Do you know how hard it was for me to maintain such a powerful binding seal for so damn long? Especially with Ai-chan dancing naked hoping to get some playtime with me? Complained Jiraiya. Yeah, well, 2 of those days were spent trying to attach just one more chain, which I did, said Naruto. If you hadn't, Kyuubi might have been able to break through the one chain, said Jiraiya. Anyway, said Naruto, changing from the past to the present, we want to try and attach another chain or 2 this week. I see, and you think you'll be able to? Asked Tsunade. Jiraiya then took the lead in explaining the plan to drain as much of Kyuubi off as they could before Naruto went after him. So you want me to perform a chakra coil repair in less than 2 minutes? Asked Tsunade incredulously. Can you do it or not? Asked Naruto. Maybe, said Tsunade, but I think I'll need Hinata's help, which would mean you would have to tell her your secret. Naruto paled at that thought. Forget it then, we'll do it the way we've done it in the past. Naruto, you can trust Hinata with your secret, said Tsunade softly. She is a wonderful young woman. But everything is going so well right now. What if she becomes afraid of me as a result? What if you wait until later and she gets angry for keeping the secret for so long? Asked Tsunade to counter the point. She could say that now, said Naruto. True, but before you were under orders not to tell anyone without my permission, said Tsunade calmly. If you'd prefer, I could explain it to her. No, I'll tell her, said Naruto. If anyone is going to tell, it's going to be me. But would you? I'll be present at the time. You don't have a choice as this is an S-level secret of the village, said Tsunade, and Jiraiya will be elsewhere as I don't want the girl to be uncomfortable from the ogling pervert. Jiraiya smiled before asking, who? Me? Never. It was at that point that Jiraiya was sent out of the building through the new skylight that just happened to have roughly the same shape as his body. Hinata should be here shortly, we'll tell her then, said Tsunade. Trust in her, Naruto. She won't be afraid of you. I hope you're right, Kasen, said Naruto softly, simply radiating worry. The door to the office opened and Hinata entered as though she were floating on air. Her smile went from ear to ear. Tsunade had the distinct impression that nothing could take that smile off her face. Morning, Tsunade-sensei, said Hinata airily, isn't it a beautiful day in Konoha? Tsunade looked out the window at the brewing storm clouds before smiling and giving her son a glance at which he turned bright red. Morning, Hinata, said Tsunade, you seem awfully happy today. Do I really? Asked Hinata, still a million miles away, or rather 5 feet away. Hinata then saw Naruto sitting without a shirt and smiled before she got the faraway look. Have you ever noticed that when you like someone you see them everywhere you go even though your eyes are just playing tricks on you? Really now? Asked Tsunade, so you're seeing visions of Kiba again, huh? At that, Naruto and Hinata were both scolding Tsunade while she was just laughing at them. It was then that Hinata realized that Naruto was really there and still not wearing a shirt. Having trained as a medic nin for some time now, she started checking Naruto over much as Tsunade already had. Hinata, Naruto is perfectly healthy, well, at least physically so, said Tsunade with a smirk from the look it earned her from Naruto. Then why is he here without a shirt? Asked Hinata, trying not to blush too much. Honestly, she was really enjoying the view rather thoroughly. Hinata, I'm about to let you in on an S-class village secret, said Tsunade before nodding to Naruto. Hinata, how much do you know about Kyuubi? Asked Naruto. Yondaime-sama killed it, said Hinata. Your father did what no one else could at the cost of his own life. That's not entirely true, said Naruto. Think for a minute, Hinata. If my father killed the Kyuubi, why didn't he kill it the first night it began to attack? I don't know, said Hinata. Maybe he wanted to try to let the village beat it before sacrificing his life. That's a good theory, but wouldn't he have been there the whole time fighting? Asked Naruto. He could have told her the entire story straight through, but he felt that it might be better to help work through to the answer. I guess so, but if he wasn't there, where was he? With my mother, said Naruto. My father had a plan for the Kyuubi, but he had to wait on someone to arrive first. Who? Asked Hinata, slightly confused before she put her hands to her mouth. He was waiting for you to be born, wasn't he? He wanted to see you before he gave his life. Very true, said Naruto, but that is not all he wanted me for. He discovered that he could not possibly kill the demon because it would simply be recreated elsewhere before returning to finish Konoha. Then what could he do? Asked Hinata. Good question, what do you think? Well, he could send it to another dimension, I suppose, but that would be almost impossible for one shinobi to do alone, if at all. He could have sealed it in something, said Hinata last. Exactly, said Naruto. Sealing the demon away was his only hope to stop the monster. But what does this have to do with you being here? Do you know where it was sealed? Did it break free from the seal? Do you remember Gaara of the Sand? Asked Naruto to Hinata. Hinata shivered at the memory. He had a sand demon in him, right? Absolutely correct, said Naruto. Now, Shukaku is only a one-tailed demon. Not very powerful compared to Kyuubi, wouldn't you say? Yes, quite so, said Hinata. Now, the Kazekage of the time wanted to use Shukaku's power as a weapon for the village. But it was too powerful to be controlled when sealed within an object, so they sealed it into a human. The seal that holds Shukaku back is rather weak, and as a result it torments Gaara relentlessly. But the Kazekage was right. The only way to successfully seal away a demon is within a human body, but not just any human body, the body of a child, specifically a newborn child. Naruto stopped there to let it all sink in to make sure she understood everything. Now my father understood this and had studied the notes the Kazekage made when sealing the demon in Gaara. My father found a way to properly seal the demon away so that it could never break free, but there was an enormous cost to bear, said Naruto. His life, said Hinata. He gave his life to seal away the demon properly. More than that, he made it so that the child would grow up with the demon chakra and be able to use it a weapon more successfully than Suna was able with Gaara, explained Naruto. So why tell me? Asked Hinata before all the pieces suddenly came together. You're the container, aren't you? Naruto nodded solemnly, expecting her to run from the room in fear. He was very surprised when he found her hugging him tightly. Instead, and crying. Reflexively Naruto soothed her and rubbed her back in a comforting manner as his cousin had done for him several times in the past when he was upset. "Is that why you weren't raised in the village?" asked Hinata after a while. Yes, Sarutobi-sensei was wise enough to see that the villages would still be very angry about the Kyuubi and all of their lost loved ones and would probably take it out on Naruto-kun, explained Tsunade, so he conned me into taking the brat away. Bastard set me up from the start, I tell you. He knew I would love this brat as my own. He knew it. I'm not sure how he knew, but he definitely knew. That earned a small snicker from Hinata. The reason I left a few years ago for training Hinata was because of the Kyuubi. A group of S-class criminals is after the power of the Nine Tails. Ero-sensei took me away to train to prepare. During that time, we made a few discoveries about Kyuubi and the seal my father placed on me, explained Naruto. After that he went into telling Hinata about he knew seal and their plans for attaching another chain. But why can't you do it all at once? Asked Hinata. Tsunade thought it was a very good question. Can't, said Naruto. If I did, I imagine I wouldn't be able to control all of it at once. The control seal allows me to adjust the output of energy, but it only allows so much control. It still constantly bleeds chakra off of Kyuubi but in minimal amounts. If we were to connect all of them at once, it would put that minimal output level so high that it would completely fry my body and my brain. Right then, just a few at a time, said Tsunade calmly. So what do you think, Hinata? Can we repair his chakra system fast enough to give him a chance at attaching another chain? With my Byakugan it shouldn't be much of a problem, but I will have to thoroughly study his specific coil system for days to make sure I know every inch of it, said Hinata. Truthfully, she knew that wasn't really necessary, but it was the perfect excuse to spend more time with her Naruto-kun. Very well, then you can join Naruto in preparing for the Junin exams, said Tsunade. I've decided that you two shall team up for the exam. I thought Junin exams were individual? Asked Naruto. Yes and no, said Tsunade. You can take the test alone as most people do, but you can also take it with a team of up to 3 people, but this is rare as it often portrays an image of weakness to the judges that you need more people to do what one person should be able to do. Then why would we team up if it makes us look weaker? Asked Naruto. Partially to throw off the Akatsuki into thinking you are much weaker than you truly are. Partially because you two are considered the village prodigies because of your lineage and your apprenticeships to the Sannin, explained Tsunade. The examiners will automatically make the exam much more difficult for you as a result, and I am expecting the pair of you to be absolutely flawless when you take the exam. So team training then? Asked Naruto. Are you sure it's wise to place Hinata so close to me? I mean with the Akatsuki and all. Wouldn't it put her in more danger? Probably, but it will also keep you much safer. I love Hinata like a daughter, but she is not as valuable or as important to this village's future as you are, said Tsunade sadly. Naruto and Hinata could see how much it pained her to say such a thing, but they both understood the harsh reality of the words and the truth that rang from them. I understand, Tsunade-sensei. I am to be Naruto-kun bodyguard, said Hinata. Actually, he's yours, said Tsunade. You just have to patch him up afterwards. I'll protect her with my life, said Naruto seriously. I will protect him with mine, said Hinata, not caring what Tsunade said. Well, you'd better go find that pervert and start training. We'll try to attach the next chain in 1 week. Tsunade ended the conversation effectively. Yes, cousin, said Naruto while Hinata replied with her normal, yes, Tsunade-sensei. With that Hinata and Naruto departed. Break, Sasuke-kun. You have indeed grown much stronger, said the slithering voice of Orochimaru. Sasuke simply hissed in response. While he acknowledged Orochimaru as a good trainer and more than able to give him power, it did not change the fact that Sasuke thought of him as a vile and repugnant piece of subhuman filth that was worth less than the fecal matter of a dog. I think a test of your strength is in order, Sasuke-kun, said Orochimaru. I believe it is time you became a full Junin. Sasuke glared at the wretched old man. You will of course be in disguise while you stay within the boundaries of the Hidden Sand Village, said Orochimaru. If you happen to kill the cage while you are there, then all that much better. Sasuke understood now. The exam was merely a cover for him to enter the village and assassinate the cage. Yes, I think this will be the perfect test of your abilities. Eliminate the demon, thus striking 2 birds with 1 stone. His death will hurt the alliance with Konoha and it will ruin the plans of the Akatsuki, hissed Orochimaru before his laughter rang sickeningly through the empty halls of the Hidden Sound village. Sasuke ignored the laughter before leaving to continue his training. For nearly 3 years Sasuke had done nothing but train his body and mind with one goal in mind: to reclaim his lost honor at the hands of that fraud, Naruto. Sasuke trained his speed above everything else. He knew that if he was going to have any hope of reacting in time to the Kirameki, that he'd have to improve his speed and strength until he'd reached a point beyond Lee, beyond Neji, beyond Kakashi, and most importantly, beyond the speed of Naruto. The only thing Sasuke had not attained was the famed Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, but that too would come to him soon. In his time in Sound, the only person he'd befriended was Kabuto, and Kabuto likewise befriended him, whether it was on orders or not. Sasuke did not know, not that he gave a damn either. He was somewhat happy to have the friendship with Kabuto. If it wasn't there, he would no doubt have tried to kill Orochimaru several times by now, not to mention the pitiful replacements for the Sound 5 that were subordinate to him. As it was, he'd already killed 3 of them just training. On the other hand, they were easily replaceable. Still, Kabuto was an important bond to him. However, it was a bond he would be only too happy to dissolve if it meant he gained the power he so desperately sought after. Break. So, the Kyuubi vessel has grown a lot over the last 3 years, said an insidious voice. To think he could eliminate those 4 substitutes so easily. He has lost the element of surprise now, said another voice that was equally laden with evil. We know of his abilities and can counter them easily. Do not underestimate that brat, said yet another voice. Every time we have underestimated him, we have suffered losses. It will not be so easy to replace those substitute bodies. The bodies that can support our levels of chakra are far and few between. We cannot afford to be so wasteful in the future. Kisame is correct, said the first voice. I fear that if we do not take the Kyuubi now, then all of our plans will be for naught. His growth is much too rapid to be contained. He was weakened severely just in killing those substitutes, said Kisame. He would not survive against the real thing. Maybe, maybe not, said another voice softly. I have studied the vessel and I believe that he is hiding something terrifying. Even though he called on the Kyuubi's powers in that fight, it was not nearly as strong as it had been when he fought in the Chunin tournament in stone. Is it possible that the Kyuubi is dying? Asked another. That would completely defeat our plans. If Kyuubi were to die, then it would rematerialize and we would not be able to contain it. Most likely we would be destroyed, as the Kyuubi is no doubt aware of our presence thanks to that vessel, said the first voice again. I do not believe that is the case, said the softly spoken man. I would appear that the Kyuubi's chakra is constantly flowing through him now, but when he calls upon it, it is much, much weaker than usual. Do you think there is a problem with the seal? No, said the softly spoken man. There is something else at work here. Very well, continue observation. He will be entering the Junin exams. We will take him and the One Tail then, said the first man. Be ready for it. With that, all of the images vanished from their meeting place. Break. This is going to suck, said Naruto as he prepared for what was sure to be a very dangerous and rough experience. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, said Hinata reassuringly. Naruto nodded before pushing a bit of chakra through his fingers before touching the control seal on his forearm and maxing out the power output, or at least maxing out for as much as his body could handle. Naruto features changed rapidly. His eyes turned blood red, his whisker marks enlarged, his fingers turned into claws and his canines sharpened and elongated. Hinata was doing everything she could not to run away from this awful red chakra. It scared her to no end to think that there was such evil in this world that it could create such a chakra. And yet, despite the terror that flooded her veins, she stood her ground and watched Naruto carefully as he released wave after wave of chakra into random techniques that were performed so quickly that she would have missed them if she hadn't had her Byakugan activated. Naruto continued to burn through Kyuubi's chakra as fast as he could. It took nearly an hour to drain away his limit. Hinata watched fearfully as the evil red chakra tore apart his chakra coil system. It enlarged everywhere and even cracked and popped in other areas. She knew that Naruto must have been in the most intense of pain, and yet he continued on with expelling as much of the Kyuubi's chakra as his body could handle. Hinata knew now why they had traveled several days' journey away from the village to do this. If they had been anywhere near the village, it would have terrified everyone and possibly sent many into severe shock and maybe even induce a few strokes and heart attacks among the elderly, as had been the case in Kyuubi's first attack. Naruto finally dropped to the ground in intense pain. "Hinata, Tsunade, you must hurry now while I create the barrier seal. As soon as you've finished, get outside the seal or you might be killed by the chakra release from Naruto once he connect the soul binding chain," ordered Jiraiya as he started to work in laying down the seal in his own blood. Hinata couldn't believe the amount of damage to his chakra coils, but she and Tsunade both began to work rapidly to repair the coils. "Hinata, fix any cracks and bursting points. I'll heal the majority of the damage," ordered Tsunade as she started to rapidly heal large portions of the coil system. Tsunade's healing was very effective, but it didn't help much with the parts Hinata was told to heal. Hinata followed along behind Tsunade, healing every crack and hole rapidly but with perfect accuracy that had come to be expected of her. "1 minute," warned Jiraiya as he started on the outer track of the sealing circle and moved rapidly around the edge of the circle. "Done," said Tsunade as she leapt out of the circle so as not to disturb the sealing circle. 10 seconds, said Jiraiya with urgency in his voice. Hinata worked quickly to finish the last crack and at the last second leapt from the sealing circle. Hinata had barely landed before the circle glowed in a pale purple color. Jiraiya was trying to hold the seal as sweat poured from his head and hands. "Tsunade, I need you and Hinata's help. Take up a position to form a triangle and start channeling chakra into the edge of the seal." Just as Jiraiya finished speaking, the seal flared bright red and orange. "Hurry." Hinata and Tsunade both understood the urgency and took their place. "He's working quickly this time," said Jiraiya. "That red flare means that he is attaching the soul binding chain. Kyuubi must be really tired for him to have attached it this quickly." Suddenly the seal flared a blinding white. "That's one chain completely. There will be a huge chakra surge in just a second, so brace yourselves." Jiraiya then channeled chakra into the bottoms of his legs to hold him to the ground and then a lot more chakra into the seal. Hinata watched what Jiraiya did through her Byakugan and did her best to follow suit, though admittedly she did not have nearly as much chakra as he did. Just as Jiraiya said, there was an enormous surge of chakra from the seal. It took all of Hinata's ability to just stay a part of the sealing circle. It only lasted for a moment, but it was enough to sap her of almost all her chakra. The dull purple glow returned. "This one will probably take a lot longer," said Jiraiya. "Kyuubi should have gotten a lot of energy back on that, so he'll be a bit tougher on Naruto this time. Hinata and Tsunade, go ahead and get some rest. I'll wake you when I need you again." Hinata was hesitant, but upon seeing Tsunade get up and lay down on her sleeping roll, Hinata decided she would join her. The next several days passes with the seal glowing red and then stopping suddenly. Jiraiya said that it was simply an attempt but failed. Naruto would eventually succeed or else give up and wake up to try again later. On the 7th day the seal glowed bright red again. "He going again. Seems like he's got it this time," shouted Jiraiya. Hinata and Tsunade took their places on the circle again and began channeling their chakra. This one was much more severe than the first one. "Damn," said Jiraiya. "Kyuubi was able to regain a lot of his chakra. This one is going to hurt a lot." "Why tell us that?" asked Tsunade. "So you can brace yourself," said Jiraiya with a deadly serious voice. Jiraiya wasn't lying when he said it would hurt. Hinata's entire body felt as if it were on fire as this evil red chakra passed over her for the simple fact that her hands were touching the circle. She could only imagine the pain that Naruto was in. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the blinding white flash hit, signaling that Naruto attached another soul binding chain. "Finally," said Jiraiya with a heavy sigh, "now we just have to wait for him to wake up. You two can rest. I can hold the seal until he wakes now." Hinata and Tsunade both nodded before standing. Tsunade made it to the bedroll before collapsing. Hinata barely made it 2 steps. "I should have asked Itachi to help," said Jiraiya, annoyed. "Then again, I still don't trust him completely." Days passed again with no sign of Naruto waking or any surges of chakra. "What is taking that brat so long?" asked Jiraiya to no one in particular. He didn't like the answer he received when the sealing circle flared bright red again. "Shit. Tsunade, Hinata, he's trying for one more." Hinata and Tsunade both whipped around to look at the seal before hurrying into position. This time the seal flared red for hours on end with the evil chakra. "Is the beast trying to break free?" asked Tsunade. No, this must be a tail, said Jiraiya, though he winced in pain. The first two were fast and must have been the last 2 feet. This must be one of the tails, it's Kyuubi's main source of power. Is this what Naruto planned? Asked Tsunade. Originally he was going to just get 2 tails. He must have settled for that last 2 legs and 1 tail, said Jiraiya. Tsunade-sensei, said Hinata with a gasp, I don't know how much longer I can hold this. Just a little more, Hinata, said Tsunade, we need you right now. Naruto needs you right now. That seemed to have reinforced Hinata's resolve to help. Finally the blinding white light flashed, ending the soul-binding chain's attachment. The seal faded to purple again before dying out completely. Finally, said Jiraiya before collapsing backwards into sweet oblivion. Tsunade did exactly the same things as Jiraiya. Hinata though forced herself to crawl the last few feet towards Naruto before collapsing with her head resting on his chest.